I should have never opened that app, but I did. It started when I was scrolling through the endless list of games in the App Store looking for something new, something different. Everything was the same puzzle games, action-packed adventures, mindless farming simulators. I was about to give up when one game caught my eye. It wasn't too flashy, no bright colors or eye-catching animations. The icon was simple, a black background with an odd, geometric shape in the center. No reviews, no descriptions, just a single word play. That was it. Nothing more. Something about it seemed wrong. But, on the other hand, it was so curious. It didn't look like the other apps. It didn't even have a name I could search for. There was something oddly tempting about the mystery. I clicked the install button. The game downloaded in mere seconds, faster than any app I had ever installed before. It wasn't even in the usual app store. It just appeared on my screen. That should have been my first warning sign. The game opened without an intro, without any sort of welcome. I was immediately thrown into a dimly lit room. The walls were textured, but not realistic. The character on screen was simple blocky, like something you'd see in the earliest days of gaming, yet somehow it moved fluidly, like it was alive. It looked at me. I couldn't explain how, but I could feel the game character's gaze on me. The figure on screen mimicked my movements, turning its head as I adjusted my position, following my eyes. I froze. I hadn't even pressed anything yet. My hand instinctively moved. The character followed, its head tilting slightly as if studying me. Okay, this is weird, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the creeping feeling that I was being watched by something more than just pixels. But still, I played on. I moved the character through the room. Its motions were fluid, almost too perfect, as if the game was reading every movement I made. I reached for my phone on the table beside me, the character's arms raised in perfect sync with mine. I stopped. The figure's arms stayed frozen in place, but I hadn't moved. My heart skipped a beat. The character's arm was still raised, just like mine. Wait. I stayed still, motionless. But the game character didn't. It slowly brought its arm down, its movement strangely deliberate. My fingers trembled as I pulled the phone closer to my face. It was as though it was responding to me. Every move I made, it replicated. But then, it did something I couldn't explain. The character raised its hand again. It wasn't a simple movement. It wasn't following me. I hadn't moved. But there it was, its hand slowly lifting, finger pointed straight at me as if it were reaching for me. I dropped the phone, my pulse hammering in my chest. My mind raced. What the hell was that? Was it just some weird glitch? Or was there something more? I slowly picked the phone back up, expecting the character to have reset. But no. It was still there, in the same position, hand raised. I closed the app, hoping it would just disappear. But when I returned to my home screen, the app icon was still there, glowing faintly, as though waiting for me to come back. I hesitated for a moment before finally tapping on it again. This time, the screen was different. It wasn't the same dimly lit room. The walls were gone. The environment was empty, dark, nothing but a void surrounding the character. It was no longer mimicking my actions. It was staring at me. Its head tilted slightly as if waiting for something. I tried to quit again, but my fingers froze. The app wouldn't close. The character's eyes stayed fixed on me. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was stare, paralyzed. I took a deep breath, telling myself it was just a game. Just a glitch. But then the screen flickered, and in the faint glow of the empty space, the figure began to move again. Slowly. Deliberately. Its hand raised. It wasn't just mimicking my actions anymore. It was making its own decisions. It moved closer to the edge of the screen, its eyes still locked onto me as though waiting for some kind of signal. And then, in a moment of pure panic, I saw its lips move. Help me. I froze. The game character's mouth hadn't been moving before. It had been static. But now it was speaking. And those words, help me, were directed at me. I threw the phone down, stumbling back into my chair, my breath coming in shallow gasps. This couldn't be happening. There was no way a game and app could be doing this. It was impossible. But as I stared at the screen, I saw it again. The character's hand raised, pointing at me once more. And then I realized it wasn't he just mimicking me. It knew me. Somehow it knew exactly what I was doing, where I was looking, what I was thinking. And I felt the weight of that realization settle in my chest like a stone. There was no going back. The phone sat there, face up, glowing faintly in the darkness. I didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to look at it again. But my eyes kept darting back to it like there was something compelling me, something that I couldn't explain. It felt like the phone was alive, staring back at me, silently daring me to pick it up. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, truly watched. Not by a screen, but by something on the other side. Something that knew me. I turned away from the phone, trying to shake off the dread crawling up my spine. I needed to think. I needed to breathe. The room felt smaller somehow. The shadows in the corners of my vision stretched unnaturally long, and the silence was suffocating. I tried to remind myself that it was just a game. A glitch. A weird coincidence. Nothing more. But I couldn't forget those words. Help me. I shuddered, recalling the way the character had said it. Its lips hadn't moved like a normal humaness. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. The voice, it had sounded too real, too human, like it was coming from somewhere deep within my own mind. A sudden knock at the door jerked me out of my thoughts. My heart leaped, and I jumped to my feet, disoriented. Who could it be? It was well past midnight. The knock came again, louder this time, as if someone was trying to get my attention. I hesitated. Was someone really at my door, or was my mind playing tricks on me? My hand instinctively reached for my phone again, my fingers trembling as I picked it up. The screen lit up as I unlocked it, revealing the game icon once more. The hand. The raised hand still there. But now it wasn't just pointing at me. It was pointing toward the door. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I backed away from the door slowly, my pulse racing. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. Was the game controlling everything? Was it somehow connected to the world outside my phone? I had no answers. But one thing was clear, whatever I was dealing with, it wasn't normal. It was beyond anything I had ever encountered. I stood there, frozen, staring at the screen. The game character moved again, its head tilting to the side as though it were observing me, waiting for me to act. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. The knocking stopped, replaced by a new sound as soft tapping, like nails against glass. I turned my gaze to the window. The curtain was drawn, but I could still see the faint outline of something, just beyond the glass, moving. A figure. A shadow. It was too dark outside to make out any details, but I could feel it. Suddenly, my phone vibrated in my hand. I nearly dropped it as I checked the screen. A message had appeared in the game. Don't go to the door. I nearly screamed. The phone felt like it was burning in my hands. The message was chillingly specific. How did the game know about the knock? How did it know about the window? I was on the edge. Panic was taking over, clouding my mind. I needed to get out. I needed to get away from whatever this was. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt trapped. I wasn't just stuck in a game. I was trapped in my own life, and somehow the game had found a way to reach beyond the screen to invade my reality. There was a sudden crash, a loud bang that echoed from the direction of the door. I snapped my head around, heart racing. My first instinct was to run, but I couldn't move. My legs were frozen to the floor, my mind too consumed with fear. The tapping at the window started again, this time louder, more urgent. I could feel the cold air seep through the cracks around the window frame, even though I hadn't opened it. The game on my phone flickered. The character moved again, its face distorted, its expression dark and almost malicious. It opened its mouth, and I felt my blood run cold as it whispered again, this time in a voice I didn't recognize. "Come closer." The game character's hand reached out further, closer to the edge of the screen. It was almost as if it was trying to grab me, pulling me in. I had to act. I couldn't stay here any longer. I didn't want to know what would happen next. But my body moved against my will, compelled by the same fear that had taken over me from the start. My fingers slid across the screen, but I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't thinking, just reacting, moving without understanding why. And then the game reset. Just like that, the screen went black. I looked up, bewildered, only to find that the knocking had started again, louder, more insistent. Something was wrong. The air felt thick, like it was suffocating me. My phone buzzed again, and I quickly unlocked it, hoping to find something to explain all of this. But when I looked at the screen, it wasn't the same game. The app had changed. The icon was now a simple black rectangle with a line through it crossed out. And there, in place of the game character, was a message. It's not just a game. My heart stopped. The door burst open with a violent crash, and the lights in the room flickered. I didn't know what was real anymore. I don't remember how I managed to get up from the floor. I don't remember moving at all. Everything felt like it was happening to someone else, to a version of me that wasn't real. My head was spinning. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. Every second felt like an eternity. The door was wide open now. The darkness in the hallway beyond seemed to pulse, as if something was waiting, watching. The air was thick, heavier than it should have been, and it smelled faintly of something metallic like blood. I wanted to shut the door, lock it, run out of the house. But my legs wouldn't move. I turned back to my phone. The screen had gone black, but the weight of the message was still pressing down on me. It's not just a game. My breath caught in my throat. How did it know I was here? How did it know what I was thinking? The idea that this game had control over more than just my phone was impossible to process. It didn't make sense. But the knocking, the tapping, the strange whispers, they weren't coincidences. The phone buzzed again. I didn't want to look at it, but I couldn't stop myself. My fingers trembled as I swiped the screen, and a new message appeared. The text was brief, but it sent a cold shiver down my spine. I am closer. My pulse quickened. I shot a glance at the door, but it remained open. The hallway beyond was silent now, as though it were holding its breath waiting. I had no idea what was happening or how any of this was possible, but I had to make a choice. I couldn't just stand here frozen. Taking a deep breath, I stepped toward the door. My mind was racing, my heart hammering in my chest. The house felt alien, like the walls were closing in on me, like the very foundation of reality had shifted, and I was no longer standing on solid ground. I reached out and grabbed the door frame, my fingers tightening around the wood. I pulled the door closed as quickly as I could manage. The sound of it snapping shut echoed through the room like a gunshot. For a moment, the silence was deafening. Then the tapping started again, louder this time. It wasn't he coming from the window anymore. It was coming from inside the room. I spun around, my eyes frantically searching the corners. The shadows were moving. I could see them shift, but they weren't shadows anymore. They were shapes. Figures. And they were growing. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was dry, like I had swallowed glass. I turned back to my phone. The screen flickered to life again. The game was open. The icon had changed once more. Now the character S-face was fully visible. It was distorted, twisted into something barely human. Its eyes were wide, vacant, but they were staring directly at me. Its mouth moved, forming words that weren't coming from the phone. You shouldn't have opened the door. The tapping behind me grew louder, more frantic. It was as if someone was trying to break through the walls. I stumbled backward, my feet catching on the edge of the rug. My heart was pounding in my ears now, drowning out every other sound, every other thought. I had to get out of here. I had to do something, anything, to make this stop. I glanced at the door again, the one I had just closed. There was no way I could go through it. I had already opened it once, and I didn't know what I'd find on the other side. But the windows, maybe I could escape through one of them. I turned toward the window, but my body froze in place when I saw it. The figure was standing outside. I could see its silhouette through the thin curtains. It was tall, unnaturally tall. Its limbs were long, too long, stretching beyond what was humanly possible. It wasn't moving, but I could feel its presence. It was watching me, waiting. I tried to move to make my legs obey, but it was like they had turned to stone. My breath came in shallow gasps. The phone in my hand buzzed again, louder this time, like a warning. It's in the house. The message sent a rush of ice through my veins. I couldn't breathe. The tapping on the walls, no, it wasn't tapping anymore. It was scratching. The sound of nails on wood, dragging, relentless, coming from the corners of the room. It was as if something was inside the house with me, something that had no right to be there. And then I saw it. The figure outside the window. It wasn't just standing anymore. It was moving toward the door. My phone vibrated again, and I barely had time to glance at it before the screen went dark once more. There was no message this time. Just an image. A photo of my own face, taken from the other side of the window. I felt the ground beneath me shift, and for the first time in what felt like hours, I could move again. My body reacted instinctively. I ran straight toward the door, toward the unknown. But as I reached for the handle, the lights in the room flickered one last time, and then the door was yanked open. The figure from outside was there, right in front of me. But it wasn't just standing anymore. It was grinning. And it wasn't alone. The walls around me seemed to close in, suffocating, the air thick with dread, and the game had somehow become the reality. It knew too much. It knew me. The figure stood in the doorway, its tall, skeletal frame blocking the light. Its grin stretched unnaturally wide, exposing teeth that were too sharp, too long. It didn't move, but its presence seemed to suck the warmth out of the air, making the room feel cold, unbearable. The darkness from the hallway crept in, surrounding the edges of the room like it had a life of its own. I should have screamed. I should have run. But my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, my heart thudding so loudly in my chest that it seemed to echo through the walls. The figure didn't speak. It didn't need to. Its eyes, those cold, empty eyes, burned into mine as if it could see every dark corner of my mind. I'd seen that face before, or something like it. A reflection in the window, in the game, in the nightmares I have forgotten. And then it did move. It tilted its head slightly, the motion too fluid, too unnatural, as if its bones didn't bend the way they should. And in that moment, I heard the voice. The voice wasn't coming from its mouth, though. It was coming from my phone. You can escape. I didn't know how it could be possible. The game had to be controlling this, everything. My phone, the creature in the doorway, the darkness that had taken over the house. But it was real. This wasn't just a game anymore. I could feel the weight of the phone in my hand, vibrating violently. My fingers trembled as I glanced at the screen. The game had changed again. The character was no longer just mimicking my movements, now it was performing actions of its own. It was reaching for the door in the game, just like the figure was in front of me. The phone buzzed again, but the message it displayed was different this time. It was a countdown. Numbers that flashed in rapid succession, each one smaller than the last. You have 10 seconds. I didn't wait to find out what would happen when the countdown reached 0. I bolted, my body moving before my brain had time to process the fear. I stumbled toward the window, my mind screaming at me to open it to break free. But the curtains were too thick. My hands fumbled with the blinds, tearing at them, trying to find a way out. And then the light flickered again. The shadows shifted. I turned. The figure was gone. A flash of movement to the side caught my attention, and I looked toward the door. The hallway was empty, but the temperature had dropped, and I could feel the weight of something heavy in the air, something that didn't belong. I had to get out of the house. Whatever was happening, it was closing in on me, and I could already feel the walls closing in. But as I made my way toward the door, a noise stopped me in my tracks. A knock. It was soft at first, almost hesitant, like someone was trying to get my attention. Then it grew louder, faster, like someone was banging against the walls trying to break through. But it wasn't just coming from the door. It was coming from the floor beneath me, the ceiling above me, the walls. The sound was coming from every direction, and with it came the voice again, that low, guttural whisper. You were running out of time. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Every instinct told me to run, to get out, but the door was right there, and I could see the figure from the game standing just beyond it, waiting for me. I turned back to the window. The figure outside was closer now, its distorted silhouette moving in a way that didn't make sense. Its limbs twisted in unnatural angles as it crawled up the side of the house. I could hear the creaking of the wood as it scraped along the edges, like something was climbing into the room. And then it smiled. That same grin from the game, the one I could never forget. It was watching me, waiting for me to make a choice. I had only one option left. I had to break the phone. It was the only way to stop this. The game was controlling everything, and the only way out was to stop the game from knowing me, from tracking my every move. But I hesitated. The phone. I couldn't just destroy it. It felt wrong. The thought of what it would mean, how it would end up, paralyzed me. You can't run. You can't hide, the voice whispered again, growing louder this time. You're part of the game now. I looked down at the screen once more. The countdown was almost finished. I had mere seconds. And then the figure outside the window twitched, its head snapping toward me, and it moved faster than I could process. I screamed and threw the phone, watching as it hit the wall, the screen shattering. The lights flickered again, brighter this time, blinding me. The world around me went silent. For a moment, everything stopped. And then the door burst open. The figure was standing there, its twisted form filling the doorway. It didn't need to say anything anymore. I understood now. It wasn't just the game. It was everything. The phone had been the key. The connection. I ran, my legs finally working again. But I didn't know where to go. The house felt like a maze now, the walls shifting, the floor bending beneath me. I couldn't hear anything except my own ragged breaths. And then I found the stairs. I sprinted up them, hoping I could find something, anything, to protect myself. But as I reached the top, I stopped dead in my tracks. The figure was there, standing at the top of the stairs. The game had followed me. And it wasn't he just watching anymore. It was waiting for me to make my final move. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood frozen at the top of the stairs. The figure was blocking the only way out. Its face was a grotesque, twisted mirror of the game character S, a smile too wide, stretching almost to the edges of its impossibly thin face. I could hear its breath low, labored, almost mechanical. It was waiting, watching, as if the game was now in my hands, waiting for me to make the wrong move. I could still feel the weight of my shattered phone in my hand, the screen cracked and useless, but I wasn't sure it was enough. I wasn't sure anything was enough. The figure didn't move at first. It just stood there, its presence suffocating the air. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, as if the house was no longer solid, but just another part of the game. The floor beneath my feet was soft and unstable, like it could give way at any moment. I took a step back, instinctively trying to put distance between me and it. But as I moved, the figure did too. It wasn't fast. It was too slow, too deliberate. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, and the fingers on its hands elongated like they were made of rubber, scraping against the wooden floor as it advanced toward me. The air grew colder with every step it took, the temperature dropping so rapidly that I could see my breath fog in front of me. What is this? I thought. How is this real? My mind raced for answers. I had been playing the game, yes, but it wasn't just a game anymore. It was controlling me, my every move, my every thought. I had become part of it. And now I was trapped. The game had turned the world into its playground, and I was just a pawn. I backed up toward the far end of the hallway, trying to think of a way out. The stairs behind me seemed like the only escape, but the figure was already blocking the path. And there was something else, something I hadn't noticed before. The walls. They were closing in. The hallway, once spacious and familiar, was now narrowing, bending, the edges of the walls distorting like they were made of smoke. I could hear a soft humming now, like the phone was still alive, still working. But it wasn't coming from the shattered device, it was coming from within the house itself, from the walls, from the very air. The game had found a way to make everything part of its world. My breath caught in my throat. I have to think. I have to do something. I turned my gaze to the figure. It was closer now, its movements impossibly slow, but it was getting closer all the same. The grin on its face never wavered. It knew I was running out of time. It knew I was afraid. Then, suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. The game. The only way to stop this was to break the cycle. To end it completely. I didn't know how to do it, but if the phone had started this, then it could end it. I glanced at the door, then back at the figure. It was too late. There was nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. The walls felt like they were closing in on me faster, the shadows growing long and thick. The figure stepped closer again. I was trapped. And then I did something I hadn't considered before. I ran toward it. I didn't think about it. I just moved, pushing past the panic, hoping that some part of me would find a way out. I grabbed for the nearest object, the lamp beside the door, and swung it toward the figure. The metal base hit it with a sickening thud, but it didn't flinch. Instead, it smiled wider, as if the blow had only made it more excited. "You can escape," the voice whispered from everywhere. filling my ears, my thoughts. You belong here. I knew it was true. I did belong here. The game had taken control of everything. And no matter what I did, it was always watching, always waiting for my next move. But then something shifted. The floor beneath me trembled, and I felt the walls quake. The air became thick with pressure, like the house itself was breathing in time with me. The game was closing in, but it was also starting to unravel. What do you want from me? I screamed at the figure, my voice hoarse, desperate. But it didn't respond. It just kept grinning, its hollow eyes never leaving mine. In that moment, I understood. The game wasn't just about controlling me. It was trying to consume me. It wanted me to give in, to become part of it completely. But I couldn't let it. I wouldn't let it. I looked down at the phone, still crushed in my hand. It was still vibrating, still alive, but something had changed. The countdown had stopped. The game's grip on reality had loosened, just enough for me to break free. I had one chance. With all my strength, I slammed the phone against the wall. The glass shattered, the screen flickering one last time before going black. Silence fell over the house, the walls stopping their maddening distortion. The air grew still. The figure at the end of the hallway stopped moving. It was over. But was it? I stood there, staring at the broken pieces of my phone, waiting for anything to happen. The darkness around me felt different now, like it was retreating. The figure was gone. The house felt normal again, but a nagging fear remained. Had I really stopped the game? Or had it just reset? And if it had reset, would I ever be able to escape it? I hope you enjoyed the first story. If you did, don't forget to leave a like. But if I didn't do my job well, feel free to give it a thumbs down. Either way, drop a comment and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, let us continue. I knew something was wrong the moment I stepped inside. The air in the apartment felt heavier, as if someone had been here just moments ago. But that was impossible. The door was locked. The windows were shut. I had been living alone for months, and no one else had a key. Still, something was different. I dropped my bag by the door and scanned the room. The small wooden table near the couch hadn't I left my keys there. Now they were on the kitchen counter. The armchair by the window wasn't facing the TV when I left this morning. No, it was slightly turned, as if someone had been sitting there, watching the door. I took a slow breath. Maybe I had just forgotten. Maybe I was too tired to remember things correctly. But then I saw it. A small piece of paper on the table. The handwriting was neat, almost careful. 3 words, written in black ink. We fixed it for you. A chill ran down my spine. My first thought was that this was a prank, but no one else had been inside. The locks were untouched. There was no sign of forced entry. And yet, someone had been here. Someone had moved my things. I picked up the note with trembling fingers, my mind racing. What had they fixed? What else had they touched? Then, from the hallway behind me, I heard a faint creak, like a footstep on the wooden floor. I was not alone. I froze. The sound had come from the hallway right behind me. My breath caught in my throat. The apartment was small, a 1-bedroom space with a short hallway leading to my bedroom and bathroom. There were no places to hide. If someone was here, I would see them. Slowly, I turned my head, my pulse hammering in my ears. The hallway was empty. The door to my bedroom was slightly ajar, just as I had left it in the morning. The bathroom door was closed. Everything looked normal, but the air felt different, charged with something unseen. I forced myself to move, stepping carefully towards the hallway. The floor creaked under my weight, but it was a different sound from before. What I had heard earlier was lighter, as if someone else had been standing there. I reached my bedroom door and hesitated. My reflection stared back at me from the tall mirror near the bed, my face pale, my eyes wide. The room was exactly as I had left it except for one thing. The closet door. I never left it open. And yet, there it was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible between the wooden panels. A cold wave of dread crawled up my spine. Someone could be inside. Someone could be watching me right now. I clenched my fists to stop my hands from shaking. This was my home. I couldn't just stand there like a scared child. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and grabbed the edge of the closet door. With one swift motion, I pulled it open. Empty. Just clothes hanging neatly, shoes lined up on the floor. Nothing out of place. Nothing to explain the note. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I had left the closet open and simply forgotten. Maybe the sound had been the apartment settling, the old wooden floor shifting under temperature changes. But that didn't explain the note. I stepped back, running a hand over my face. I needed to clear my head. A shower. That would help. Leaving the bedroom, I moved toward the bathroom and pushed the door open. The mirror above the sink was fogged up, as if someone had just taken a hot shower. But the air was cold. The tiles beneath my feet were dry. And then I saw it. Another note. Stuck to the bathroom mirror. This time, the handwriting was different. The letters were shaky, uneven. And the message was longer. You need to leave. Now. A sharp chill settled in my chest as I stared at the note. The first message had been unsettling, but this one was a warning. Not just an eerie sentence left by some intruder, but a desperate plea. A demand. I reached out, my fingertips brushing the cold surface of the mirror as I peeled the note away. The paper was slightly damp, the ink smudged at the edges. Someone had been in here recently enough for the moisture to still cling to the glass. I turned abruptly, scanning the bathroom. The shower curtain was open, revealing the empty tub. The cabinet under the sink was closed. There was nowhere to hide. And yet, I felt watched. I backed out of the bathroom, my breathing shallow. The apartment was silent, but the kind of silence that wasn't empty, it was the silence of something waiting. My mind raced. Did someone have come in while I was in the bedroom? But how? The front door was still locked. The windows were shut. There were no signs of forced entry. No footprints on the floor, no displaced furniture other than the things I had already noticed. Unless... My eyes darted toward the air vent near the ceiling. It was small, but large enough for something or someone to crawl through. I swallowed hard. That was ridiculous. No one could fit inside there. And yet my skin prickled with unease. I needed to get out. Grabbing my phone from the kitchen counter, I unlocked it, my fingers trembling. I would call the police. Tell them someone had been in my apartment. That I was being threatened. But as soon as the screen lit up, my stomach dropped. No signal. That didn't make sense. My apartment was in the middle of the city. I had never lost reception here before. I tapped at the screen, opened the settings. No Wi-Fi either. Just a blank, empty signal bar. A cold sweat broke across my skin. I turned toward the door, my mind screaming at me to leave, to run, but then I heard a sound from the bedroom. A slow, deliberate rustling. Like fabric shifting. Like someone moving inside the closet. I sucked in a breath. I had checked the closet. It had been empty. I was sure of it. But now something was in there. I took a cautious step forward, my body rigid with fear. Every nerve in me begged to turn around to get out of the apartment. But I had to see. I had to know. The hallway stretched before me, feeling longer than it should have. The air was thick, pressing against my skin. I reached the bedroom doorway and stopped. Silence. The closet door was closed again. I knew with absolute certainty that I had left it open. The warning from the note echoed in my head. You need to leave. Now. And then, before I could react, the closet door handle twitched. Not the building settling. Not a draft. Something inside had moved it. I stopped breathing. The closet door handle had moved to just a slight twitch, barely noticeable, but enough to send ice through my veins. My legs locked in place, every muscle screaming at me to run to get out. But I didn't. I couldn't. My body refused to move, trapped between fear and the desperate need to understand what was happening. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, that the stress, the exhaustion, the notes, everything was messing with my head. But deep inside, I knew. I was not alone in this apartment. The air felt heavier now, thick with something I couldn't name. My ears strained for any sound, any movement. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. As if the whole apartment was holding its breath along with me. Then scratch. A slow, deliberate sound. A fingernail or something like it dragging against the inside of the closet door. My stomach twisted. No, this wasn't happening. The door handle twitched again. This time harder. A tiny metallic click echoed in the stillness. My skin prickled with cold terror. I stepped back. Once. Twice. My heel hit the edge of the bed, and I nearly stumbled. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. And then, before I could do anything, before I could even think, the closet door burst open. I didn't see what was inside. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. My body moved before my mind caught up, my feet slamming against the wooden floor as I sprinted out of the bedroom. The hallway blurred past me. I could hear something behind me, not footsteps, but movement. A shift in the air. A presence. I didn't look back. I reached the front door and grabbed the handle. Twisted. Pulled. Locked. No, I had unlocked it when I came in. It couldn't be locked. I fumbled with the bolt, my hands slick with sweat. It wouldn't move. The lock wasn't jammed. It was like it had never been unlocked in the first place. I banged on the door. Help. My voice sounded weak, strangled by panic. Somebody. A whisper cut through the silence. Not from behind me. Not from the closet. From right next to my ear. Don't leave. A cold breath brushed my skin. I whirled around, my heart slamming against my ribs. The apartment was empty. But I knew without a doubt, something wasn't here with me. I staggered back from the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My skin burned with the ghost of that whisper, the icy breath that had touched me. The air in the apartment was wrong, too thick, too heavy, too full of something unseen. My mind screamed at me to wake up, to find some rational explanation, but I knew. I was trapped. The door wouldn't open. The windows were locked. My phone was useless. I was alone except I wasn't. I forced myself to move, scanning the apartment. The living room. The kitchen. The dim hallway leading back to the bedroom, where the closet door now stood wide open. A black rectangle of nothingness. I couldn't see inside. Didn't want to. A sound. Thought. Barely there. Breathing. Slow. measured. Not mine. It came from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The walls, the floor, the very air around me seemed to pulse with it. A presence that had been here long before I noticed. Watching. Waiting. My hands curled into fists. I couldn't just stand here. I had to think. Had to act. I moved. Fast. Straight to the kitchen. I yanked open drawers, searching for something, anything I could use. A knife. A hammer. Anything solid, anything sharp. My fingers closed around a heavy metal flashlight. Not much, but better than nothing. Then the lights flickered. Once. Twice. And went out. Darkness swallowed the apartment. Total, suffocating blackness. The only light came from the street lamp outside, its dim glow seeping weakly through the curtains. Shapes twisted in the shadows, my mind filling in the blanks with horrors I didn't want to name. Then, footsteps. Not mine. Soft. Deliberate. Coming from the hallway. Coming closer. I gripped the flashlight tighter, pressing my back against the kitchen counter. My breathing was too loud, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I wasn't imagining this. A shape emerged. Just outside the hallway. A darker shadow within the darkness. Tall. Still. Watching. I couldn't see its face. Couldn't see what it was. Only the outline of a body almost human, but wrong. It took a slow step forward. The wood beneath it creaked. I raised the flashlight, my fingers trembling over the switch. If I turned it on, I would see. I didn't know if I wanted to. The whisper came again. Low. Closer. Too close. We fixed it for you. The same words from the first note. My stomach twisted. My pulse roared in my ears. The thing took another step. I flicked on the flashlight. Light filled the room. For a split second, I saw it. A figure. Tall, distorted. Its face, no, its lack of a face stretched and shifting like something unfinished. The skin was pale, almost translucent. The mouth was too wide. And then, it moved. Fast. Straight at me. I screamed, swinging the flashlight with every ounce of strength I had. The metal collided with something solid, and the figure shattered like smoke. Gone. The lights flickered back on. The apartment was empty. I stood there, gasping for breath, gripping the flashlight so hard my knuckles ached. My body trembled, my legs barely holding me up. The silence pressed in again, but different now. Lighter. I turned toward the front door. Slowly, I reached for the handle and twisted. It opened. No resistance. No lock stopping me. I stepped outside, my feet unsteady. The hallway was quite normal. The air smelled the same as it always had. I looked back at the apartment. It looked the same. But I knew it wasn't tea. Something had changed. Something had left. Or worse, something had stayed. It was late. Too late to be staring at my phone, but I couldn't stop. The glow of the screen illuminated my face, casting long shadows in my small, cluttered room. I was alone as usual. My phone had been lying next to me on the bed. A quiet, ordinary night until it wasn't tea. I scrolled through some random apps, half-heartedly looking for something to distract myself. Then I saw it. The first picture. It was strange. The angle wasn't quite right. It wasn't something I'd taken. It was a shot of my room, but from the far corner, the one near the window. The light from outside barely made it in, casting the shadows in long, distorted shapes. I froze. I hadn't taken that picture, but my phone was right there, next to me on the bed. I thought I must have been half asleep and somehow taken it myself. Maybe I'd accidentally tapped the screen in the dark. But something didn't sit right. I shook it off. It had to be a mistake. I swiped to the next image. The second photo was more unsettling. This one was taken from the doorway, as if someone had stood there and watched me for a while. My back was turned in the picture, but I could tell it was me. I hadn't been at the door. I hadn't heard anything. My heart began to beat faster. This wasn't possible. No one had been in my room. I checked my phone. No sign of tampering. The camera app was untouched. The photos weren't in a gallery folder where they should be either. They were in a separate album, one that I hadn't created. And there was no record of me taking them. I was still trying to make sense of it when I scrolled further. The third photo was of the same view, my bed, my room, but this time I was asleep. I could see the outline of my body beneath the covers, the faint reflection of moonlight casting a glow over me. The phone was lying beside me on the pillow, facing straight at my face. Who had taken it? I stared at the picture, my throat tightening. A cold chill ran through me. The phone had never left my side. A small sound from the hallway made me jump. My head snapped to the door. The house was eerily quiet, as it always was late at night. I felt my breath quicken. It wasn't just the photos. Something else was wrong. I didn't know what, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in the house with me. My fingers trembled as I swiped through the last few pictures. Each one more disturbing than the last. They were all taken while I slept, from different angles. Sometimes the camera was aimed at me, sometimes it was pointed at the shadows in the room. But one thing was clear, someone had been watching me. The phone was still beside me, still untouched. I felt my heartbeat in my throat as I scrolled to the last photo. It was taken from above, right over my head. The dim light made the details hard to make out, but I could see my face. And in the corner of the shot, barely visible but unmistakable, there was something else. A shadow. A figure. I blinked and looked closer, but the image wouldn't let me see clearly. The shadow seemed to be leaning over me, just out of focus. I quickly swiped away from the photo, my palms sweating. I looked around the room. No one. Nothing unusual. But the silence was deafening now. My own thoughts echoed in my ears. Was this real? I wanted to tell myself it was just a glitch, a strange coincidence. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. My hand shook as I grabbed the phone. The weight of it felt heavier than before, like a reminder of something I wasn't ready to confront. I needed to check the front door. To lock it. To be sure. But as I stood up, I noticed something that froze me in place. A picture frame, one that had been on the nightstand for months, was no longer in its place. It was on the floor. The glass had shattered. And there, in the middle of the shards, was something I couldn't explain. A small, dark shape, barely visible in the dim light. It was a reflection. Of me. But I wasn't standing there. Not yet. I stood there, frozen, staring at the shattered frame on the floor. My heartbeat had turned into a frantic rhythm in my chest. I couldn't breathe. The reflection in the broken glass me, but not quite me, looked too real. Too present. But I hadn't moved. I hadn't touched it. My legs felt heavy, as if they were made of stone, and I struggled to take a step toward the frame. The room was silent, but the air felt thick, charged with something I couldn't name. I wanted to scream, to run out of the room, but I couldn't move. I forced my eyes away from the glass, from that chilling reflection, and looked toward the door. Still nothing. No one. My phone was still on the bed. I'd forgotten about it for a moment, but now it was all I could think about. Those pictures, someone was in here. Someone had taken them. I didn't remember hearing anything. No footsteps, no sound of the camera clicking. The photos had appeared out of nowhere. And the more I thought about it, the more my mind began to spiral. I crossed the room slowly, like I was moving through water. My fingers brushed against the edges of the desk, and for a moment I thought I saw a shadow move from the corner of my eye. I jerked my head toward it, but there was nothing. The room looked normal. Nothing had changed, except for the pictures. I reached the bed and grabbed my phone. The familiar weight in my hand was the only thing grounding me in reality. But I knew, deep down, something was terribly wrong. I opened the gallery again, even though I didn't want to. My hands trembled as I looked at the last photo. The one I had barely been able to comprehend. The figure. I zoomed in. There it was clearer now. It was faint, almost impossible to make out, but I could see the outline of someone hovering just above me. A presence that didn't belong. The shadow in the corner of my room seemed to shift, and I felt a cold draft. It came from nowhere, cutting through the still air. I snapped my gaze back to the door. The handle. It wasn't moving. It wasn't turning. But I knew that someone was standing out there. Watching me. I could feel it. I am not imagining this, I thought, my mind racing. I am not going crazy. I took a deep breath. I had to do something. I had to check the rest of the house. I couldn't just sit here waiting. I made my way toward the door, my feet barely making a sound on the wooden floor. The shadows were deep now, stretched across the walls like creeping fingers. I hesitated, my hand hovering just above the doorknob. What if I was wrong? What if it was just my mind playing tricks on me? You can stay here. You're not safe. The thought hit me like a hammer, and I twisted the knob quickly, stepping out into the hallway. The house felt bigger now, emptier. The walls seemed to close in around me, narrowing with every step I took. The quiet was unbearable. I moved slowly, listening for any sound, any indication that I wasn't alone. The hallway was dark, lit only by the faint glow from my bedroom. The house was old creaky floors, drafty windows. But tonight every small sound seemed to echo. Every creak of the floorboards, every breath I took seemed too loud. I turned the corner toward the living room, but before I could even reach the stairs, I heard it. A sound. It wasn't the creak of wood or the shuffle of wind. No, this was something else. Something closer. A click. A soft, deliberate click. As though someone was pressing a button. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart skipped a beat, and for a moment I could only stare into the darkness ahead of me. Another click. It was coming from the direction of the kitchen. That was impossible. No one had been there. I forced my legs to move, making my way toward the kitchen with a sense of urgency. The sound was louder now, each click like a nail being driven into my skull. While I didn't see anything, no one was there. No one at all. The kitchen light was off. It hadn't been on earlier. But as I stepped closer, I saw it. The faint glow of the refrigerator light flickered, casting just enough light to reveal something on the counter. My phone. It wasn't the one in my hand. It was the same model, but it wasn't mine. It was lying face up, the screen cracked in a way that made the photos on it completely unreadable. The last image I saw, the one of the shadow hovering above me, was replaced by blank screen, as though it had been wiped clean. It chill ran down my spine. I looked around, suddenly feeling the weight of being watched again. Every sound felt sharper now. Every shadow deeper. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Someone was here. But as I stood there, staring at the phone, another thought crept into my mind, one I didn't want to consider. What if the photos weren't the only thing that had been taken? I felt the room grow colder. My breath came out in short, visible bursts, and I could hear the distant hum of something familiar. It was barely audible at first, but it grew louder. And then I heard it clearly. The sound of a camera shutter. The sound of a camera shutter. It wasn't just in my head. I could hear it now clear as day. The unmistakable click of a lens capturing a moment. It echoed through the empty hallway, bouncing off the walls in a slow, deliberate rhythm. My heart raced in my chest, my palms slick with sweat. I froze, not daring to move a muscle. The kitchen, once so familiar, now felt like a foreign landscape. Every object seemed to be an intruder, a silent witness to something dark. The light from the refrigerator flickered again, casting strange, distorted shadows across the room. I glanced down at the cracked phone on the counter. The screen was black now, no sign of the photos, no trace of what had just been there. But I could still hear the camera shudder. It was coming from behind me. I spun around, my eyes darting toward the door. The hallway behind me was completely dark. No movement. No sign of life. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I backed away from the counter, my feet making soft scuffing noises on the wooden floor. I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness, straining to catch any sound, any movement. But there was nothing. Only that sound, repeating itself, growing louder, closer, and more insistent. Click, click, click. It was coming from the direction of the stairs now. Someone knew something was moving, its presence lingering just out of sight. I had to act. I had to get out of the house. But the fear kept me rooted in place. My mind screamed for me to run, but my body was paralyzed. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I tried to steady myself. It was just a noise, just my imagination. But I knew better. The pictures, the reflection in the shattered glass, it wasn't just my imagination. Something was in this house, and it wasn't here by accident. I glanced down at my phone. The cracked screen was still blank, but there was one thing I hadn't noticed before. A faint, almost imperceptible glow along the edges. Like the phone was alive, waiting for something. Or someone. My mind raced. If someone was here, if they were taking pictures, then they had to be close. Very close. I couldn't let them keep watching me. I couldn't let them have control over me. I bolted from the kitchen, my footsteps echoing through the narrow hallway. The sound of my heart pounding drowned out all other noises. I rushed back toward the stairs, but before I could reach them, I stopped. Something caught my eye. The door to the living room was ajar. Just a crack, but enough for me to see a sliver of light creeping out. A shadow flitted across the gap, its movement quick and deliberate. I hesitated. The living room was where I'd been earlier, sitting alone, scrolling through my phone. It should have been empty. But now, it felt like the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Click. The shiver sound again, louder than ever. I crept closer to the living room, my muscles tense. The door squeaked as I pushed it open a little wider, the faint light revealing nothing at first. Just the sofa, the coffee table. But then I saw it. On the coffee table, facing directly toward me, was a camera. Not my phone, but a real camera. A digital one with a long lens and a bulky body. It was sitting there innocently, as if it had always been there. and beside it, in stark contrast to the otherwise still room, was a photograph. A single sheet of glossy paper, freshly printed. I didn't need to look at it to know what it was. It was a picture of me. The shutter clicked again, and I jumped, the sound coming from somewhere in the darkness of the room. I snatched the photograph off the table and stared at it. My stomach twisted. It was a shot of me from earlier, just as I had been standing in the kitchen. But in the corner of the photo, barely noticeable, was a shadow. A figure half hidden in the darkness, standing just outside the frame, watching me. Watching through the lens. My hand shook uncontrollably as I dropped the photo, my mind racing. The figure in the picture, it was moving. In the darkness of the photo, I could see it shape-shifting, subtly, as if it were coming closer, growing larger. Click. The camera was still taking photos. Still capturing every movement. I backed away slowly, my body trembling. The sound of the shutter kept coming, relentless and steady. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape them. Whoever or whatever was in this house, they were watching me. They were taking me apart piece by piece. The room around me seemed to darken, as if the shadows were closing in. The walls felt like they were pushing inward, and the air grew colder, denser. That camera was still there, its lens pointed toward me as if it had a mind of its own. But the room was empty. There was no one else. And then, just as I thought I might collapse from the pressure, I heard a voice. Not a whisper, not a shout, but a voice clear as day, echoing through my skull. We re-watching. I spun around, but there was no one. The living room was empty. But I could feel it. They were here. My breath hitched, my chest rising and falling too quickly. The voice we were re-watching. It wasn't real. I knew that. I had to know that. But the way it ran inside my head so clear, so deliberate, told me otherwise. I wasn't alone anymore. I stood there, paralyzed, staring into the darkness of the living room. The camera on the coffee table still faced me, its lens moving, its presence all too aware. My hands trembled violently, the taste of metal rising in my throat. The walls felt closer now, and the shadows had grown thicker, like ink bleeding into the corners of the room. Every step I took seemed to make the silence heavier, more suffocating. The air, once breathable, now seemed tainted thick with something I couldn't identify. I reached for the door frame, the cool wood pressing against my palm, and pulled myself forward, only to stop as a creak sounded from behind me. The camera. The shutter had clicked again. I whipped around, the sound like a gunshot in the stillness of the room. My eyes fell to the photo on the table, the one I had dropped. But now it was no longer where I had left it. It was on the floor, twisted at an angle, as though someone had moved it when I wasn't looking. My heart dropped into my stomach. I bent down to pick it up. The photo, still fresh and crisp, was identical to the one before. It was me, but this time I wasn't standing in the kitchen. I was sitting on the couch now. It was as if the camera had captured the present, even though I hadn't seen anyone here to take it. And there was the shadow again, creeping in from the corner. But this time it was closer. Much closer. Almost as if it were within reach. The photo was distorted now, the shadow shape stretching unnaturally. It knows. It knows everything. I clutched the photo in my hand and stood up abruptly, backing away toward the hallway. The camera was still there, silent for now. But I knew it wouldn't stay that way. It had been watching, waiting for the right moment. For me to look away. For me to move. But the photo of those photos, they were more than just pictures. They were a record of something. A record of me. A record of things that weren't supposed to be. They can see me, but I can't see them. I took a step toward the hallway, then another, and before I knew it, I was at the base of the stairs, looking up into the dark, twisting corridor above. Every shadow in the hallway seemed to be a reflection of something else, something darker. Click. The sound was faint at first, just a whisper in the air. But it wasn't just a click anymore. It was the sound of a presence, something that was no longer just watching me. It was following me. I stepped backward, my mind spiraling. I couldn't keep running, couldn't keep hiding. The house was closing in. The walls were shifting. Something was inside of me now too. A feeling, a knowing. That I was trapped in a web spun by the very thing I couldn't see. I glanced around for any escape, but the house didn't feel like it belonged to me anymore. Every door was an entry to a place I couldn't understand. Every corner a potential trap. The air was thick with the presence I couldn't name. I weighed on my chest, a pulse in my veins that wasn't my own. I turned to face the staircase again. My feet were heavy as I started to climb. The second step creaked beneath me loud, deliberate, too loud. It wasn't my weight causing the noise. I paused, pressing my hand against the railing, waiting, listening. The house was so quiet now, the air around me dense and thick with an unnerving pressure. The light from below flickered, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the walls. The air smelled faintly of dust, but underneath there was something darker, something metallic. Like blood. Click. I spun around again. The camera was still on the table, unmoving, silent. But the photo on the floor was different now. It had shifted, flipped over. I could feel its gaze on me even without seeing it, as though it were waiting for me to pick it up again, waiting for me to look at it once more. But I knew better than to touch it. I knew that if I did, I would see more. More of what I wasn't supposed to see. More of what had been following me all this time. I climbed the rest of the stairs quickly, my mind spinning with panic. The house groaned underfoot, as though the very structure of it was shifting, moving around me. I could feel the walls pressing in, the shadows reaching up, as if they wanted to pull me back down to where I had just been. I reached the top of the stairs, and for a moment I thought I saw something move in the corner of my vision. A figure just standing there, watching. But when I turned fully toward it, nothing. Just the hallway. I hurried down the corridor, my footsteps loud against the wooden floors. At the end of the hall was my bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, just like it had been before. But something was different now. The air felt colder. And there, on the other side of the door, in the dim light of the hallway, I saw it. A figure standing by the window. I couldn't see its face. It was too dark, too far, but the shape it was unmistakable. It wasn't human. The way it loomed, the way it stood completely still, it made my stomach turn. It was wrong. And in the instant I saw it, I heard it. The shutter click. The sound of the shutter echoed through the dark hallway, cutting through the thick silence like a knife. The figure in the doorway didn't move, but I could feel it. It was aware of me, watching me, waiting for me to react. My body froze, a tightness gripping my chest as I stood at the edge of the hallway. My breath caught in my throat, each inhale feeling like a desperate gasp, too shallow, too forced. The darkness in front of me felt deeper, darker, like something was pulling the light from the room, draining the warmth out of the air. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure, the silhouette that seemed to stretch unnaturally against the dim light. The details were impossible to make out. His body was distorted, shifting in and out of focus, its limbs bending in ways that didn't make sense. The edges of its shape rippled like smoke, always just beyond my understanding, like it didn't belong here at all. And yet it was there. Click. The camera. I whipped around, panic setting in as the sound of the shutter clicked again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the living room or the kitchen. It was coming from right behind me. The sound of the camera had been following me, slowly closing in with every step I took, now just an inch away from my back. I spun back toward the hallway, my heart racing, my mind tumbling into chaos. The figure by the window hadn't moved. Its posture remained unnervingly still, as if frozen in time, locked in a moment just before it would make its move. But every part of me screamed to run, to get away from that room, away from whatever had followed me here. I took a step back, one hesitant foot after another, feeling the tension in the air shift. I reached out for the wall, pressing my palm against it for support, trying to steady myself. My fingers brushed the cold wood of the door frame. The door to my bedroom. The door I had never opened. It was wider now, almost inviting, its dark interior pulling me in like the abyss. Click. The camera shutter sounded again, too sharp, too close. I didn't dare look down at my phone this time. I couldn't. I had already seen what I needed to see, and I knew the moment I looked, it would be there. Another picture. Another moment of me caught in the act of trying to escape. Of trying to understand what was happening to me. But I couldn't understand it. None of it made sense. The lights above me flickered once more, casting the hallway in shadows, making the walls bend and sway like a living thing. The edges of the floorboards were warping, distorting under my feet as though the house itself was buckling, struggling to contain what it was hiding. A voice slow, guttural, like a breath caught in someone else's throat rumbled through the walls, vibrating the air around me. Riri here. The voice was everywhere, in my mind, in my chest, beneath my skin. I could feel it seeping into my bones, making my pulse race with terror. I shook my head, trying to clear, trying to make sense of the chaos. But the more I tried, the more everything fell apart. The room around me seemed to collapse, folding into itself, like it was no longer real. Click. I spun around again, my body trembling. My phone. It had lit up again, the screen now bright with new photos, new evidence of something I couldn't explain. But this time, something was different. The photo that appeared on the screen wasn't of me. It was the figure in my doorway. I couldn't breathe. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I had to know. I raised the phone slowly, my fingers shaking, and stared at the image. The figure was clear now, no longer just a silhouette. Its shape was almost human, though its limbs were impossibly long, twisted, and wrong. Its face, that wasn't a face at all. It was a featureless mask, smooth and white, with no eyes, no mouth, just an empty, blank canvas staring back at me. And yet I felt it looking at me. The air turned colder, impossibly cold, and the faint smell of rot filled my nostrils, choking me. I staggered back, dropping my phone to the ground, unable to tear my gaze from the creature in the photo. It was here. It had always been here. I tried to scream, to cry out, but my throat closed up, strangled by the weight of the silence that followed. The sound of the shutter clicked again, but this time it wasn't a camera. It was closer. It was a breath deep, slow, steady. And it was right behind me. I felt a cold touch on my shoulder, a hand that wasn't a hand, but something else. A long, cold, inhuman appendage wrapped around me, squeezing, pulling me back toward the darkness of the hallway. I spun around, my vision blurring, but the figure was still there, looming in the doorway. Its presence had grown. It was no longer just a shape. It was solid now, real, and it was coming for me. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me whole was the camera. It clicked one final time. It started with a ring. The sound of an old phone, the kind that hadn't worked in years, ringing in the middle of the night. I hadn't heard it in ages. The phone had been dead for months, buried in a drawer somewhere with the rest of my forgotten things. The kind of things you don't throw away because, for some reason, you keep them close. The old phone was a relic of my past, a symbol of things I tried to forget. But now it was ringing. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest. It was coming from the drawer where the phone had sat, long disconnected from the world. I hadn't plugged it in for a while, and I didn't even have a landline anymore. The thought alone was enough to send a chill down my spine. The ringing continued, louder now, and I knew I had to check. But a part of me, some part I couldn't explain, didn't want to. The phone had always been there, a symbol of a different time, and the idea of it suddenly coming to life in the middle of the night felt unnatural. I walked over to the drawer, the floor creaking beneath my feet, as though the house itself was watching me. I opened it slowly, feeling my breath catch in my throat. There it was sitting among the scattered papers, the forgotten cables, and dust, the phone still ringing. I picked it up hesitantly, unsure of what to expect. "Hello?" I said, my voice shaking. I had no idea why I answered. I didn't think anyone would be on the other end. At first there was nothing but silence. Then a faint sound, a whisper. It was barely audible, but it was there. "Help me," it said. My pulse quickened. The voice was familiar, but it didn't make sense. I hadn't heard that voice in years. And then another sound, a sharp crack. The sound of glass shattering. I pulled the phone away from my ear, staring at it, wondering if I had imagined it. But the ringing stopped. There was only the eerie quiet. I looked at the phone screen. There were no messages, no missed calls, nothing. I felt a chill run down my spine, and for a moment I thought I was going crazy. Could it have been a prank? Some sick joke? But the sound, that whisper, and the unmistakable crack of glass, it was too real. I placed the phone back into the drawer, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. My mind raced. I had to be imagining it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. After all, I had been through a lot recently. The trauma of my past, everything that I'd been running from had a way of surfacing when I least expected it. But this felt different. It wasn't just in my head. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear that whisper, faintly echoing in my mind. The voice from the past. Help me. What did it mean? I thought of all the people I had known, friends, family, acquaintances. Who could it have been? It didn't matter. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming for me. Something I had left behind. Something I wasn't ready to face again. The next morning, I tried to push everything to the back of my mind. It had to have been a trick, some kind of malfunction. The phone was old, after all. I hadn't used it in years. Maybe it was just a glitch. Or maybe I dreamt it. But as I sat at the kitchen table trying to distract myself with a cup of coffee, I heard it again. The phone rang. The same damn phone. It wasn't in the drawer this time, though. It was on the kitchen counter, directly in front of me. I must have set it down there at some point last night. I hadn't noticed, but now it was there, its cold, lifeless presence staring back at me as the ringtone filled the room. I stared at it for a moment, my heart racing. The same sick feeling that had gripped me the night before returned, spreading through my chest. I didn't want to answer it. I couldn't but I knew I had to. I picked it up, the plastic feeling foreign in my hand. "Hello?" My voice cracked, and I hated how weak I sounded. This time there was no whisper. No voice. Just static, a crackling hiss that filled the air like a faint buzzing. But then, slowly, unmistakably, I heard it more clearly this time. The sound of glass breaking. It was louder now, sharper, like someone was smashing a window piece by piece. I jerked the phone away from my ear, my breath coming in shallow bursts. The static continued for a few seconds before cutting off. Then, just like the night before, the phone went silent. My hands were trembling. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a malfunction. I knew that now. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to make sense of what was happening. The phone wasn't just malfunctioning. It was trying to tell me something. But what? I placed it back down on the counter, my mind reeling. The glass breaking. That sound. I couldn't shake it, and as I stared at the phone, I had this sinking feeling in my stomach as if something was about to happen. Something I couldn't control. I needed to get rid of it. I couldn't keep this phone around. But I had no idea where to take it. It felt wrong to just throw it away. Something told me I couldn't get rid of it that easily. As I reached for my jacket to head out, a sudden thought struck me. There was one person who might know something about this phone. My brother, Adam. I hadn't spoken to him in years. He had moved away, far enough that I could almost forget about him. But back when we were kids, we'd spent countless hours together laughing, talking, playing. We shared everything. Except for that one thing. I pushed the thought aside. I didn't want to think about that part of our past. Not now. Not when things were already starting to spiral. But something told me I needed to reach out. Something told me that Adam might know more about the strange phone than I did. I grabbed my phone, dialing his number, and waited. It rang once. Twice. 3 times. Then finally he picked up. Hello? His voice sounded distant, muffled as if he was underwater. Adam, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I need to talk to you. It's about the phone, the one we used to have when we were kids. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Which phone? Adam finally asked, his voice low. The one I have now, I replied. The one that just rang. A sudden silence filled the line, and then I heard the faint sound of glass breaking again. The exact same sound. Clearer this time. Closer. I pulled the phone away from my ear, staring at it in confusion. I wasn't sure what was happening, but it was as if the sound was coming from somewhere else. Like something was trying to get through. Adam's voice came back, this time trembling. Where did you find it? I don't know, I said, my throat going dry. I didn't even know it still worked. It has been in a drawer for years. There was another long pause, and I could hear Adam breathing heavily. You need to get rid of it, he said urgently. Now, do you hear me? You need to throw it away. Don't keep it. Don't answer it again. Why? What is going on? I asked, my voice rising. Just trust me. Do it now, he insisted. There is something wrong with that phone, something we didn't understand back then. I didn't know what to think anymore. My mind was a blur of questions, of confusion. What was happening? Why had he reacted that way? I wasn't sure if I believed him, but I knew one thing for sure. I had to find out what was really going on. The phone wasn't just an old relic from my past. It was something more. And if Adam knew something I didn't, I needed to find out before it was too late. I hung up the phone before Adam could say anything else. My mind was racing, heart pounding in my chest. Everything felt wrong. I stood there, staring at the silent device in my hand, my thumb instinctively grazing the warm plastic. I could still hear that sound, the glass breaking. It hadn't left my mind. It felt as if it had lodged itself into my brain, echoing with every passing second. I didn't understand. Adam's voice had sounded like he was afraid, desperate even. But why? And what was this phone? Why was it calling me? What was it trying to say? My eyes kept drifting to the phone. The one on the kitchen counter. It sat there like a forgotten relic, waiting for me to answer it again. But Adam's words kept ringing in my ears. Get rid of it. Don't answer it again. I needed to figure this out. I couldn't just walk away. The curiosity was eating me alive. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the door, trying to push the panic down. The cold air hit me when I stepped outside, but it wasn't enough to clear my thoughts. I had to get to the bottom of this. The more I thought about it, the more I realized Adam's warning was more than just fear. There was something he wasn't telling me. Something important. The drive to his apartment felt longer than usual. The world around me blurred as I drove through the streets, my mind spinning with possibilities, scenarios. Why hadn't I seen it sooner? Why hadn't I noticed how much the phone was a part of things? The more I thought about it, the more I questioned if the phone had ever really been a forgotten object at all. What if it was always meant to be this way? As I pulled into his parking lot, a wave of unease washed over me. Adam's apartment complex was old, tucked away between a few run-down buildings, its peeling paint and cracked windows somehow comforting in their familiarity. I didn't want to ask Adam more questions than necessary, but I knew I had no choice. Something was pulling me to him. Something I didn't understand. And if he knew anything about the phone, I needed to find out now. I rang the doorbell, my breath heavy in the quiet night air. After a moment, the door creaked open, and there he was standing in the doorway, looking at me with a strange expression on his face. He hadn't changed much since we last spoke, but there was something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Fear. Not the kind of fear you see in a nightmare, but the kind of fear you feel when you know something terrible is coming, and you can stop it. You came, he said, his voice low. I told you not to. I had to know, I replied, forcing the words out. What is going on, Adam? What is it about that phone? Why did you react like that? He stepped aside, motioning for me to come in. I hesitated for a moment, but then walked through the door. The apartment was dimly lit, cluttered with things that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. Dust settled in the corners of the room, and I could hear the soft hum of an old fan in the background. Adam closed the door behind me, then turned and faced me, his back against the door as if he were trying to block me from leaving. You shouldn't have answered it, he said again, more quietly this time. It was a mistake. I didn't say anything at first. I was still trying to process everything. I couldn't just brush off the strange way he was acting. There was more to this than he was telling me, I could feel it. And for the first time, I realized I was scared. Not just of the phone, but of him. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. What happened with that phone? Adam, what is it doing? His eyes shifted away from mine, avoiding the question. It took a long time before he finally spoke, his voice shaky. When we were kids, I told you to forget about it. That phone, it was never just a phone. It had a connection, something we didn't understand. I waited, watching him closely, but he didn't continue. I stepped forward. What kind of connection? What do you mean? Adam ran a hand through his hair, his eyes darting to the corners of the room as if the shadows themselves were watching him. It was never meant to be found. It was meant to be gone. When you started getting those calls, I knew you'd have to deal with it eventually. It is dangerous. Dangerous? I repeated, my mind racing. How, why? Because it doesn't just call anyone, he said, his voice growing softer. It calls the ones who connected with it, the ones who were meant to, and when it calls, it doesn't stop. It pulls you in, and the things you hear, they not just sounds, they echoes. Echoes of what? Echoes of things you've left behind, things you've forgotten, he said, his voice growing distant. Things you thought you could escape. It doesn't matter where you go, it always finds you, it always knows. I could feel my breath catch in my chest. I didn't know what he meant, but the fear in his eyes told me everything I needed to know. Something about that phone, something about the calls, was connected to things I hadn't even begun to understand. And now I was already too far gone. Adam, I whispered, my voice barely audible. What is it calling me for? He shook his head, his gaze falling to the floor. You were not ready to know that yet. Before I could ask more, the phone in my pocket rang. I froze. It wasn't the old phone. It was my phone. The ringtone echoed in the room, harsh and jarring against the silence. I glanced down at my phone, the screen illuminating my shaking hands. It was an unknown number. For a moment I stood frozen, not knowing whether to answer or ignore it. My breath felt shallow, and the air around me seemed to thicken, pressing in from all sides. I looked at Adam, who stood motionless across from me, his face drained of color. Don't he whispered urgently. Don't he answer it. But I couldn't help myself. I pressed the green button. My fingers were cold, but somehow I still managed to hold the phone up to my ear. The line was silent for a moment, stretching into a painful quiet that only heightened the tension in my chest. And then, just as I thought I might hang up, a soft voice broke the silence. Hello? It was my own voice. I dropped the phone. Did you hear that? I asked, my voice shaking. Did you hear it? Adam took a step back, his eyes wide. He hadn't heard it. Or maybe he was too scared to admit it. But I had heard it. It was unmistakable. It was me, my voice, but it wasn't me. The way it echoed in the phone speaker was wrong, distorted. As though it was coming from somewhere else. Somewhere deep inside my mind. I didn't say that, I whispered. I didn't speak. But the voice on the phone was still ringing in my ears, soft and hollow. You should have stayed away, it said again, the words seeping into my skin, carrying an icy chill with them. I snapped my eyes to Adam, my heart racing. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at the door to his bedroom, the one that was always closed when I visited. It was cracked open, just a sliver, like someone was watching from inside. Adam, what is in there? I asked, barely able to get the words out. My body was stiff with fear. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned away quickly, walking toward the door like something was pulling him, urging him closer to the darkness within. His face was blank, his footsteps slow and heavy. Adam, I called again, my voice rising in panic. But he didn't respond. He was already gone. I ran after him, ignoring the dread pooling in my stomach. As I approached the door, I saw it my phone, lying on the floor in the middle of the room, the screen cracked and flickering like it had been through something terrible. It was the same phone that had called me earlier. The one that wasn't supposed to exist. Adam was kneeling next to it, his hands trembling as he picked it up. His eyes were wide with terror, but he said nothing, just kept staring at the phone screen. Adam, what are you doing? I asked, my voice almost breaking. His response was slow, like it took everything in him to form the words. It knows, he said softly. It always knows when you're close. I reached forward to take the phone from him, but as my fingers brushed against it, a wave of coldness shot through my body, freezing me in place. My breath hitched, and I could hear a faint sound of the unmistakable crackle static on the line. And then, once again, that voice. My voice. You shouldn't have come, it said. The words vibrated through me, sending a shiver down my spine. It was clear now. The voice was no longer coming from the phone. It was coming from inside the room. The walls seemed to hum with the dark energy, the shadows growing thicker with every passing second. The air felt heavier, suffocating, as if something was closing in around us. Adam, too, seemed to sense it. He looked up, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth moving, but no words came out. It was as though he was trying to scream, but his voice was stolen from him. The phone began to flicker wildly, as if caught in some kind of electric storm. And then, through the static, I heard it. The sound of breaking glass. It came from everywhere. It was in the walls, in the air, in my head. It wasn't just a sound. It was a sensation. I could feel the shards of glass tearing through the air, scraping against my skin, pulling at my flesh. I looked down at my hands, and they were covered in blood. But when I looked back up, the blood was gone. Everything was gone. The phone, the room, Adam, everything had disappeared. I was standing alone in a pitch-black void, with nothing but the echo of my own heartbeat for company. The only thing left was the voice. Welcome back, it whispered, and the words sent a wave of nausea through me. I've been waiting. I gasped for air, my lungs struggling to breathe in the crushing darkness that surrounded me. I reached out, my fingers brushing against something cold, rough. A wall. I wasn't alone here. The voice had stopped, but I could still feel its presence lingering in the air, swirling around me like smoke. Every breath I took seemed to get harder. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry, tight, as though the very air itself was choking me. Where am I? I whispered, my voice sounding too weak to be my own. The words seemed to vanish into the void, absorbed by the endless blackness. There was no response, just a hollow ringing silence, broken only by the thudding of my heart in my chest. I tried to move, my legs shaky and unsteady beneath me. It felt like the ground beneath my feet was shifting, as though the world itself was slipping out of place. Each step I took felt like I was wading through water, thick and oppressive, pulling at my ankles. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound, faint but growing louder. A ringing. The same ringing that had plagued me for days, echoing in my ears. The same as when the phone call had first come. But this time, it was louder, more insistent. I stumbled forward, the sound growing in intensity with every step. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It was everywhere, vibrating through the air, through my body. And then I saw it. A faint glowing light flickered in the distance. A distant beacon in the suffocating dark. I was drawn to it like a moth to flame. I ran toward it, my feet stumbling, my breath ragged and frantic. As I neared the light, the air grew colder, the ground beneath me slick with ice. My heart raced as I stepped into the glow, and the world seemed to snap into focus. I was standing in a familiar room. It was my own bedroom. But something was wrong. The walls were cracked and peeling, the floor littered with shards of broken glass. The bed, once neat, was disheveled, the sheets torn. And the air was thick with the stench of decay. I froze, my body locked in place. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of life, any hint of movement. But there was nothing. Nothing but the silence in the glass. And then I heard it. This soft whisper, barely audible, coming from the corner of the room. Hello? The voice. My voice. It sent a shiver down my spine. The words were familiar, but distorted, like they were coming from a different time, a different place. I turned toward the corner, but no one was there. The room was empty. Who's there? I whispered, my voice trembling. My eyes flicked to the phone on the nightstand. The same phone that had called me. The phone that had been shattered. I reached out toward it, my hand trembling as I picked it up. It was still cracked, the screen flickering with a soft, eerie light. But it wasn't broken anymore. The screen was intact, the buttons glowing faintly in the dim light. I pressed the power button and the phone came to life. The screen flickered to life, and there was the same unknown number, calling again. I hesitated for a moment. My heart pounded in my chest. Should I answer? Should I ignore it? The last time I picked up, I ended up hearing this nightmare. But something inside me snapped. I had to know. I had to understand what was happening. With shaking hands, I pressed the green button. The line clicked, and then, just like before, the voice filled the air. You should have never answered, it said, its voice cold and distant. But this time, it wasn't my voice. It wasn't even human. The voice was monstrous. Faint, guttural whispers mixed with the sharp, haunting sound of breaking glass. My breath caught in my throat as the sound grew louder, more distorted. The glass shards on the floor began to rattle, and the wall seemed to tremble. I tried to hang up, but the phone wouldn't budge. It was as though the call had a grip on me, refusing to let go. And then, a sharp crack filled the room. I turned just in time to see the bedroom door slam open with a force that rattled the windows. The room grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally long. Out of the darkness, a figure stepped into the room. It was him. Adam. But he was different. His eyes were wide with terror, his face pale, and his clothes were torn, as though he had been dragged through something horrible. His movements were jerky, disjointed, like he wasn't entirely in control of his own body. "Help me," he whispered, his voice hollow, barely a breath. "Help me escape." I took a step toward him, but before I could reach him, his form flickered. It vanished in an instant, like a mirage, leaving only the sound of the phone ringing. I looked down at the phone. The screen was now cracked again. The number on the screen had changed. It was my number, but it wasn't me calling. I could feel something cold, something terrible rising from the depths of my past, pulling me closer to the nightmare I had tried to escape. And just as I felt the cold hands of the darkness wrap around my neck, the phone rang once more. The voice on the other end was waiting, and this time it spoke a single word. One. It was just a message. That is what I kept telling myself. A harmless, unimportant text. But as I stared at the screen of my phone, I felt a chill run down my spine. The message had come from an unknown number, and it read, "You haven't read these messages yet, but now everything will change." I had ignored it at first. I always ignored messages from unknown numbers, especially ones that seemed so strange, so unsettling. But it didn't stop there. Every time I unlocked my phone, it was there waiting. The same cryptic message repeated over and over. Each time, the words seemed to echo louder in my mind. I wasn't sure why, but I had an overwhelming sense that I couldn't just leave it alone. I tried to forget about it to focus on something else, but the words gnawed at me. They became a part of the quiet moments of my day, a low hum in the background of everything I did. I lived alone in a small apartment on the top floor of an aging building. The kind of place you'd never expect to be anything other than ordinary. But as night fell, something about the quiet felt off. The kind of silence that doesn't soothe, but suffocates. My apartment was dimly lit by the weak glow of the street lights outside, casting long, slanted shadows across the wooden floor. It wasn't particularly cold, but I found myself shivering as I stood by the window, watching the shadows stretch and dance in the darkness. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, but the rhythm felt wrong. I shook it off, telling myself it was just nerves, maybe from lack of sleep. But then, as I turned away from the window, a sudden sound stopped me in my tracks. It was subtle at first, a faint tapping, almost like a finger gently brushing against the wood. I glanced toward the door, heart racing. But there was nothing, just the shadows still and unmoving. I went to bed that night, but sleep didn't come easily. The message flashed in my mind, an uninvited thought growing louder with every passing minute. What did it mean? I tried to push it away, but as I lay in bed, eyes closed, I could swear I heard something in the other room, a soft rustle, like the sound of something shifting. A draft? No, the windows were shut. My heart began to pound, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I reached for my phone, hoping to distract myself with something familiar, something normal. I unlocked the screen, my thumb hovering over the unread message. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips, but somehow I couldn't stop myself. I opened it. The message was still there, but something was different. A new line had appeared below the original text. "Are you ready for what comes next?" I swallowed hard, a lump forming in my throat. I couldn't explain why, but the words felt like they were pressing against me, suffocating me. It was as if the phone itself had become a part of the atmosphere, breathing the same cold air I was breathing, filling the space around me with a sense of dread. I closed the message, but the discomfort lingered, lingering in the corners of the room. My eyes darted around, and I thought I saw something move in the shadows. But when I looked directly at it, nothing was there. I tried to tell myself it was just the darkness playing tricks on me. But the longer I sat there, the more real the shadows seemed to become. And that was when I heard it. A soft whisper, almost inaudible, coming from somewhere behind me. It was so faint that I thought I might have imagined it. But then, it came again closer this time, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. "You can ignore me forever." I froze. I wanted to turn around to confront whatever it was, but my body refused to move. I could feel my pulse in my throat, my breath shallow. I didn't know whether to scream or to run. But no matter what I did, I couldn't escape the sense of being watched. And then the phone buzzed again. Another message. The same number. The same unsettling words. Now you reread it, now you read part of it. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew I had just crossed a line. and now didn't he know how far this thing, whatever it was willing to go. The room was still, too still. My phone buzzed again, and I jumped, heart thudding violently in my chest. The message was there, just as before, waiting for me. You can't escape me. The words were as clear as if someone had whispered them into my ear. I sat frozen, staring at the glowing screen, unable to tear my eyes away. The message kept repeating in my mind, over and over. You can't escape me. It felt like a threat, but it also felt inevitable, as though something far beyond my control was tightening its grip around me. I dropped the phone onto the bed, unable to look at it any longer. My breath was shallow, my pulse racing. The whisper from before still echoed in my mind, the voice so close, I could almost feel it at the back of my neck. My body was tense, on edge, as if waiting for something to break the silence. The quiet in the apartment became oppressive, a weight pressing down on my chest. I tried to shake it off, tried to ignore the sense that I was being watched. But it was impossible to ignore. The shadows in the room seemed deeper now, more menacing. Every corner felt like it hid something just out of sight, something waiting for me to look away for just a moment. I turned to the window. The street outside was empty, the lamplights casting long, pale beams across the asphalt. But the longer I looked, the more uneasy I became. The shadows cast by the streetlights didn't look quite right. They shifted unnaturally, stretching toward the windows, as if trying to reach me. My phone buzzed again, cutting through the silence like a sharp knife. I snatched it up, desperate to see what it said, though part of me didn't want to know. The screen was already glowing, showing me the same number, the same message. I am closer now. Panic rose within me. The words hit me like a physical blow, my breath catching in my throat. My mind screamed at me to run, to get up, to leave the apartment. But I couldn't move. It was as though the air had thickened, and my body was trapped in place, frozen by some unseen force. Then a noise. A soft scraping sound, faint at first, but growing louder. The sound of something moving, something dragging itself across the floor. It was coming from the hallway outside my room. My heart leapt in my chest. The noise grew louder, closer, and I could feel it in my bones. Whatever it was approaching. But I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The scraping stopped just outside my door, and for a moment, everything was silent. My mind raced, fighting to make sense of what was happening. It was too much. The message, the strange sounds, the shadows, it was all adding up to something I couldn't understand, couldn't explain. Then the door creaked. A slow, agonizing sound as it began to open by itself, the hinges groaning in protest. I stared at it, wide-eyed, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it would burst. The door was opening wider, inch by inch, though I had not moved. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. And then I saw it. A figure dark and shapeless emerged from the shadows. It moved in a way that didn't make sense. It glided like something unnatural, something that wasn't supposed to exist. At first, I couldn't make out its shape, but as it stepped closer, I saw its form more clearly. It had no face. There was just an empty space where one should have been. A void. The rest of its body was just a blur, a shifting mass of darkness that seemed to consume the light around it. The edges of its form twisted and reformed, like smoke caught in a gust of wind. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was dry, tight, as if it were being squeezed by invisible hands. The figure stepped forward again, and I stumbled back, my legs weak, my body trembling in terror. The thing was closer now, and I could feel its presence as if it were right next to me, brushing against my skin, but I couldn't see it fully. The edges of its form twisted, and I swore I saw something move within it, a glimpse of something. Eyes. I closed my eyes, desperate to escape the sight of it. But when I opened them again, it was still there, standing in the doorway, its presence filling the room. I could feel its weight pressing down on me, suffocating me. And then the voice came again. But this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was a low, guttural sound, as if the thing was speaking directly into my mind. You shouldn't have read it, now you read part of it, just like me. The words slithered through my thoughts, turning everything inside me cold. My body felt heavy, as though the weight of the thing was pulling me into the floor. I stumbled back, desperate to get away, but I couldn't move, couldn't think. I was trapped. Trapped in my own apartment, trapped with something that didn't belong. And then, without warning, the figure lunged toward me. I felt it coming, but I couldn't react in time. In the next moment, everything went black. I woke up gasping, my body drenched in cold sweat. The room was still dark, but there was something wrong about the silence. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that felt heavy, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I blinked, disoriented, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. The figure, had it been real? My heart raced as the memories flooded back. I remembered its presence, cold, dark, and wrong, but I couldn't tell if it had been a dream or something else. I sat up in bed, my hand shaking. The familiar surroundings of my apartment felt different now, distorted somehow. The shadows in the corners of the room were deeper, stretching further than they should have. The air felt thick, as though it were closing in on me, suffocating me. I looked at my phone, still lying on the bed beside me. My fingers moved toward it slowly, as if they were hesitant to touch it. But I had to know. The message had to change again? I unlocked the phone, feeling a chill creep down my spine as the screen lit up. The message was there. It had returned. You didn't think it would end like that, did you? I swallowed hard, a lump forming in my throat. How could it know what I was thinking? How could it know what I had felt? It was as though the message had become more personal, more invasive. I quickly glanced around the room, as though expecting something to appear from the shadows. The silence was deafening, but my skin prickled with the feeling that I wasn't alone. I jumped when the phone buzzed again, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. I was almost afraid to look, but I couldn't resist. The screen flickered briefly before revealing the next message. You shouldn't have opened it. Now there is no going back. The words were like ice in my veins. I stared at them, trying to understand, trying to convince myself that this was just some elaborate prank. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something was wrong. Something far beyond my understanding was happening, and I had no idea how to stop it. I stood up, the room spinning slightly. My legs felt weak, like they couldn't support my weight. I needed air. I needed to get out of this apartment, away from the oppressive walls and the suffocating silence. I needed to escape whatever this thing was that had a hold on me. I stumbled toward the door, my fingers trembling as I reached for the handle. But as soon as my hand touched it, I froze. A sharp, biting cold surged through my fingertips, and for a brief moment I thought I felt something else, something alive moving just beneath the surface of the door. It was as if the wood itself was breathing. I pulled my hand away, my breath coming in ragged gasps. What was happening to me? Was it my mind playing tricks, or was something truly out of place? Then the phone buzzed again. It is too late. I snapped my eyes back to the screen, my body tense with dread. The words felt like they were searing into my skull, each one a nail driving deeper into my thoughts. I couldn't stay here anymore. I couldn't breathe in this air. Couldn't keep feeling like something was lurking just out of sight, watching me, waiting. I needed to leave, needed to get away from the apartment, away from the phone, away from the messages. I bolted for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. My hand shook as I turned the handle, but this time the door opened. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, the only sound the faint hum of the lights above. It seemed normal, but the air felt wrong, thick with an unnatural stillness. I stepped into the hallway, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the silence. My apartment door shut behind me, and for a moment I stood there unsure of what to do next. The building felt empty, far too quiet for a place that should be full of life. My feet carried me forward down the narrow hallway, each step taking me further from the safety of my apartment and deeper into the unknown. Then I heard it. A soft shuffling sound coming from behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just a long, empty hallway stretching into the dark. My breath quickened as the shuffling grew louder, closer. It sounded like footsteps, but they were slow, deliberate, dragging, as if something or someone was moving toward me. I froze in place, heart thudding in my chest. I wanted to run, to turn and escape, but my body refused to obey. It was as if my feet were glued to the floor. The footsteps grew louder, and I could feel the presence behind me now, as if something was standing just beyond my reach. I dared not turn around, but I could feel it. I could feel its gaze on me, cold and unrelenting. And then a whisper, soft but clear as day, came from the shadows. "I am closer than you think." My blood ran cold. I didn't know whether to scream or run. But before I could move, before I could react, the air around me changed. The temperature dropped, the warmth of the building evaporating into a chilling frost. I could see my breath in front of me hanging in the air like smoke. I looked down at my phone. The screen was now dark, the glow gone. But I could feel it. The connection was still there. Whatever was on the other side, whatever had been sending those messages, was still with me. Watching. Waiting. And I knew, with absolute certainty, that I hadn't escaped. The message wasn't just a text. It was a presence. And it wasn't done with me yet. I wanted to run. My legs screamed for movement, but they betrayed me, locking me in place. The temperature around me had plunged, and I could feel the icy chill biting into my skin, making my bones ache with cold. My breath came in shallow, ragged gasps, fogging the air before disappearing like smoke. It felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. The shuffling sound stopped abruptly, and for a moment the silence seemed even more suffocating than before. I stood frozen, not daring to move, not daring to even breathe. Then it came again, a soft, dragging sound, closer now, like something moving in the shadows just beyond my reach. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, and it was as if the air itself was thickening, suffocating me with the weight of whatever was coming. I forced myself to turn, but my gaze was locked on the dim hallway ahead of me. The walls, once familiar, now seemed to stretch unnaturally, the edges bending, warping in a corner of my vision. The low hum of the lights above seemed to vibrate in my skull, sending a pulse through my body that made my teeth ache. Something was wrong with the building itself. It wasn't just the air, it was the entire space. The hole stretched farther than it should have. The walls appeared to ripple, like fabric in the wind, but there was no breeze. The building was alive. My mind raced, trying to find any logical explanation, but every thought was drowned out by the overwhelming presence behind me. Whatever it was getting closer. I could hear its breath, shallow and raspy, like it was struggling to stay concealed, fighting against the force that held it back. And then a low whisper echoed from the darkness. "I told you, you can escape me." The words seeped into my bones, sending a wave of icy dread crashing through my chest. It was the same voice, the one from the messages. But it wasn't just in my head now. It was real, its voice wrapping itself around me like a noose. My heart pounded in my chest, and I took a step forward, then another, as if my feet had a mind of their own. The hallway seemed to shift and sway as I moved, the walls leaning in, the lights flickering as if they were struggling to stay lit. The whispers grew louder, swirling around me, echoing off the walls. I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to look behind me, but I could feel it. The thing was there, somewhere in the shadows. It was watching me. Suddenly, a door on my left creaked open. It was ajar, and for a moment, I saw a flash of dim light from inside. A hallway leading into another room. A room I had never seen before. Without thinking, I stumbled toward it, my breath quickening. I needed to hide. I needed to get away from whatever was stalking me. I didn't know if the door was safe or if it would lead me into another nightmare, but I had no choice. I pushed the door open, feeling the wood groan under my hand, and stepped inside. The room was small, dimly lit by a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. It was cramped, and the air smelled damp, stale, like something had been sealed in here for years. My eyes scanned the room frantically, searching for something, anything that might give me some semblance of safety. But the walls, there were things on them. Scribbles. Skulls. Words written in something dark, something that almost looked like blood. I stepped closer to the wall, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The words didn't make sense. They were disjointed, frantic, as though they had been written in haste by someone or something desperate to leave a message. It is coming. It has always been here. Don't he look at the eyes. I can hear it. It is closer now. Don't he open the door. I backed away from the wall, my mind racing. What had happened in this room? Why were these messages written here? Who had been here before me? I was starting to lose my grip on reality, and the oppressive weight in the room wasn't helping. The whispers came again, louder now. They surrounded me, coming from all directions, like a chorus of voices, overlapping, indistinguishable. They were coming from inside my head, and yet they felt so real, as though they were speaking from the walls themselves. You shouldn't have come here. You could hide from me. You are mine now. I spun around, panic flooding my chest. The room was closing in, the walls bending in on themselves, the air thickening, choking me. The light above flickered violently, casting the room in an eerie, strobing light that distorted the shapes around me. The shadows twisted, and I could see something moving within them, shapes that didn't belong. A figure appeared in the doorway. It was a silhouette, tall and thin, barely visible in the dim light, but I could feel its presence like a weight on my chest. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its eyes on me. Eyes that were dark, empty, hollow. I froze, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was trapped. Trapped in this room, trapped with this thing. The whispers had stopped, but the silence that followed was even worse. It was suffocating, pressing in from all sides. And then in the silence I heard it again. A voice low, guttural, like a breath drawn from the depths of the earth. It is too late, there is no escape. The room seemed to pulse, and I felt my knees buckle beneath me. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The walls were closing in, the shadows were moving, and the presence was too close. It was all too much. I reached for the door, my hand trembling as I fumbled for the handle, but before I could even touch it, the figure in the doorway stepped forward. Its form stretched, distorted, its limbs elongating in impossible ways. The shadows wrapped around it like a cloak, and I could see its face, or what should have been its face. It was just a void. A black hole where its features should have been, an endless abyss that seemed to suck all light into it. I screamed, but no sound came out. My throat was dry, as if the air had been sucked from my lungs. And as I watched, unable to move, the figure reached out, its hand closing around my wrist like a vise. And then everything went black. I woke with a gasp, my body jerking upright as though I had been yanked from a nightmare. But the nightmare wasn't over. It had never left. My vision was blurry at first, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized I wasn't in the small, suffocating room anymore. The air was thick, still, and the familiar hum of the lights above was gone. Instead, there was only silence, broken only by the rapid thumping of my heartbeat in my chest. I was lying on the cold floor, my clothes damp with sweat, and for a moment I simply couldn't process where I was. The room around me was strange dim, with no discernible windows, the walls covered in a thick, dark fog. My breath came in shallow gasps as I pushed myself up, blinking rapidly, trying to clear the haze from my vision. Where was I? I looked around, my heart sinking. The room had no doors, no windows. It was like a cage, a space that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The walls were made of stone cold, rough and unyielding. There were no seams, no signs of life. Just a vast emptiness that felt like it was pressing in on me from all sides. And the shadows, they were moving again. The blackness in the corners of the room seemed to ripple, as though alive. The shadows stretched, distorted, twisting unnaturally, crawling up the walls like they had a mind of their own. I could feel them closing in on me, like an inescapable, invisible force. It was as if the very fabric of the space had begun to fold around me, trapping me in some otherworldly prison. I stumbled to my feet, my knees weak beneath me, but I forced myself to stand. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, and my mind was a whirl of confusion. How had I gotten here? What had happened? The last thing I remembered was the figure in the doorway, the dark, empty void where its face should have been and the touch. The hand that had grabbed my wrist. But now there was nothing. No figure. No escape. I reached into my pocket, desperate for my phone, but it wasn't either. Panic gripped me as I searched my body, my heart pounding harder with each passing second. The phone, those messages, it was all that had kept me tethered to some semblance of reality. If I didn't have it, I wasn't sure I could even remember who I was. Then I felt it. The coldness. A faint buzz against my thigh. I yanked my hand out of my pocket, and there was my phone. But the screen was cracked, the glass spider webbed into jagged lines, and yet the familiar glow flickered back to life. I hesitated for a second, almost afraid of what I might see, but the screen seemed to beckon me, pulling me closer. And then it buzzed again. The message flashed. You didn't think you could get away, did you? The words made my stomach turn. I was here. Wherever here was, this was where it wanted me to be. It was real. Whatever this thing was, whatever it had done to me, it wasn't just some trick. It was controlling everything, manipulating every aspect of my life. There was no way out. My hands were slick with sweat as I typed, heart racing. I needed to respond. I needed to ask and no demand answers. But as soon as my fingers touched the screen, something strange happened. The text changed. It wasn't my words anymore. It was as if the phone had a mind of its own, and it was writing for me. The screen shifted, the letters on it dancing in strange patterns before they solidified into words. You belong here now. The door's closed. I shook my head, staring at the screen. The words blurred before me. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be. I looked around the room again, my mind scrambling for any shred of logic. There had to be an explanation. I had to be dreaming. But it didn't feel like a dream. The cold, the silence, the thick fog that seemed to press in on me, it was all too real. The phone buzzed again, the screen flashing with an incoming message. Do you hear it? I froze, the blood in my veins turning to ice. The phone screen began to flicker, and for the briefest of moments, I thought I saw a figure standing in the shadows, a glimpse of something dark, moving just out of reach. I spun around, my pulse hammering in my throat, but there was nothing there. Or at least, nothing I could see. I could hear it, though. The sound was faint at first, just a whisper in the air. But it was getting louder, growing clearer. The whispers, soft and slithering, echoing from all directions. It was as if they were inside my mind, crawling under my skin, burrowing deeper with each passing second. You can hide. It's already inside you. The words were seeping into my thoughts, making my head spin. I felt like I was losing control, like I was slipping away into someone else. I slammed the phone down onto the ground, the screen cracking further, but the whispers didn't stop. They didn't fade. If anything, they grew stronger, more insistent. It was as if they were coming from the walls, from the very air around me. I had to leave. I had to get out. But there was nowhere to go. The room was endless, the shadows closing in, suffocating me. I could feel it now, the presence hovering just out of sight. And then I heard the footsteps again. Soft, slow, deliberate, as though someone or something was moving toward me. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. Only darkness. The footsteps stopped. I felt it before I saw it. A cold hand brushed the back of my neck. I gasped, my body locking in place, my breath frozen in my chest. The darkness deepened, swallowing everything, and I felt it, the presence behind me, the figure that had been watching me since the beginning, its cold breath on my skin, its hand lingering on my shoulder. It's too late. And then the world went black. I don't know if I was prepared for what I would find when I stepped back into my apartment. The thought that it could be anything but normal never crossed my mind. But as I'd opened the door and stepped inside, the atmosphere hit me immediately. It wasn't the quiet I remembered. It wasn't the familiar comfort of my space. Something was wrong. The apartment looked the same, but not. The same walls. The same worn wooden floorboards. Yet, the air felt thick, dense, like it was trying to haunt me in place. The silence was overwhelming. Not the peaceful, safe kind of silence, but one that made me feel like I was being watched. The kind that makes you glance over your shoulder when you reassure there is no one there. I hadn't been gone long, only a few months, and yet everything seemed off. The couch, which used to sit by the window, was now pressed up against the far wall. The pictures on the walls were crooked, as if someone had haphazardly thrown them up. My bookshelves were rearranged. Books I knew were on the left were now on the right. Everything was just a little wrong. I stood frozen in the entryway, my hand still gripping the door handle, but I couldn't make myself move. My mind was racing. Was I just tired? Had I forgotten how the apartment was laid out? I had been away for a while, after all, but the feeling in my stomach, the knot that kept tightening, told me something deeper was wrong. I glanced around, my eyes darting from one corner to the next, trying to find some semblance of normality. The hallway to the bathroom seemed unchanged, but the light above flickered, casting long, strange shadows on the walls. The small kitchen, the one I always considered cozy, was now cold, uninviting space. Even the smell was off. Something faint, something sour, was hanging in the air. And that is when I heard it. A soft creak, like footsteps on the floor behind me. I spun around, my heart slamming against my chest. There was nothing there. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier with each second, and I realized I wasn't alone. I could feel it. The presence. It was as if someone, was there in the room with me, just out of sight. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly backed toward the living room, unable to shake the feeling of eyes on me. Then I saw it. The chair by the window where I always sat to read was facing the wrong way. I had never left it like that. It was impossible. I was sure of it. I walked closer, each step heavy and slow, as though the floor was trying to pull me down. When I reached it, I hesitated before turning it around, my fingers gripping the back of the chair tightly. But the moment I turned it, my stomach churned. The chair was empty. Too empty. There, on the seat, was a single, old photograph. My photo. From years ago. It was of me standing by the lake, smiling, carefree. But something was different about the photo now. The edges were burnt charred, as though it had been through something terrible. A shiver ran down my spine, and I stumbled back from the chair, my head swimming. I was seeing things. It had to be. But the photo, it wasn't just there by accident. It couldn't have been. Then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. The sudden noise made me jump, and for a moment I was grateful for the distraction. I pulled the phone out, only to find a message waiting for me. The screen was cracked, but the message was clear. Welcome home. A chill ran through me, and I stood frozen, staring at the screen as if it could somehow explain everything. But it couldn't. It didn't make sense. I needed to find out what was happening. Was I losing my mind? Or was there someone else in the apartment with me? But no, there were no other signs of life. No footprints in the dust. No fresh sounds. Just a thick, suffocating silence. I walked further into the apartment, my footsteps too quiet against the creaking floorboards. The bathroom door was ajar. I hadn't left it that way. I was sure of it. I slowly approached, my body rigid, and peeked inside. The bathroom was pristine. Too pristine. There was no sign of the soap I left on the counter, no towel hanging by the shower. It was as though someone had erased all the traces of my life in that room. But then, my eyes landed on the mirror. The reflection staring back at me wasn't mine. I blinked, taking a step back. But there it was again, someone standing in the mirror, dressed in my clothes, wearing my face, but the eyes weren't mine. They were dark, hollow, empty. I gasped, stumbling back, and the reflection followed me. You shouldn't he have come back? The words echoed through my mind like a distant scream. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for the door, only to hear the sound of something moving in the hallway. The quiet hum of the air conditioner suddenly seemed louder, sharper, and the floor beneath my feet felt like it was shifting. I spun around again, my eyes wild, desperate for something to hold on to. But the apartment it wasn't, he just rearranged. It was changing. It was alive. A sudden chill ran through me, and I spun around, facing the dark hallway. The air was thick, suffocating. Something was washing me. Something that wasn't human. I am sorry, I whispered to myself, my breath quickening. But it didn't feel like an apology. It felt like a plea. A warning. I needed to get out. But I couldn't remember how. I bolted from the bathroom, my breath ragged, my mind screaming at me to run. I had to get out of there to escape whatever it was that had taken hold of my apartment, of my mind. But my legs felt like Lee, my body moving in slow motion, weighed down by an invisible force. Every step felt as if the floor was shifting beneath me, each sound amplified, twisting my nerves until I couldn't tell what was real and what was my imagination. The hallway was longer than I remembered. Had it always been this long? The walls seemed to stretch out further, the shadows in the corners growing darker and more alive with every second. I tried to tell myself that this was just a trick of the light, the darkness playing with my eyes, but the unsettling feeling was undeniable. It was as though the apartment itself was warping, changing shape, bending reality to its will. I reached the front door, my fingers trembling as I fumbled with the lock. The metal felt cold against my skin, and the air seemed to pulse around me, thick with the smell of something burnt, something familiar and wrong. The key slipped from my hand and clattered to the floor, but before I could pick it up, a noise stopped me. Footsteps. They were faint at first, just a slight creak of the floor, but as they grew louder, I froze, my heart slamming against my ribs. The footsteps were too deliberate, too close. Someone or something was walking toward me. I turned slowly, hoping it was nothing, praying it was nothing, but I knew deep down that it wasn't he. And then I saw a figure, barely visible, standing at the end of the hallway, its shape dark and indistinct. It was too tall, too unnaturally still. My mind couldn't process what I was looking at. The figure was cloaked in shadow, but I could make out the outline of a face, my face pale and lifeless, staring back at me with eyes that weren't mine. They were hollow, deep, as if they could look right into my soul. I stumbled backward, my hands flying to my face as I gasped for air. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply watched. I could feel it. The weight of its gaze pressing on me, suffocating me. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. But as I reached for the door again, I noticed something else. The hallway was closing in on me. The walls were moving, ever so slightly, as though they were pushing me back into the apartment. The door seemed further away now, impossible to reach. The very space I was standing in was shifting, warping, tightening around me like a noose. I turned back to face the figure. It hadn't moved an inch, but its presence was overpowering, and I could feel the heat of it, the dread radiating from its direction. I opened my mouth to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. My voice was gone, stolen by the oppressive silence that had now consumed the apartment. For a moment there was nothing. No sound, no movement, just the unbearable stillness. And then I heard it again. The footsteps. Only this time they weren't coming from the end of the hallway. They were coming from behind me, soft at first, but growing louder, closer. I whirled around, my eyes frantic as I searched for the source of the noise. But there was nothing. Just the emptiness. The apartment was empty, wasn't it? It is all in my head, I told myself. It is all in your head. But the footsteps kept coming. Closer. Closer. Until they were right behind me. My body went rigid with terror as I felt something brush against the back of my neck, cold and clammy. I whipped around, but there was no one there. Just the empty air. But then I heard the whisper, a voice that was not mine, not anyone else that I recognized. It was a low, rasping sound, like a breath or a sigh, carrying words I couldn't understand. The words were broken, fragmented, as if they didn't belong in the world at all. I pressed my hands to my ears, desperate to block out the noise, but it only grew louder, more insistent. The words unintelligible, maddening slithered into my mind, creeping under my skin, until I felt like I was drowning in them. He real, not real. The words hit me like a slap in the face, and for a moment everything went still. The apartment was silent again, the air thick with tension. My heart beat in my ears, but I could no longer hear the voice. I could no longer hear the footsteps. I looked around, trying to make sense of what was happening, trying to find something, anything that could explain this nightmare. But nothing made sense. The apartment was the same, yet it wasn't. The walls were too close, the air too thick. I turned back toward the hallway, hoping to find the exit, hoping that this nightmare was finally over. But there was something different now. The end of the hallway was blocked. The door of my door was gone. It had vanished. In its place was a mirror. A full-length mirror standing at the end of the hallway, reflecting the dark space around me. But when I looked closer, I saw someone in the reflection. It was me. No, it was not me. The figure in the mirror moved, stepped forward, and I felt my legs give way beneath me. I collapsed to the floor, my breath coming in gasps, my mind spinning out of control. The figure in the mirror was smiling, a twisted, broken smile that wasn't my own. And in that smile, I saw something terrible. It wasn't just me in the mirror. There was another face. A face I didn't recognize, but somehow I knew. And then, the apartment was silent once more. But I was no longer sure if I was alone. The silence was suffocating. Every inch of the apartment felt like it was pressing on me, the walls bending closer, the air thick with a heaviness that made it hard to breathe. My mind spun in circles, grasping for anything that made sense. But nothing did. The figure in the mirror, my reflection, hadn't moved. It was as if it was waiting for me to do something. To acknowledge it. To make a decision. But what could I do? I couldn't move. I couldn't think. My body refused to obey, my legs frozen to the floor, my chest tight with panic. The face in the reflection that faced it was mine, but it wasn't. There was something deeply wrong with it, something that made the blood in my veins run cold. The smile. The eyes. It was like I was looking into a version of myself that had been twisted, warped beyond recognition. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers grazing the smooth surface of the mirror. The coldness of it shot through me like a jolt of electricity, and I pulled my hand back, heart pounding in my throat. The reflection hadn't changed. But the feeling that something was wrong, that everything was wrong, it only deepened. I forced myself to stand, my knees weak, but somehow still holding me up. My eyes locked onto the mirror, unwilling to look away, to let whatever was lurking there take hold of me. But the longer I stared, the more I felt like I was losing myself to it. The longer I looked, the more I became convinced that the reflection wasn't just a mirror image anymore. It was me, but not the me that existed in the real world. I stepped backward slowly, still unable to tear my gaze away from the mirror. And that's when I heard it. A sound of light, almost imperceptible rustling. It came from behind me, from somewhere deep within the apartment. I froze. My breath caught in my chest. My eyes shot toward the hallway, but it was empty. Or was it? The rustling came again, closer this time. It was the unmistakable sound of something moving, something shifting through the rooms. The weight of it pressed against me, and I couldn't tell if it was real or just a figment of my imagination. But my instinct screamed at me to leave. To run. I turned away from the mirror, trying to steady myself. My hands were clammy as I clutched the doorframe, my mind spiraling, lost in the confusion of what was real. This isn't real. This isn't real. But even as I said it, I could feel the truth slipping away, like sand through my fingers. Everything in the apartment felt wrong. The shadows seemed to move on their own, stretching and contorting in ways that defied logic. The air smelled different now, damp, stale, like something had been rotting in the corners of the rooms. I stumbled down the hallway, my feet dragging, the darkness around me closing in. The rustling sound was louder now. It was coming from the living room, from the very space where I had once felt safe. I approached slowly, my heart thundering in my chest. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to turn back, but I couldn't. I had to know. When I reached the living room, I stopped in my tracks. The furniture had changed again. It wasn't like before, when the books had been slightly misplaced or the chairs shuffled around. This time, it was different. The couch was facing the wrong way, turned toward the wall. The coffee table broken in half lay in pieces scattered across the floor. The bookshelf was upside down, the books spilling out, their pages torn, as though something had violently ripped through them. And then I saw it. The same figure from the mirror. Standing in the corner, its shape hidden by the darkness. The same face. The same twisted smile. But now, it was no longer just a reflection. It was real. Or at least it looked real. The longer I stared at it, the more it felt like it was alive, watching me. It was just standing there, moving, but I knew that it was waiting for me to make the next move. It wasn't a mirror image anymore. It was something else. I wanted to scream, to run, to break free from the suffocating grip of this apartment. But the sound of my own breath, the shallow, gasping air filled the room, drowning out everything else. The figure moved then, slowly, deliberately. Its head turned toward me, and I felt my pulse spike in terror. Its eyes, those hollow, black eyes locked with mine, and for a split second I thought I could see something in them. Something behind the eyes. A presence. A force that wasn't human. Leave. The voice was soft, barely a whisper, but it echoed in my head, vibrating through my skull. My body reacted before my mind could process it. I took a step back, then another, my heart thundering in my chest. Leave. It was the same voice, but it wasn't mine. It wasn't its voice either. It was something older. Something wrong. I turned to run. To get out of there. But the hole in my hallway was different now. The walls were closing in, the space too narrow to escape. I had no choice but to move forward to face whatever waited at the end of this nightmare. I glanced back. The figure was still there, but now it was closer, its face so near that I could feel the air shift as it moved. My legs moved without thought, propelling me forward, but the ground beneath me wasn't right. The floor tilted. The walls seemed to twist. It felt like the apartment itself was alive, changing its shape, its form. And then I saw it. The door. The front door. It was just ahead. I could feel it. I was so close. But as I reached for the handle, something behind me, something cold, something dark brushed against my shoulder. I spun around. Nothing. Just the empty, shifting hallway. But I knew. I knew that I was not alone anymore. I had to get out. The door. The hallway. The feeling of something watching me had all fused together in a cacophony of panic. My breath was shallow, my chest tight, but I couldn't stop. Every step I took seemed to lead me nowhere, the hallway stretching out longer, the door slipping farther away. My fingers tightened around the cold metal handle, but as soon as I touched it, the entire apartment seemed to shudder. A low hum reverberated through the walls, vibrating my bones, and the light flickered above me, casting distorted shadows that flickered in every corner. The sensation of being followed, of something lurking just behind me, gripped me, and I spun around again. But there was nothing there. Only darkness. But that wasn't true. I could feel it. Something was there. Something waiting. The air grew thicker, heavier. I could almost taste it, like something old, stagnant. Like it had been sitting in this place for years, growing, festering, until now. Until it had decided to wake up. The door wouldn't open. I twisted the handle again, desperate now, my palms slick with sweat. The room was closing in on me, the air feeling almost solid, pushing against my chest, forcing me to stay. I yanked the door harder, but it wouldn't budge. I had to get out. I had to. Help. My voice cracked, barely a whisper, as if the walls themselves were swallowing my words. Then the hum stopped. For one brief moment there was silence. And that silence was worse than the noise. A heavy, deliberate step echoed from the far corner of the room. I froze, my blood running cold. The step was slow, but calculated, as if someone or something was pacing, taking its time with me. I turned, my heart pounding in my throat, ready to face whatever was behind me. But nothing was there. Only darkness. The longer I stared, the more I could feel the eyes on me. It was like I was being studied, analyzed, as if whatever was in this apartment wanted to understand me, to know me. And then the sound came again, the shuffling of feet, the rustling of fabric. This time closer. So close I could hear the breath. I spun almost violently to face the source. There, at the far end of the hallway, stood a figure. It wasn't clear, not at first. The shadows had formed around it, clinging to its shape like dark tendrils, making it hard to see. But the more I stared, the more it came into focus. It was human. But it wasn't It was tall, unnaturally tall, with a thin, gaunt figure. Its limbs were long and spindly, bent at odd angles that didn't seem quite right. The face, if it could be called that, was twisted, stretched in a grotesque manner, like a distorted mask. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt them. And its mouth, it was stretched too wide, hanging open, revealing rows of sharp, uneven teeth that glistened in the dim light. For a moment I couldn't move. My body felt frozen, paralyzed by the sight of it. And then it spoke. Eerie still here. Its voice was like 1,000 whispers, all layered over one another, too many to distinguish. It was cold, cutting through the silence with an unnatural sharpness. I couldn't reply. The words were lodged in my throat, and the fear I could feel it crawling inside me, a cold weight pressing against my chest. The figure took a step forward. And another. Each movement was slow, deliberate, like it was savoring my terror. It was too quiet, the air too still, and the hum of the apartment now gone was replaced by the sound of my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I backed up, still clutching the door handle, but it was no use. The space around me felt infinite now, the walls too far away to escape. It was closing in from all sides. The thing in front of me didn't hurry. It didn't rush. But its presence was overwhelming, suffocating. "Why do you still stay?" It asked again, its voice lingering in the air, like the words were sinking into my skin. My voice trembled. I couldn't finish the sentence. I couldn't make any sense of it. I looked at the door one more time, my mind screaming at me to leave to do something. But my legs wouldn't move. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the creature, even though every instinct told me to run. It was almost close enough now. I could feel the cold radiating off of it. The temperature in the room had dropped, each breath I took now visible in the air. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of me. The shadow of its face loomed closer, and I could feel the air shift like it was sucking the very life out of me. For a split second, I thought I saw a flash something behind its mask. A glimpse of a face, my face but distorted, wrong. Then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness once more. I gasped, stumbling back, nearly falling as the weight of the room pressed against me. "You should have never returned," the thing whispered. The air itself seemed to vibrate with its words. "You belong to us now." I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stand there, frozen, while it slowly closed the gap. I turned and ran as fast as I could, my feet slipping on the floor, my pulse deafening in my ears. But as I ran, the sound of its footsteps followed. No matter how fast I moved, it was right behind me. I didn't dare look back. Couldn't look back. My feet pounded against the floor, each step echoing like a drumbeat in the suffocating silence that had swallowed the apartment. The walls seemed to stretch on forever, elongating as if mocking my desperation. No matter how fast I ran, the hallway only seemed to get longer. The door, my one chance at escape, felt farther away with each breath I took. The air had turned colder, sharper. My breath came in short, rugged gasps, the icy air burning my lungs as I sprinted. But still the steps behind me slow, measured, but constant followed. I knew it was there, just out of sight, but I could feel the weight of its presence bearing down on me. Why won't he leave me alone? The question echoed in my mind, but it wasn't just mine. It was a chorus of voices, all crying out for an escape that didn't exist. The walls pressed in, squeezing the life out of the air. I could hear whispers now, low and indistinct, coming from all directions. They clawed at my sanity, dragging me deeper into this nightmare. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught my eye just at the edge of the hallway. For a brief second, I saw it, the figure, more distinct now, its long limbs twitching, stretching unnaturally. It was moving faster, gaining on me. Its distorted face not a face, not any more twisted, as if it was learning to take form. And then it spoke. "You can escape." The words chilled me to the core, each syllable dripping with malice, as though it was savoring every ounce of my terror. The sound of its voice seemed to ripple through the air, warping it, distorting reality itself. I was trapped. Trapped in this endless maze of hallways, suffocated by the oppressive darkness that seemed to pulse around me. My legs felt like lead, each step harder than the last. Sweat soaked through my clothes, and I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. My mind raced. Was this real? Was I hallucinating? Had I truly come back to this place, or was I lost in my own mind, spinning in a nightmare that had no end? Another step. Another whisper. Closer now. I couldn't breathe. I needed to get out. I needed to wake up. "You can wake up," the voice hissed. It was almost as if it was inside my head, reading my thoughts, twisting them into something dark and terrible. The figure was almost there, just a few steps away, its hands long, skeletal, reaching out, fingers stretching, closing in. A low growl rumbled in the back of my throat, a desperate instinct to fight. I wasn't going to let it have me. I couldn't. I refused. I bolted toward the door. My hand shot out to grab the handle once more, but this time it was different. The metal was ice cold, colder than before, and my fingers slipped off it. I gripped it harder, panic rising like bile in my throat. The whispers around me grew louder, more urgent, frantic. I could hear my name now, soft, almost sweet, calling me back. But it wasn't my name. It couldn't be. It was the thing behind me, the thing that knew me better than I knew myself. Come to me. It wasn't a command. It was an invitation. A sick, twisted invitation that held the promise of finality. And somehow I couldn't resist. My body trembled, my mind torn between the desire to flee and the compulsion to listen. I forced the door open, stumbling out into the hallway. But the hallway it wasn't the same. It couldn't be. The walls were closing in, the ceiling lowering, the lights flickering erratically, casting long, jagged shadows. The air was thick, suffocating, and the darkness clung to every corner like a living thing. The hallway stretched on, endless. My footsteps echoed loudly, growing louder with each step, a stark contrast to the silence that had surrounded me just moments ago. And then I saw it. The door. The front door. The one that led to the outside. It was just ahead, but as I approached, it felt as though the entire space between us was expanding. My mind screamed for me to run faster, to make it before it was too late. But my legs were frozen. I reached the door and yanked it open, only to be met with more darkness. No light. No world beyond it. Just more void. What is happening? I stepped back, the door slamming shut behind me with a deafening crash. And in the instant that it closed, the figure, that thing, was there. Right in front of me. I could see it clearer now. Its face was no longer distorted. No longer a mask of grotesque features. Now it was me. Or rather, it was a version of me. Twisted, broken, with hollow eyes that glowed with an eerie light. Its mouth stretched into an unnatural grin, as though it had been waiting for this moment all along. It took a step toward me, and with it the apartment seemed to shrink even further until there was nothing left but the two of us trapped in this empty void. You were not getting out. I screamed, stumbling backward. The walls moved in, the apartment folding around me, closing me in. I was suffocating. My vision blurred. My mind split into 1,000 pieces. The figure reached out, my hand reaching for me. And just like that, everything went black. Have you ever heard the wall speak? The question lingered in the air, unsettling and strange. I had heard it 100 times before in passing conversations, in stories shared over too many beers, in hushed whispers behind closed doors. But this time it felt different. The question wasn't just idle curiosity, it was a plea for understanding. And as I stood in the dim light of the old basement, the walls surrounding me seemed to echo with the remnants of a truth I wasn't sure I was ready to face. My name is Alex. I am just an ordinary guy, or at least I used to be. I work as an architect, spending most of my time surrounded by blueprints, cement dust, and the hum of machines. Nothing special, right? But then, there's the house, the one I've been trying to fix up. The one that has been slowly unraveling my grip on reality. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I had come here to help restore the old mansion, to breathe new life into it, but what I uncovered down here beneath the creaking floorboards, beneath the layer of dust and forgotten time, was something far darker than I had expected. And now I can shake the feeling that it is not just the house that needs fixing. The basement was supposed to be a simple storage area, a place for tools, old furniture, and forgotten boxes. But the deeper I dug into it, the more I realized that there was something hidden beneath the surface. A door. A door that shouldn't have been there. When I found it half buried in the rubble, I thought it was just another old cellar, maybe even an escape route from an era long gone. But the more I studied it, the more I felt, watched. The door was sealed shut, old rusted nails holding it in place. But it wasn't the physical door that sent a shiver down my spine, it was the sound. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, the wind rattling the foundation. But no, it was something else. Something too deliberate. A whisper. A faint murmur that seemed to come from the other side of the door. I had to know what was behind it. It was a compulsion, an irresistible force that tugged at me. So I worked tirelessly, prying away the nails, and with every scrape of metal against wood, the whispers grew louder. Louder, but somehow softer too, like a voice calling to me from the past, from the dark corners of something I wasn't meant to remember. The door finally creaked open with a long, drawn-out screech, and I stepped into the shadows beyond. The air inside was cold, stale, and heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. But what struck me first were the walls covered in old, peeling wallpaper that had long ago lost its vibrant colors, now muted to shades of grey and brown. And beneath that, beneath the cracks and dirt, I could see it. The faint outline of something that didn't belong. A symbol. A pattern. It was etched into the very fabric of the wall itself, as though it had been there for centuries, waiting to be uncovered. It wasn't just paint or design, it felt alive, like the walls trying to tell me something. I reached out instinctively, my fingers brushing the surface of the wall. And then I heard it. The sound was subtle at first, a rustling, like dry leaves blowing across the floor. But then it intensified, like the scraping of nails against wood. Something or someone was moving in the dark. I froze, my hand still resting against the wall, my heart pounding in my chest. The silence in the basement was deafening now, and yet I could feel the presence of something in the air, something just beyond my reach, just out of sight. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. It had to be the wind, or the house settling, or maybe an animal that had gotten trapped somewhere. But the deeper I looked into the shadows, the more I felt the pull of the unseen force. And then the whispers grew louder, clearer, as though they were coming from all directions at once. Yes, here, he remembers. The words were soft, so soft, but they hit me like a hammer to the skull. I stumbled back, shaking my head, trying to push the words out of my mind. I had to leave. I had to get out of this place. but something kept me rooted to the spot. The floor beneath my feet groaned as if the house itself was waking up, shifting, coming to life. The whispers turned into a low, guttural murmur that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. "You shouldn't he have opened the door?" I recoiled. The voice was unmistakable now, its tone harsh and jagged. It wasn't a whisper anymore, it was a warning. But a warning from who? From what? The door I had just opened slammed shut behind me with a violent crash, and the room was plunged into darkness. I scrambled, my hands desperately reaching for anything, trying to find the light, trying to find a way out. My breath came in short gasps, and I could feel my heart racing, each beat like a drum in my ears. And then I heard it. The sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, slow. Someone or something was moving toward me. I backed into the corner, my breath shallow, my skin cold with sweat. My mind screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like lead, my body frozen in place. The footsteps stopped. The air was thick now, suffocating. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. I couldn't hear anything but the pounding of my own heartbeat. And then in the stillness a voice. "You've awakened me." I wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't obey. I wanted to wake up from this nightmare, but it was too real. It was too close. The voice echoed in my mind, reverberating off the walls of the basement, but its source. Where was it coming from? I pressed myself further into the corner, my body trembling, my senses overwhelmed by the dense, oppressive air that seemed to close in on me. My thoughts were racing, but they all led to the same question. What had I just done? What was this? My hand still rested against the wall, as if to somehow ground me, tether me to reality, but the sensation beneath my fingers wasn't just wood and plastic, it was pulsing, faintly, like it was alive. Alive. "You've awakened me." The voice was clear now, chillingly so. It was a deep, gravelly whisper, but it sounded as though it was right beside me, even though I couldn't see a thing. My throat went dry as I strained to hear any sounds, anything that would tell me I wasn't alone. I swallowed hard, the silence becoming a suffocating presence. I wanted to speak, to call out for help, but my mouth felt dry, as if the air had stolen my voice. My heart pounded erratically, and a cold sweat clung to my skin, making the basement feel even colder than it already was. Slowly, I forced myself to look around again. The shadows seemed thicker now, the air heavier. I could still feel the present, as though something unseen was waiting just beyond the edge of my vision. Was it behind me? Or was it in front of me? My mind couldn't settle on a single answer. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, swirling around me like an angry wind. I could hear fragments of sentences, but they were unintelligible, like broken pieces of a puzzle my mind couldn't piece together. It felt like the house itself was breathing, its very bones groaning and creaking with every passing second. UV disturbed what was meant to stay buried. I froze. The voice was louder now, almost as if it was right in front of me, its breath hot against my ear. It sent a wave of nausea over me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a deep, primal fear settled in my guts. The room felt as though it were closing in, the darkness pressing against me from all sides. In a desperate attempt to break free from the suffocating grip of fear, I forced my legs to move. I took one step back, then another, my feet stumbling over the debris that littered the floor. But the more I tried to move, the more the air around me thickened, as if the very space itself was trying to trap me. It was like I was moving through molasses, every step a struggle, every breath a fight. And then, suddenly, the whispering stopped. For a brief moment, everything was still. My ears rang with the silence, and I dared not breathe too deeply, fearing that I might provoke whatever had been lurking in the shadows. My heart slowed, but not in relief and anticipation. I could feel something watching me, something waiting for me to make a move, to break the stillness. Then a scraping sound, a long, slow drag came from somewhere deeper within the basement. The hairs on my arms stood on end. The sound was so deliberate, so purposeful, as though it was something or someone coming closer. Clink, clink, clink. It was the sound of metal scraping against stone, but it wasn't just random. It was methodical, rhythmic, as if whatever was down there was preparing itself. Do you feel it now? The voice came again, this time not just in my ears, but in my mind. It was so intimate, like it was part of me, like it was burrowing deep into the corners of my thoughts. My chest tightened. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I took another step back, the old wood beneath my feet groaning in protest. My eyes darted around, trying to find the source of the sound. The darkness pressed in so tightly that it felt like I was suffocating. The whispering came again, not from behind me this time, but all around me. Evie disturbed me, but I am not alone anymore. I didn't understand. What was speaking? And who else was down here? I wasn't alone, that much was clear. But who else, or what else, was here with me? I wanted to scream, to shout, to run, but I couldn't move. My mind raced through the possibilities. Had I uncovered something? Had the house somehow summoned this thing? My body froze as another noise ripped through the air with louder sound, like nails dragging across concrete. I turned toward it, my body trembling violently. A figure. A shadow, tall and thin, standing just at the far end of the basement. The dim light from above cast it in jagged silhouettes, but it was unmistakable. It was something standing there, something human-shaped. But it wasn't right. The figure twitched, its movements unnatural, jerky, as though it was struggling to maintain its shape, like something was forcing it to stand. I couldn't breathe. My body was frozen, my eyes fixed on that twitching shadow. He brought me back. The voice was a low hiss now, like something scraping against bone. Now you will join me. The words sent a jolt of panic through my entire body. My hand shook, my throat closed. I had to get out. I couldn't stay. Whatever that was, it wasn't human. It couldn't be. I turned to run, but as I did, the floor beneath me seemed to shift. The house groaned louder, the walls vibrating with a low hum. I could feel the temperature drop, could feel my breath forming little clouds in the air. The darkness seemed to grow, reaching out, wrapping around me like something that had been waiting for me to disturb it. I ran. But no matter how fast I tried to move, no matter how hard I pushed my legs, it felt as though the space was closing in, pressing me into the very earth beneath. The shadow in the corner moved too closer, quicker, far too fast. And then I heard it again. You cannot escape me, Alex. My heart slammed in my chest as the ground trembled beneath my feet. My breath came in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the basement, the darkness now an overwhelming presence around me. My legs burned, my heart pounded in my chest, but no matter how fast I ran, the air seemed to get thicker, heavier. The whispering had grown into a low, guttural hum, like an incantation being chanted from the very walls themselves. You cannot escape me, Alex. The voice. It was closer now. Much closer. The words didn't just echo in my ears, they pressed against my skin, crawling up my spine. My mind screamed at me to move faster, to find a way out. But the space seemed to be shifting. The walls, the floor, everything was warping. The basement, once a familiar space, now felt like a maze of shadows, as if the house itself had become a living, breathing entity intent on trapping me within its depths. I reached the far end of the room where the stairs to the upper floor stood, but when I tried to ascend, the air around me seemed to solidify. My body froze as I felt the overwhelming weight of something behind me, something that wasn't quite human. I turned quickly, my eyes searching the gloom for any sign of movement. And then I saw it. The figure was no longer twitching, it was advancing toward me, its elongated limbs jerking unnaturally as it moved. Its face, or what should have been its face, was hidden in shadow, but I could feel its eyes cold, knowing, and full of malice. It was an entity born of darkness, and it was coming for me. The basement, the air, everything around me had become alive. It was like the house itself had awakened, stretching, breathing, pulling me deeper into its heart. The shadow at the far end of the room grew larger with each step I took. Its form twisted, distorted, flickering in and out of focus, as though reality itself couldn't hold it in place. I stumbled backward, my feet scrambling for traction. My mind raced. How could I get out? I knew that I wasn't going to make it to the stairs. The house had already sealed me in. My escape was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. You were never meant to find it. The voice, now full of anger, echoed through my skull. I could feel it vibrating in my teeth, in my bones, like the very essence of the house was speaking directly into my mind. The words seemed to carry weight, an ancient weight, like a curse centuries in the making. I had come here looking for answers, thinking I was just uncovering a forgotten past, but now it was clear. I had disturbed something far worse than I could have imagined. I couldn't escape. Not physically. Not mentally. Not while the house was alive with this thing. Why are you running, Alex? You awakened me. You wanted to know. The whispering was now a continuous loop, like a chant, a spell that sought to bind me in place. My mind reeled, my thoughts tumbling over themselves in a frantic rush to comprehend. What did it mean? What had I found in the basement? What had I done? I had come here hoping for answers to the strange memories that had haunted me for years, thinking that maybe if I unearthed the truth, I would finally be free. But now I understood I had awakened something far worse than I could have imagined. I reached into my pocket, my fingers fumbling for my phone. My hands were slick with sweat, and the dim light from the basement only made it harder to focus. When I finally retrieved the device, my heart sank. There was no signal. No way to call for help. There is no one to save you now, Alex. You belong to me. The words reverberated through the space like a thunderclap, and I felt my knees buckle beneath me. I hit the floor hard, the cold stone digging into my palms. I tried to push myself back up, but my body felt heavy, as though the air itself had become too thick to move through. My vision blurred as I fought for control over my own body. Panic twisted my stomach. I could hear it now, slow, deliberate footsteps, almost rhythmical, approaching me. The figure was close, its form now clearer in the dim light. Its skin was pale, stretched thin over a gaunt frame, and its fingers were long and twisted, ending in sharp claws that scraped against the floor with each step. It was humanoid, but not. There was something wrong about it. The way it moved. The way it existed. It was not alive in the way I understood life. It was something else entirely. Something from before. I've been waiting a long time for this, Alex. The voice was low and guttural, now coming from the figure itself, its mouth stretching unnaturally wide as it spoke. The creature's face was no longer a shadow, it was a grotesque parody of humanity, with hollow eyes that glowed faintly, a wide mouth full of jagged teeth. I couldn't breathe. My throat was closing, and my thoughts were spiraling into oblivion. It was coming closer. I couldn't move. I couldn't think straight. All I could focus on was the sound of its footsteps, the way they clicked against the floor, closer and closer. The air around me felt wrong, too thick, too alive. I knew it wasn't just the creature in front of me. It was the house itself. The house that had been waiting for someone to find it, to unearth it. And I had done that. I had opened the door to something ancient and hungry, and now it was too late. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to wake up, to find a way out. But the darkness was closing in, suffocating me. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And then, just as I thought I might lose myself entirely, I heard the faintest sound, like a whispering wind. But this time it was different. You cannot escape, not yet. And then everything went black. I woke to an eerie silence. The kind of silence that felt too heavy, too deliberate. My body ached as if I'd been dragged through the dirt, and yet when I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on the cold floor of the basement, just where I had fallen. The shadows were no longer dancing around me. The oppressive air had thinned slightly, though it still hung thick with a lingering unease. My mind raced as I struggled to push myself up, but something felt different now. The ground beneath me seemed more solid than it had moments ago, as if the space had shifted, rearranged itself in my absence. I rubbed my eyes, my heart still thudding heavily in my chest. What had happened? I'd blackout. The whispers had stopped. The house, which had been a claustrophobic, living entity just moments ago, seemed to hold its breath. I tried to steady myself, pushing against the floor, but something caught my eye, something that made my stomach drop. The basement door, the very door that had been sealed shut earlier, was now ajar. It wasn't wide open, but just enough for a sliver of pale light to spill through. A light that shouldn't have been there. I stood up shakily, my legs unsteady as if they hadn't quite recovered from the terror that had taken hold of me. My gaze kept flicking to the door, the small sliver of light that beckoned from beyond. I had no choice but to move forward, my legs carrying me in spite of the rising dread in my guts. As I walked toward the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air around me seemed to hum with a strange energy, almost as if the house itself was alive, breathing with me. The walls creaked and groaned, the floorboards moaned underfoot like a living thing in pain. I reached the door, hesitating for only a moment before I stepped through the threshold. What met me on the other side wasn't the familiar hallway I'd seen earlier. This space, this wasn't part of the house I knew. The walls were warped, the paint peeling and stained with age. A cold, sickly yellow light flickered from a bulb hanging low in the ceiling, casting long, stretching shadows that seemed to sway, breathing with the motion of the air. It felt like the house had been holding something back. Now the dam had broken, and I was walking into its core, the very heart of its darkness. I took a tentative step forward, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the stillness. I was no longer sure if I was walking into the house, or if the house was walking into me. The air was thick with dust, but it wasn't just the usual stale, forgotten scent of an old house. There was something else, something metallic. Blood? Or was it just my mind playing tricks on me again? My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything familiar, anything to anchor me to reality. And then I saw it. A single piece of furniture. A chair. But it wasn't any ordinary chair. It was old, rusted, cracked leather peeling off the frame, the wood scuffed and splintered with age. What made my blood run cold was the sight of what was draped across it. A coat. But not just any coat. It was my coat. The one I had left in my car before coming into the house. The one I had worn for years, always with me, even when I thought I had forgotten it. But it was here, sitting in the corner of the room, as though waiting for me to find it. I took a cautious step closer, my breath catching in my throat. My hand reached out, trembling as I moved to touch the coat. And then it happened. A sharp, guttural sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the house. A scraping noise. The sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I froze. "You shouldn't have come here, Alex." The voice. It was back. But it was different this time, closer, clearer, angrier. The words seemed to come from everywhere at once, crawling inside my skull. My skin prickled, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The chair in front of me creaked ominously, as if it was alive. Something moved in the shadows beyond. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and a sickening chill seeped into my bones. It wasn't the house anymore. It wasn't the walls or the floor. It was here. It had followed me. I turned sharply, my eyes darting toward the hallway, where I could just make out the faintest movement. Something dark, something tall, its outline blurred and indistinct. It wasn't human. Not anymore. I could feel it in my bones, the heavy, the natural presence of something ancient and malevolent. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding so loudly in my ears that I couldn't think. My mind screamed at me to run, to escape, but the fear was so paralyzing that my feet refused to move. It was too late for that. The voice was everywhere now, crawling through the walls beneath the floor, in the very air I breathed. It was suffocating me, drowning me in its weight. And then the light flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw its face, distorted, monstrous, eyes wide with hunger. The last thing I remember before everything went dark again was the sound of that low, whispering chant. "You cannot escape, not anymore." I don't know how long I was unconscious. Time felt irrelevant, slipping away like sand through my fingers. I woke up again in the same place, the cold, cracked floor of the basement. My head was throbbing, and I could taste the bitter, metallic tang of fear on my tongue. The house felt different now, as though it were watching me, listening to my every breath. I sat up slowly, my vision swimming as the dim light flickered overhead. The room felt smaller than it had before. Or maybe it was just me, maybe I was shrinking inside it, my mind warping the reality around me. The coat was still there, draped across the chair in the corner. I stared at it for a long time, my heart hammering in my chest. What was it doing there? Why did it feel like it was waiting for me? Every instinct in my body told me to leave, to run out of this house and never look back. But my legs wouldn't move. I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something worse, something that had wrapped its cold fingers around my very thoughts, making them sluggish and distant. The whispers were back too. They swirled through my mind like an insidious storm, impossible to ignore, each word sinking deeper into my soul. It knows you. It knows your name. I clutched my head, trying to block it out. The words echoed, reverberating like a distorted melody that couldn't be silenced. I stood up on shaky legs, feeling as if the house itself was pulling me deeper into its maze. The door that had once been ajar was now completely closed, but there was a faint scratching sound coming from the other side, as if something was dragging itself along the floor. I knew I had to open that door. I had to see it, face it, even if it terrified me. Whatever was behind it, whatever was pulling me closer, I needed to understand. My hands were trembling as I reached for the door handle. The cold metal sent a shiver up my spine, but I couldn't turn back. I couldn't escape. The door creaked open slowly, as if reluctant to reveal its secrets. Beyond it was the hallway, but it too had changed. The walls were darker now, the shadows longer and more twisted, like claws reaching for me. The faint flicker of the overhead light was the only thing that kept the darkness at bay, but even that seemed to be dimming. My breath caught in my throat as I took a step forward. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and I could feel the ground beneath me shifting, almost like the house was breathing with me, alive in a way it hadn't been before. Then, from the shadows, I saw it. A figure tall, thin, and impossibly stretched, its limbs unnaturally long. Its face was a blur, a distortion of features that shifted with every glance. The eyes, though they stayed the same, two hollow sockets, deep and black, like pits of endless darkness. It wasn't a person. It wasn't anything human. I froze. My body refused to move, to scream, to do anything. It was as if time itself had stopped. The creature took a step toward me, and the world around us seemed to bend, to fold in on itself. The air thickened again, and the whispers returned, louder now, a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once. It is too late. You can run from what you've found. A figure reached out, its hands stretching unnaturally long, fingers twitching as if it was savoring the moment. I wanted to scream, to push it away, but I couldn't. My body felt like stone, frozen in place, as the dark entity came closer. Then the ground beneath my feet gave way. I didn't fall, I sank, as if the earth had opened up just for me. The light above me flickered and went out, plunging me into complete darkness. I was no longer in the house. I could feel it, this place, wherever it was something ancient, something old. The air smelled of mold and rot, and the walls seemed to pulse with a sickly rhythm. And then I heard it. A soft whisper, barely audible, but clear enough to pierce the suffocating silence. You are mine now. The voice wasn't just in my head anymore, it was real. It was in the air around me, in the walls, in the very space where I stood. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. I couldn't move. There was no escape. The house had taken me, and it wasn't letting go. I don't know how long I was there, how long I wandered through that suffocating dark, but I could feel it was watching, waiting. It was feeding on my fear, and I had nothing left to give. Only the whispers remained, growing louder with every passing second. And then, in the dead silence of the dark, I heard something else. A door. A door opening somewhere in the distance, the creak of the hinges so familiar it felt like a memory from another life. But it wasn't the door to the house. It was the door to my past. The past I had tried to bury. I tried to move toward it, to reach for it, but I knew that I would never make it. Because whatever waited for me on the other side, whatever waited for all of us, had no intention of letting me leave. Not alive. Not ever again. Have you ever wondered what it feels like to live in a place that knows your darkest fears? A place that holds your memories in its walls, whispers them back to you when you're most vulnerable. That is what I asked myself when I first stepped into the old house. It had been abandoned for years, but it felt as though it had been waiting for me. The house seemed to breathe, its wooden beams groaning under the weight of history. The windows were covered in grime, but through the dust I could still see the faint outline of the once grand architecture. It was old, yes, but it felt alive, like it was remembering something. I was drawn to it. Something about it called to me, even though I didn't understand why. I had no ties to this place. No family, no history here. I was simply looking for a new start, a fresh chapter. But the moment I walked in, the air felt thick, heavy with the weight of secrets. The front door creaked when I pushed it open, the sound echoing in the empty space. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning beneath my feet. The house seemed to swallow the noise, leaving only the sound of my breath and the occasional rustle of wind through the broken windows. It was quiet. Too quiet. But there was something else in the silence, something I couldn't place. A feeling of being watched, a sensation that something in the shadows was waiting. I shook it off as nervousness. After all, I was alone. The house was abandoned. There was no reason to feel anything but curiosity. But then the air grew colder. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was sudden, the temperature dropping as though someone had opened a door to winter right next to me. My skin prickled with goosebumps. I looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. No draft, no reason for the chill. The house remained still, silent, as it had been moments before. But the cold didn't fade. It lingered, creeping under my skin, settling into my bones. And then I heard it. A soft sound, barely perceptible at first, a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but it was unmistakable. Like a voice, low and sibilant, murmuring just beyond my reach. I turned, scanning the room, but no one was there. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move, stretching and pulling at the edges of my vision. I shook my head, trying to shake off the unease that was building in my chest. Just the wind, I muttered to myself. But it wasn't just a wind. The sound grew louder, clearer. The whisper became a voice, faint but unmistakable. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone, cold, distant, almost mocking, sent a chill down my spine. I stepped forward, my feet heavy on the floor as I moved deeper into the house. The hallway stretched out before me, dimly lit by the weak sunlight filtering through the grime on the windows. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, faded floral patterns that had long since lost their vibrancy. The place smelled musty, like old paper and decay, but there was something else in the air. Something sour. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't ignore it. I could feel it, just out of sight, pressing against the edges of my perception. The house was alive. The longer I stayed, the more it felt like the walls were watching me, breathing with me. I felt like a guest in my own skin, as if something inside this place was waiting for me to understand it. The whispers followed me. They didn't stop. They were becoming clearer now, like a conversation just beyond the wall, hidden in the shadows. I pressed my hand to my ear, straining to listen, but the words were lost in the crackle of static. I moved on, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The house was larger than I had expected, its halls winding in all directions, leading to rooms I hadn't seen. I stepped into one, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was thick here, saturated with something ancient. The dust in the corners was in touch, as if the room hadn't been entered in decades. But there was a table at the center of the room, and a chair, still sitting there as though waiting for someone. I moved closer, my fingers brushing the edge of the table. It was covered in dust, but I noticed something strange. A small, delicate crack in the wood, barely noticeable, yet it felt like a wound. Like the house itself had been scarred. And then the whispering stopped. for a moment I thought I'd imagined it. The silence returned, almost too sudden, too perfect. But it wasn't the same. The air felt heavier now, pressing down on me. The walls felt closer, the shadows longer. I turned, my heart racing. There, at the edge of the hallway, a figure stood. It was barely visible at first, just a shadow against the wall. But as I stared, the shape became clear. A woman, her face hidden in the folds of her long hair. She was standing still, watching me. I didn't move. I couldn't. There was something wrong about her, something off. The shadows clung to her like a second skin, her presence distorting the air around her. My pulse raced in my throat, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I should have left then. I should have turned and run. But I didn't. I took a step forward, and she was gone. One moment she was there. The next the hallway was empty. I stood frozen for a long time, unsure if I had truly seen her, or if it had been a trick of the light. But the longer I stood there, the more I felt something in the house had shifted. It was watching me. It was waiting. The silence had returned, but this time it felt different. It wasn't empty anymore. It was full of things I didn't understand. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. The shadows clung to me as I moved through the house, each corner more oppressive than the last. I couldn't explain it, but the space seemed to shift with me. The walls weren't just walls anymore, they felt like they were alive, bending and breathing around me, closing in with each passing step. I shook my head, trying to dispel the thoughts creeping into my mind. It was nothing. Just a house. An old, forgotten house that had been empty for years. Yet, the air tasted different here. Thick. Heavy. As if something ancient and forgotten was stirring beneath the floorboards. I turned back down the hallway, unsure where to go, or what I was even looking for. My breath echoed around me, bouncing off the walls, and with each breath, I felt more disconnected from myself, like I was no longer in control of my own thoughts. There was a door at the end of the hall, the plain wooden door that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. It didn't stand out. It wasn't special. But somehow it called to me. I took a step forward, my feet heavy on the creaking floorboards. The whispering started again, just like before, but this time the voice wasn't distant. It was closer. Louder. I could almost hear the words now, though they were distorted, like static filling the space between the words. Come closer. You have to remember. I froze, the sound pulling me in, wrapping around my thoughts. I should have turned and run. I should have gotten out of there, but I couldn't. I couldn't move. My legs were rooted to the floor, like something was holding me there, making me listen, making me stay. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open. Inside was nothing but darkness, a thick, impenetrable black that swallowed up the light. The air inside was cold, colder than the rest of the house, and as soon as I stepped in, the door slammed shut behind me. The sound echoed in the dark room, reverberating in my chest. My heart skipped a beat. I reached out, my fingers brushing the walls, expecting to feel the cool, rough surface of wood or plaster. But instead, my hand met something soft. Something wet. I jerked my hand back, a shiver crawling up my spine. My breath came out in shaky gasps, each one trembling with fear. What was that? What had I touched? I took another step forward, my pulse racing, and the whispering returned. This time, it wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, something I could feel moving in the dark with me. You can escape. I stumbled, my legs trembling beneath me. I was about to turn and flee when I heard it. It sounded so faint at first, it might have been my imagination. But it wasn't. It was a soft, scraping noise, like nails on glass. I froze again, listening, my heart thundering in my chest. The noise was coming closer, moving along the walls, circling me. I backed away, my breath shot, but my feet were tangled in something. A tangle of ropes? No, it was a hair. I reached down, fingers brushing against long, tangled strands of something cold and wet. My stomach churned, and I pulled away, almost stumbling in panic. But there was no escape. The darkness was everywhere. The air felt thick and suffocating. The scraping stopped. And then the silence returned, but it wasn't too peaceful. It was oppressive, like the entire room was holding its breath, waiting for something. Waiting for me. My chest tightened. I was suffocating in the stillness. I needed to leave. I had to leave. But just as I reached for the door, it opened. Slowly. The creak of the hinges sending a sharp jolt of fear through me. And standing in the doorway was the woman. The figure from the hallway. Her hair was wild, covering her face in a thick veil, but I could feel her eyes. Even though I couldn't see them, I could feel them on me. Cold. Unforgiving. She spoke in a voice that wasn't a voice at all. It was more like a whisper that cold under my skin, making my blood run cold. You shouldn't have come here. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I couldn't move. It was like the air itself was holding me still, keeping me locked in place. The woman stepped closer, and with each movement, the shadows around her seemed to grow, wrapping around her like a cloak. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could do was stare, unable to look away. And then, with a sharp intake of breath, the room shifted. The walls warped, stretched like rubber, and the floor beneath my feet seemed to tilt, throwing me off balance. I fell to the ground, my hands scraping against the cold surface. My body trembled, and I heard the faintest laugh, high-pitched, sharp, coming from somewhere in the dark. It's all coming back, you know. I looked up at the woman, my heart hammering in my chest. What is this? I wanted to ask, but the words wouldn't come. Her lips parted, and the voice wasn't hers anymore. The voice that spoke was deeper, older, and full of malice. It was a voice that came from somewhere far beneath the earth, from somewhere ancient, lost to time. You belong here now. I shook my head violently, trying to push the words from my mind, but they kept coming, louder now, filling the space. The shadows twisted, taking shape, becoming figures, shapes of things that were not human, things that didn't belong in the world. I was not alone. They were here. And the house was awake. I couldn't breathe. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, like it was pressing down on my chest, suffocating me. The shadows, those shapes that had been nothing but vague outlines in the corner of my mind, were now solid alive. Their eyes gleamed in the darkness, pale and unblinking, watching my every move. I tried to scramble to my feet, but my limbs felt heavy, as though the weight of the room itself was pulling me down. My hands shook as they braced against the cold, wet floor, and every inch of my skin burned with the sensation of something crawling beneath it. The woman in the doorway wasn't her anymore. Her face was obscured by a dark veil of hair, but the figure standing there felt wrong. I didn't know who or what she was, but I knew with every fiber of my being that she wasn't human. And whatever these creatures, these shadows were, they were connected to her. I could feel it in my gut. She stepped closer, her footfall silent, though the ground beneath her seemed to quake in response to her presence. With each step she took, the room around me seemed to distort, as though reality itself was bending to her will. You can run, she said, her voice now hollow, like the wind whispering through the cracks of a long-abandoned building. It was soft, yet full of something ancient, something malevolent. The voice swirled in the room, filling every crevice. You can escape. My mind screamed for me to do something, anything, but my body wouldn't obey. It was as if I was trapped in some kind of nightmare, where the very act of trying to move was impossible. The shadows, the figures, surrounded me, closing in on all sides. I could feel their cold presence against my skinned fingers, or claws, or something worse. Their breath was ragged and uneven, yet it sounded like a chorus of whispers, each voice overlapping the next, all demanding that I remember. Remember what? I wanted to shout, but my throat was tight, constricting with fear. My thoughts felt fragmented, like pieces of a shattered glass puzzle that I couldn't put together. Memories flickered in my mind, just out of reach. Faces I should know but couldn't place. Events I was sure had happened, yet the details twisted, bleeding into something wrong, something darker. The woman had reached out a hand, her long, pale fingers brushing the air before me. Her eyes were no longer hidden, and though I couldn't see the details of her face, I felt her gaze sharp, cruel, and knowing. She tilted her head slightly, as if studying me. She knew my thoughts, my fears, my every doubt. She knew more about me than I did. The floor creaked beneath me, and I glanced down, seeing what had been hidden in the shadows, the ropes, the strands of hair I had touched earlier, tangled around my ankles. It wasn't hair. It was something else. The texture was wrong, slimy and cold, and it slithered, pulling me deeper into the floor. My heart hammered in my chest. I tried to pull away, but it felt like my feet were stuck in quicksand. I tugged harder, panicking as the ropes saw whatever they were tightened around my legs, pulling me down, dragging me closer to the darkness. "Stop!" I cried, my voice raw. But no one responded. The shadows had swallowed a whole. The woman spoke again, and this time there was something chilling in her tone. This is where it all began, and this is where it will end. I could feel the air around me growing colder, impossibly so. The walls, once solid, now seemed to pulse and undulate like living flesh, pressing in on me from all sides. I looked up, and for the first time I saw the thing that had been hiding in the corner of my mind, the thing I couldn't fully remember. It was there in the shadows, shifting and undulating like smoke. A form took shape before my eyes, slowly, painfully, as if it were struggling to manifest. It was humanoid, almost human, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, too thin, and its face was a blur, a swirling mass of eyes, mouths, and twisted features that didn't make sense. But in the depths of that face, there was something I recognized. Something that haunted me. A single word flashed through my mind. Mother. But no, that couldn't be right. It couldn't be. I had to be wrong. This thing wasn't here. No, it wasn't he. Yet it whispered my name. You remember now. I choked back a scream. The air felt like it was thickening around me, suffocating me. Every sound in the room seemed distorted, now muffled, like I was underwater. The shadows continued to move, but they weren't just around me anymore. They were inside me, crawling beneath my skin, whispering in my ears. It is all connected. The room started to spin, and the darkness became alive, pulling me deeper, further away from the reality I had once known. The house was no longer a house. It was a prison, a tomb, and I was trapped. The thing in the corner, no, not her, it moved closer. The closer it came, the more I felt the walls pressing in around me, suffocating, crushing. My chest was tight. The darkness was no longer just around me. It was inside me. My thoughts, my memories twisted, fragmented, were all being consumed by the shadows. And as the thing reached out a hand to touch my face, I realized with absolute horror that I had been wrong all along. The memories I had fought to keep buried, the ones that had seemed like nothing more than a nightmare, were the key to everything. But I didn't want to know. I didn't want to remember. It was too late. The house was awake. And so was I. The touch was ice cold, like the sting of 1,000 needles pressed into my skin. It was so much more than just a hand. It was a presence, an oppressive force that seemed to pour into my very soul, erasing the boundaries between who I was and who I had become. My breath hit shallow and panicked as I felt the ice-cold fingers trace down my cheek, leaving a burning trail behind. The darkness swelled closer, thick and suffocating, until I couldn't tell if the room was shrinking or if I was simply being pulled into it. The thing was shaped, the form was so close now that I could hear its breath, ragged and wet. It was like the sound of something alive, something ancient crawling through the walls of my mind. Mother, it whispered again, that same word, the one that had no place in this nightmare. But it wasn't her. I refused to let it be her. It can't be. I tried to pull away, but my body wouldn't move. My legs were still tangled in whatever had bound me, the cold, wet ropes that wrapped around me, pulling me further into the abyss. I twisted, my chest heaving with the effort, but the more I struggled, the more the shadows seemed to grow, enveloping me, feeding on my fear. The walls of the room bent in unnatural ways, like they were alive, pulsing with a life of their own, expanding and contracting with each breath. The air became thick, heavy. It was hard to see now. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light, it had substance, weight. The air itself seemed to warp, vibrating in low hums, like a distorted frequency, filling the space with a maddening drone that made it impossible to think straight. My thoughts flickered disjointed. The memories, once scattered fragments, began to form an image, a face, a name, but it was all so blurry. The more I tried to grasp onto it, the more it slipped away, like sand through my fingers. "Do you remember?" The voice wasn't just the thing in front of me anymore. It was everywhere. All around me, echoing in my mind, sliding through my thoughts like an invasive toxin. I couldn't focus. The room was spinning. The weight of it, the pressure pressing down on me, was unbearable. The shadows surrounded me, no longer separate entities, but part of the fabric of the world, part of me. "You don't need to remember," they seemed to say. "It's already inside you." I wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. The shadows tightened around my throat, squeezing, choking the words before they could form. The walls were alive now, their movements slow, deliberate, like the earth itself was alive, shifting, grinding. I could feel the pulse of the house, its heartbeat, like a drum beneath my feet. The floor seemed to shift, pulling me, dragging me towards something. Something dark. The woman now, the thing took another step forward. I tried to focus on her, but the more I stared, the more my vision blurred. She wasn't moving in any natural way. Her limbs twisted, bent, in angles that should have been impossible. She was growing, or perhaps I was shrinking. Her features seemed to warp and change with every blink, like the world itself couldn't decide what she was. Her eyes, pale and hollow, bore into mine with an intensity that made me feel as though my very soul was being dragged out of me. She smiled as if that was what it was. The skin on her face stretched in ways it shouldn't have, and I saw something dark, like a slit of deep shadow, where her mouth should have been. "I've been waiting for you," she whispered. The words slithered around me, inside me, crawling into my mind like an invasive parasite. "Waiting for you to remember." I shook my head violently. No, I don't remember anything. You are not real, this isn't real." But even as I said the words, the shadows around me seemed to mock me. The walls trembled, the air thickened, and that horrible, crawling feeling in my chest only grew stronger. Something snapped. The shadows surged forward, and the thing it was her, or wasn't reached out, a grotesque, gnarled hand hovering inches from my face. I felt its breath, foul and cold, brushing against my skin, making my hair stand on end. Her eyes burned into mine, and I felt the weight of my own thoughts, the memories that had been buried for so long, flooding back in torrents, too fast, too overwhelming. There was something wrong. Everything was wrong. The house groaned, the beams creaking, as if it were alive, as if it felt my fear. The pulse beneath my feet grew stronger, faster, like the drumbeat of a forgotten nightmare, driving me closer to the breaking point. My heart raced in my chest, but the darkness seemed to press in on all sides, louder and more chaotic with every passing second. And then, just as I thought I might lose myself completely to the madness, I saw it. The corner of the room, the crack in the wall that I hadn't noticed before. There was light, faint, a sliver of something brighter than the crushing blackness surrounding me. A way out. Without thinking, my body moved before my mind could stop it. My arms tore at the ropes. What were they, really? The cold, slick coils slipping from my legs as I pushed myself toward the crack, toward the light. The shadows fought back, swirling around me, whispering my name, but I didn't listen. The air was thick, suffocating, but I kept moving, stumbling toward the crack. The closer I got, the more the shadows seemed to pull back, like they were afraid of the light. I could feel the warmth faint, but real. The crack widened just enough for me to slip through, and I shoved my body through, my shoulders scraping against the jagged edges. I gasped as I fell through the gap, landing hard on the cold, unforgiving floor on the other side. The room I landed in was different. It was familiar. The faint smell of coffee, the soft hum of an old refrigerator. A kitchen. It was my kitchen. But it felt wrong. It felt like a dream, like the room wasn't really there at all. I pulled myself up, my heart still racing, and looked around. The house was silent again. But the whispers? They hadn't stopped. They were in my mind now. And as I stood in the silence, I realized the house hadn't let me escape. The shadows were already inside me. They had never left. I woke up with a start, gasping for breath. My heart pounded in my chest, too fast, too erratic. The room was dimly lit. The same kitchen ID found myself in just moments ago was it moments ago. The clock on the wall ticked softly, its hands frozen at 5 minutes to midnight. The silence was almost deafening, pressing down on me like a weight. It had all felt too real, too overwhelming. The shadows, the thing, her eyes, her words. But now, in the cold light of day, I wasn't sure if it had all been a nightmare. I could still feel the remnants of her presence, like cold fingers grazing the back of my mind, but the kitchen was normal. Just a kitchen. The smell of coffee lingered faintly in the air, and the refrigerator hummed a steady, unremarkable tune. There were no shadows moving, no oppressive darkness filling the space. I reached for the cup of coffee on the counter. Had I made that? I couldn't remember. My fingers brushed the ceramic surface, and for a moment it felt as though the very act of touching it was a reminder that I was still here, that everything had to be real. But was it? My reflection in the window above the sink caught my eye. For a moment I didn't recognize myself. My face was pale, drained of color. My eyes were wide, unsettled, wild. There were deep shadows under my eyes that hadn't been there before. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I hadn't slept. Not really. The kitchen door creaked open. My pulse skipped. I didn't expect anyone. Who would be here? Who else was here? I turned, slowly, to see nothing but the empty doorway leading to the living room. But the air, the silence, it felt wrong. It was as though someone, was just beyond the threshold, watching me. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the fear that called in my stomach. I knew better than to trust my senses now. I deepened to see it before. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to regain some semblance of control over my thoughts. But it was hard. Everything felt disjointed, fragmented, like pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit together. I had to remind myself that I was safe. I was in my house. It was just a house. But then I heard it. That whisper again. Mother. The sound crawled into my mind like an insidious spine, winding itself around my thoughts, suffocating them. I couldn't push it away. The whisper was too close. Too real. My body tensed as I turned back to the doorway. The air felt heavier now, thicker, like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, just waiting for something to pull me down. I could hear the faintest of footsteps, too soft to be my own. My breath caught in my throat. Who was there? I asked, my voice shaky, barely above a whisper. There was no answer. I stepped forward, drawn to the doorway as though something in the dark beyond was calling to me. As I crossed the threshold, the floorboards creaked under my weight. The sound echoed too loud, too intrusive, as though the house itself was listening. I paused, standing in the middle of the room, looking around. It was the same living room I had known for years. The couch, the TV, the pictures on the wall. The familiar, comforting details. But it didn't feel right anymore. The wall seemed to stretch outwards, expanding and contracting, just like the house I had been trapped in. Then I saw it. On the coffee table, lying amidst a pile of old newspapers, was the broken piece of jewelry. The same piece I had thrown away in the woods, the same broken, jagged ring that had not been in my hand when I left. I felt my blood run cold as I stepped forward, my fingers trembling as I picked it up. It wasn't a hallucination. I wasn't imagining it. The ring was here, in front of me, in my living room, as if it had never been thrown away. I dropped it instantly, as though it burned my skin. My heart hammered in my chest, a violent beat that seemed to drown out the quiet hum of the house. I stumbled back, unable to look at it anymore. I couldn't process what I was seeing. My mind couldn't make sense of it. This didn't make sense. None of this did. And that's when the voices came. They weren't the whispers from before, not her voice anymore. These were different. Louder. More insistent. A cacophony of voices, all layered on top of one another, overlapping in a chaotic mess. Some of the voices were familiar people I had known, loved ones, friends, but their words twisted into something unrecognizable. The room seemed to spin around me as the voices grew louder, growing in intensity until they became nothing more than a jumbled, incomprehensible roar. I could feel the walls closing in, the suffocating weight of the voices pressing down on me. I staggered back, my hands flying up to my ears, trying to block them out. But they only grew louder, rising in pitch, until I could no longer discern one voice from another. It was as though my mind was being pulled apart, fragmented, broken into pieces by the overwhelming noise. I tried to move, to escape, but I couldn't. I couldn't escape the voices. They followed me, and as I turned to run, I saw her again. The thing. The shadow. She stood in the doorway, watching me with those hollow eyes. And this time, I didn't need to hear her whisper to know what she wanted. I was the one she had been waiting for. I had always been the one. And as the voices continued to scream, as my vision blurred and the room spun into darkness, I realized something. The house had never let me leave. I had never left it. I was still trapped in the shadows. Have you ever wondered what happens when a promise is broken? The question echoed through my mind as I sat in the dimly lit room. The walls felt like they were closing in on me, pressing down with a weight I could barely bear. It was a question I hadn't been able to escape, not for the past few weeks, and certainly not for the past few years. I had never truly understood its significance until now. The house was eerily quiet, save for the hum of the old refrigerator in the corner of the kitchen. There was no sign of life, no warmth in the air, no comforting sound of footsteps, no hint of human presence. I couldn't even remember the last time someone had visited this place. The silence felt like a presence itself, watching, waiting, and it was suffocating me. I sat there, frozen in place, thinking of all the things I had promised. Promises I made long ago, so many years ago that I had long forgotten. Yet, they had a way of resurfacing, always at the most inconvenient times. I could still hear her voice in my head clear as day. I promise I'll never leave you. I let out a shaky breath, trying to push the thought away, but it lingered like an unshakable shadow. It always had. The room had once been full of light and laughter. We had spent hours here, planning, dreaming, and talking about the future. But those days were gone now, buried beneath the weight of unspoken words and unsaid goodbyes. The house had become a ghost of what it once was, much like myself. I ran my hand over the wooden table, the surface rough against my fingers, the years of dust clinging to it as if the house itself was holding on to the past. It was like that everywhere rolled decaying remnants of a time that no longer existed. And yet, it was still here at this place. And so was I. As my fingers traced the grain of the wood, something caught my attention, a faint sound. At first, I thought it was nothing, just the creak of the house settling. But then it came again, this time louder. A footstep. A slow, deliberate step, as if someone were walking around the corner. My heart skipped a beat. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. Just the empty hallway. The sound had stopped as quickly as it had started. I told myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The air in the room had shifted, as if something unseen had entered. The temperature dropped, and I shivered involuntarily. There was something in the house with me. Something I hadn't been prepared for. I took a hesitant step forward, glancing over my shoulder. The hallway stretched on endlessly, its dark corners hiding secrets I wasn't ready to uncover. But I couldn't ignore the feeling anymore. The weight of the silence, eerie quiet, had become too much to bear. I walked slowly, the floorboards creaking under my weight, my breath coming in shallow gasps. As I passed the old photographs hanging on the walls, I couldn't help but notice that they were all faded, blurry images of moments long past, frozen in time. The faces were unrecognizable now, the memories they held slipping further away with each passing year. But as I reached the end of the hallway, something stopped me dead in my tracks. The door to the room at the far end of the house was open. I had closed it hours ago when I came in. I was sure of it. And yet, now it stood ajar, as if someone had been in there. I felt my pulse quicken, my mind racing with possibilities. No one had been here, no one could be here. Yet the door was open. My legs moved on their own, pulling me forward, step by hesitant step. When I pushed the door open fully, I was met with nothing but darkness. The room was as empty as it had been before. The only light came from the slivers of moonlight streaming in through the cracks in the blinds. But there was something else. Something strange. The air in the room felt heavier, thick with a presence that I couldn't place. It was suffocating. I felt a cold breeze brush against my neck, and the hair on the back of my arms stood on end. That's when I heard it again, the soft whisper, barely audible at first, but it grew louder with each passing second. You promised. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no one there. Just the shadows, stretching and flickering in the dim light. My mind raced. Was I imagining things? Had the years of isolation finally started to break me? Or was something more sinister at play? I reached for the light switch, but before I could turn it on, the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening bang. The sudden noise sent a jolt of fear through my body, and I staggered back, my hand pressing against the cold wall for support. I was trapped. And the whispers, they were getting louder, more insistent. You promised. I'll never escape. I backed away, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in around me. The promise, that simple phrase, it was more than just a memory now. It had become something else, a curse. And I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape the past. And that was when I realized I had never really left. The promises I made, the things I'd promised never to forget, had followed me here. They had always been here. The question that had haunted me for so long echoed again, louder now, as if mocking me. Have you ever wondered what happens when a promise is broken? Because now I knew. The answer was simple. It would never let you go. I couldn't breathe. The wall seemed to close in around me, and I felt the temperature drop even further. My pulse was racing in my ears, drowning out everything else. The whispers were all I could hear now. They were so close, but I couldn't tell where they were coming from. The room felt alive, as though it had shifted in some unnatural way while I was lost in my own panic. I tried to move, but my legs felt heavy, like they were weighed down by something invisible. My chest tightened with every breath I took, and I could almost feel the air itself pressing against me. It was too much. My body screamed for escape, but my mind was caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear. What was happening to me? I shook my head, desperate to clear my thoughts. No, this is just stress. I've been here too long, alone. I am imagining this, I whispered to myself. But even as I said the words, I could hear the doubt creeping in. Could I really trust my own mind? Hadn't I been hearing things all night? I turned my gaze back to the room, searching for some explanation. The darkness had taken on a new form. Shadows twisted unnaturally along the walls, creeping like living things. The air seemed to pulse with an energy I couldn't explain, like the room itself was breathing, slowly exhaling, as if it was aware of me. And then something moved. At first, it was just a slight movement, almost imperceptible, a flicker of something in the corner of my eye. But as I turned my head, my breath caught in my throat. There, in the corner of the room, stood a figure. It wasn't human, not entirely. It had the shape of a person, but it was distorted, the edges of its form shifting, like smoke or fog, constantly changing. I could barely make out its features, but I knew it was staring at me, watching. It was the kind of gaze that made your skin crawl, as if it was peering directly into the deepest parts of your soul. The whispers grew louder, sharper. They weren't just words anymore, they were feelings. Regret. Anger. Despair. I could feel them tearing through me, trying to pull apart the threads of my consciousness. You should have kept your promise, the voice echoed, though there was no mouth to form the words. I froze. My body refused to move, my limbs locked in place as if I were rooted to the floor. The figure didn't advance, but I could sense its presence growing stronger, closer, the very air around it thick with an oppressive force. You promised you'd never leave, the voice repeated, this time softer, almost mournful. I stumbled backward, hitting the wall behind me with a thud. The sudden impact shook me out of my stupor, and I finally found the strength to take a step forward. One step. Then another. I had to get out of there. I had to escape this thing. But it was too late. As I turned toward the door, it slammed shut again, the force so powerful that the hinges groaned in protest. My breath caught in my throat. I was trapped. The room felt like it was suffocating me. I pressed my back against the cold, unforgiving wall, my hand fumbling for the light switch, but it was no use. The room was swallowed in darkness, save for the flickering shapes of shadows that danced along the edges of my vision. The presence of that thing, the one that had never been there before, was too real. I had to get out. My mind screamed at me to run. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't face whatever this was. But I was no longer sure I could escape. Why didn't you keep your word? The voice whispered again. Why did you leave me? The words cut through me like a knife. I squeezed my eyes shut trying to block it out, but they lingered, digging deep into my memory. It wasn't just a voice. It was a memory. A person. Someone I had promised, someone I had failed. My hands trembled as I pressed against the door. My heartbeat was deafening in my ears. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Everything was closing in around me, and I couldn't escape the overwhelming weight of my past. The promises I had made. The promises I had broken. And then the room went silent. No more whispers. No more shadows. But I knew the silence was worse than the sound. It was too quiet. Too empty. And in that silence I could hear the pounding of my own heart like a countdown. Every second was dragging me deeper into the abyss of my own fears, my regrets. I turned back toward the center of the room, where the figure had been. It was gone now, but its presence lingered like a heavy fog in the air. And there, on the floor where it had stood, was something I hadn't seen before. A small, old photograph. It was faded, the edges curling up, but I could make out the faces of two people standing together, smiling at me, and someone I hadn't seen in years. Someone I had once promised never to forget. The promise I had broken. I reached down and picked it up, my fingers trembling as I held it. The photo felt cold in my hand, like it was somehow different from the rest of the world, from everything that had happened since. The smile in the photo seemed so distant now, as if it belonged to someone else, someone I had lost. But the worst part wasn't the photo. It was the writing on the back. I'll never leave you. I felt a chill run down my spine, and the darkness around me seemed to grow deeper, pressing in harder, tighter. I couldn't breathe. I had promised. And I had broken it. And now, it was coming for me. I stared at the photograph, my fingers shaking as I held it. The words on the back were still burned into my mind, echoing over and over again. I'll never leave you. The promise I had made unbroken. The shadows around me seemed to stretch and shift, calling toward me like hands reaching out, as if the room itself had come alive, responding to the broken words. The photograph was colder now, almost ice-like, despite the warmth of my hand. It felt like a curse. I could still hear the whisper, faint but persistent, "You left me." It lingered in the air, thickening the silence until I could hardly think. My breath was shallow, each exhale fogging up the air in front of me. The room, once a familiar sanctuary, now felt like a prison. I backed away from the spot where the figure had been, my feet stumbling over the old, creaky floorboards. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not just by the figure, but by something worse, something older, deeper. The whispers weren't just words anymore. They were memories. I turned toward the window, desperate for some sign of normalcy. But even the night outside felt wrong. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting the street below in an eerie, unnatural darkness. The faintest breeze stirred the curtains, but it wasn't enough to break the suffocating stillness inside. Everything was wrong. And then, the photograph. It felt as though it was calling me. I could hear it, now its silent demand. Remember me? I wanted to throw it away, to burn it, to escape. But something inside me, something deep and rooted, refused to let it go. I had to face it. I had to face her. My mind flashed back to the last time I had seen her, the last promise I had made. I had told her that no matter what happened, I would never leave. That we would always be together. But that had been a lie. And now she was gone. I had forgotten her. Or had I? The whispers grew louder again, sharper, piercing my thoughts. You forgot. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang, making me jump. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing, no one. Only the oppressive silence. But it wasn't the silence of an empty room. It was something more sinister, as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting. I dropped the photo, letting it flutter to the floor, and stumbled back toward the door. I had to get out of there. This place, this memory, it wasn't just haunted by the past, it was alive, feeding on my guilt, my fear. I reached for the door handle, my hand slick with sweat. I twisted it. Click. The door was still locked. No. I pulled harder, my pulse roaring in my ears. My fingers were numb as I yanked at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I turned away, desperate. I could feel the walls closing in, the air heavy with the weight of everything I had ignored for years. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. They came from behind me, soft at first, but unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat, my entire body tensing. I wanted to scream, to shout, to run, but I couldn't move. I turned slowly, unable to stop myself. The room, once empty, was now filled with shadows. But these weren't just shadows. They were shapes. Figures. At first, they were indistinct, just dark smudges, but then they sharpened, became clearer. I saw them now, her, but not just her. There were others, faces I didn't recognize, their eyes hollow and searching. And the whispers, they were louder, desperate, like a cacophony of voices. You broke your promise, came the voice again. But this time, it was different. It was no longer mournful. It was angry. I felt the temperature drop again. A cold breeze, unnatural and biting, swept through the room. My skin prickled, every hair on my body standing on end. The figure that had appeared earlier, her was standing in the center of the room now. I could see her clearly. She was the same as the photograph, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and something else. Something darker. But it wasn't just her anymore. The other figures, those I couldn't place, were moving closer. They were circling me, their eyes fixed on me, their faces expressionless, except for the unmistakable judgment I saw in their gazes. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I was paralyzed, trapped by the weight of my guilt, my regret. Every breath I took felt like it was being ripped from my chest. The whispers were louder now, a chorus of voices screaming at me. You promised. You abandoned us. I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, hoping it would stop. Hoping they would go away. But when I opened them again, she was standing right in front of me. Her face was inches from mine. Her breath, cold and wet, brushed against my skin. She didn't speak, but her eyes, those eyes told me everything. She wasn't just angry at me. She was hurt. And she was waiting for me to make it right. But I didn't know how. I stepped back, my legs finally obeying, but my mind was still trapped in the past, still drowning in the guilt of promises I couldn't keep. She reached out a hand, her fingers brushing against my arm, sending a jolt of ice through my body. didn't he know what to do. I didn't he know what she wanted. But I knew one thing. I couldn't he escape. Not now. Not ever. The room seemed to close in around me as I stood frozen, unable to tear my eyes away from her. Her presence was suffocating, as if the very air had thickened with her rage, her pain. Her hand, cold and trembling, hovered just above my skin. I flinched, but I couldn't he pull away. I couldn't he move. Her eyes, those eyes that once held such warmth, such trust, were now hollow, empty. I could feel the weight of her gaze, trailing into me, demanding answers that I didn't he have. Why? Why did I leave? A chill ran down my spine, deeper than any cold could reach. The shadows around us seemed to stretch toward her, as if they were drawn to her anguish, feeding off it. I could see the other figures now more clearly than before. They weren't he just faces anymore, they were expressions of torment, of unfinished business. I could feel their collective gaze on me, each one carrying a different memory, a different wound. The air grew colder still, and I heard a faint sound at first, almost like a whisper, but it quickly grew louder, more distinct. A voice, deep and guttural. You didn't he keep your word. I recoiled as if struck. The voice wasn't he hers, but it came from within the room, as though the very walls were speaking. It was a voice I hadn't he heard in years, yet it was unmistakable. My father's voice. A harsh, unforgiving tone that haunted my childhood. The voice of someone who had once held me accountable for every mistake, every broken promise. You couldn't he even keep the smallest of promises. The voice echoed again, sending waves of nausea through me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to say something, to beg for forgiveness, to explain myself, but my voice was trapped. My throat was dry, constricted, as though a weight was pressing down on me from all sides. I looked around, but there was no escape. The shadows were pressing in, pulling the edges of the room tighter and tighter, until there was nothing left but them and me. The photograph, the one I had dropped earlier, lay on the floor, face up, taunting me. The edges of the photo seemed to curl as if the paper itself were burning, even though I could see no fire. A faint glow surrounded the image of her smile so pure, so untainted by the years that had passed. My chest tightened. I had promised I would never forget her. And yet, that is exactly what I had done. Why did you leave me? The whisper was louder now, no longer a question, but a demand. The figure in front of me stepped closer, her presence suffocating. I felt as though I was suffocating, drowning in my own guilt. Her hand was inches from me now, and I could feel the coldness radiating off it. Her eyes bored into mine, her expression still unreadable. I reached out, my hand trembling. I didn't know what I was doing, but it was as if my body had betrayed me, pushing me toward her. I closed my eyes, feeling the icy fingers brush against my skin, sending a shock of electricity through my body. The moment her hand made contact, something inside me shifted. The room flickered, the shadows seemed to warp, and I heard a sound that made my heart stop, a low, guttural growl, like an animal in the dark. I opened my eyes, and for a moment everything seemed to go still. The figures, the whispers, the shadows, they were all gone. The room was empty. It was as if nothing had happened at all. The air was warm again, and the oppressive cold had disappeared. But then I felt it. A shift. A disturbance. Behind me, the door that had been locked was now wide open. The hallway beyond was dark, but there was something moving there, something that shouldn't have been. The edges of the shadows stretched into the room, inching closer. And there in the doorway, a figure stood tall, distorted, its features twisted beyond recognition. I took a step back, my body refusing to obey. My mind screamed at me to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot. The figure in the doorway moved closer, shape-shifting, contorting in unnatural ways. I could see its eyes pale, hollow, like two deep pits that seemed to devour the light. The same eyes I had seen before, the same eyes that had haunted my dreams. You can escape, the voice hissed. It wasn't my father's voice anymore. It was something worse, something ancient. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind was a blur, frantic, desperate. I needed to get out. But the shadows were closing in again, swallowing the light, tightening their grip on the room. "You can escape the promises you've broken," the voice repeated, louder this time, vibrating through my bones. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything, any way out. But there was nothing. The door was still open, but I couldn't move toward it. The figure was almost here, its shape growing clearer with each passing second. I looked down at the photograph still on the floor. The image of her, smiling, was now distorted, twisted. Her face was melting, fading, as if the very memory of her was being erased. And in that moment, I knew. There was no escape. The promises I had broken weren't just memories. They were alive. They were haunting me, and they were not going to let me go. The figure stepped forward, and I felt the cold hands of the past reaching out, dragging me back into the darkness. It was too late. I felt the chill of the air bite into my skin as the figure inched closer. Its shape seemed to ripple, as though it existed in multiple dimensions, at once somewhere between solid and ethereal, neither completely here nor completely gone. The low growl from the shadows vibrated through my chest, shaking the very ground beneath me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. My legs felt heavy, like they were submerged in thick mud, dragging me down. Each step the figure took brought with it an unexplainable pressure in the air, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something inevitable to unfold. The photograph, still lying on the floor in front of me, seemed to pulse with a sickly glow. My eyes were drawn to it, as if it were the source of this nightmare, the heart of it all. The face in the picture, the face of her, was now warped, disfigured. Her smile, once innocent, was twisted into a grimace, and her eyes were empty. Hollow. Dead. Was she still alive? I could feel the figure, its presence behind me now, closer, its breath cold and rancid on the back of my neck. My skin crawled, my mind screaming in denial. This was impossible. This wasn't real. Yet every fiber of my being screamed that it was. The promises, the unspoken guilt, the choices I had made, they were all crashing down on me now. I had been running from this moment for so long, trying to bury it, but now it was here, forcing its way into my life, suffocating me. The guilt wasn't just in my mind anymore, it had taken physical form. I reached out, my hand trembling, trying to steady myself on the nearest piece of furniture chair, old and splintered, its wood creaking under the weight of my touch. I could feel the air thickening with each breath, the pressure growing unbearable. The shadows pressed in, seemingly alive, swirling and twisting, threatening to consume everything in their path. I glanced toward the door. The hallway beyond was still dark, a void of nothingness. My heart pounded. The way out was there, but it might as well have been miles away. The darkness in that hallway, it beckoned. I could hear something faintly moving in there, too. It wasn't just a figure in the room now. There was something else, something that had been waiting, lurking. Had it always been here? I could feel my mind slipping. Was it real? Was it all just a hallucination, a nightmare crafted for my own regrets? I was losing touch with what was real and what wasn't. I needed to focus. I needed to fight. But I didn't know how. I didn't know what to do. I had tried to escape this feeling, this overwhelming sense of dread, but there was no running anymore. I had brought this on myself. The promises I had made, the words I had spoken, the people I had left behind. It was all here pressing in around me, suffocating me. Suddenly, I felt it something cold and sharp, like a needle, pricking at my skin. It wasn't just in my head anymore. The figure, or whatever it was, had reached out and touched me. Its presence was all-encompassing, like it was trying to drag me into its world, a world where the past was alive, breathing, and demanding answers. You thought you could forget, the voice rasped, no longer just a whisper but a booming, echoing command. You thought you could run from this, but you here now, you will never escape what you've done. I recoiled, stumbling back, but it was too late. The figure's hand was on my arm now, freezing cold, sending a jolt of ice through my veins. I could feel the air crackle with energy, a force pulling me in, forcing me to look at it to face it. And then, for the first time, I saw its face clearly. It wasn't just one face. It was the faces of everyone I had wronged, everyone I had promised to care for, to protect. Their faces were distorted, their expressions twisted in pain, anger, and confusion. They were all staring at me, their eyes wide with betrayal. Why didn't you keep your promise? Each face seemed to ask me the same question, the voices rising in unison, filling the room with a deafening chorus of accusation. I wanted to shut my ears to escape, but the sound reverberated through my skull, making it impossible to escape. I closed my eyes, but it only made it worse. The darkness that filled my vision was deeper, colder than the shadows around me. I could feel the weight of the promises I had broken, each one like a heavy chain around my chest, tightening with every passing second. You cannot outrun your mistakes. I was sinking now, sinking into the darkness. The floor beneath me had disappeared, and I felt as though I were falling into a place I couldn't see but knew was there, waiting. My heart raced in my chest, but I couldn't breathe. The weight of my guilt was unbearable, pressing down on me, crushing me. The faces surrounded me now, their voices no longer just words. They were feelings, emotions pouring into me, drowning me. The regret, the sorrow, the anger. It was all mixing together, suffocating me. I couldn't move. I couldn't escape. But then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, the pressure lifted. The darkness receded. The figures were gone. The room was still. Empty. For a moment, I thought I had woken up, but it was all just a dream. But the photograph, now crumpled on the floor, remained, its edges still curling, the face of her still twisted in that grimace of sorrow. I staggered to my feet, gasping for air. But even as I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were in tone with me yet. They were still here somewhere, waiting, watching. And the promises I had broken, they were still alive, waiting for me to keep them, or die trying. It all started with a question that seemed insignificant at first. What if the things I saw were not just tricks of my mind? I never thought much of my small hometown. It was quiet, the kind of place you never really pay attention to. But that was before the strange things began happening. My name is Ethan. I am an investigator, though I never imagined I'd be chasing down anything more than the occasional fraud case or missing pet. But something about this place changed. Or maybe it was me who changed. I had recently moved back after years of being away. My parents' old house, now quite shell of what it used to be, became my refuge. It was familiar, yet there was an unsettling quality to it, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting. One night, I was walking home through the streets. It was a cool evening, the kind that made you wish for a jacket, but not quite cold enough to shiver. I was passing the old park near the edge of town when I noticed them. At first, they were just tracks on the ground, faint, like someone had dragged their feet through the dirt. Nothing alarming at first. But as I walked on, the tracks began to change. They became clearer, more deliberate. I couldn't explain why, but I felt compelled to follow them. Each step I took seemed to draw me further into the unknown. The usual sounds of the night crickets, the rustling of leaves began to fade. There was an eerie silence. And then came the first sound that made my skin crawl, a whisper. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The tracks led me to the edge of the woods. The trees stood like silent sentinels, casting long shadows in the dim light. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity gnawed at me. I stepped forward, my feet crunching against the dry leaves. The air felt heavy, as if the world around me was holding its breath. And then I saw it. The figure. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. But the more I stared, the more it became impossible to deny. A shadow, not quite human, stood in the distance. Its form was distorted, like it was made of smoke, but it moved with purpose. I tried to move, but my feet felt frozen to the ground. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. The figure seemed to be waiting for me, its presence pressing down on my chest. The whispering returned, louder this time, more distinct. "You shouldn't he be here?" The words echoed in my mind, yet they came from everywhere and nowhere at once. I wanted to turn and run, but my body wouldn't obey. And then it stepped forward. The shadow shifted in a way that no human could, contorting, twisting, as if it was made of something else entirely. Its face was obscured by a dark veil, but I could feel its eyes on me, cold, calculating, and something more, something hungry. I was paralyzed, caught between fear and the impossible urge to move closer. The tracks. They weren't he just left behind, they were a trail. A trail leading to this moment. Suddenly, everything clicked. This place wasn't normal. None of it was. I had stumbled into something far darker than I could comprehend. What were these tracks? Why was I being drawn to them? What was watching me? I didn't know then, but I had already taken the first step down a path from which there might be no return. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed, but the moment felt like an eternity. The shadow, if you could even call it that, didn't move closer, but I could feel it watching me. I forced myself to take a step back. And then another. Each movement felt like it was fighting against an invisible weight, but the closer I got to the edge of the woods, the lighter I felt. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in short, shallow bursts. The whispering grew louder, the words shifting, twisting in my mind. "You shouldn't he be here? It is too late. They see you." I didn't understand. What did it mean? They see you. Who were they? I turned quickly, the impulse to flee overpowering everything else. My feet carried me, and for a moment I thought I might be able to escape from the creeping terror that had sunk its claws into me. But then I saw the tracks again. They weren't he behind me. They were ahead, leading off into the distance, more distinct than before. Each step felt deliberate, almost as if it were beckoning me. And I, full that I was followed them once more. The air grew colder with each step. The familiar town sounds had disappeared completely now. There was nothing but the crunch of my footsteps on the gravel road, the distant rustle of the trees in the wind, and the whispers. The closer I got to the tracks, the more I could hear them clearly, words, almost like chants, murmuring from the shadows. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching. Was I imagining it? Or had the sound come from behind me? I spun around, my eyes desperately scanning the darkness. Nothing. No figure. But the whispers now so much clearer were coming from every direction, pressing in on me. Followed the trail. The voice was deep, guttural, and for the briefest moment I could almost hear the rustling of 1,000 voices in unison, like some terrible chorus. The track in front of me seemed to widen as I stepped forward, as if inviting me into something much darker than I could comprehend. I shouldn't have gone. I should have turned around, run home, and forgotten everything. But curiosity, that insidious thing, kept pushing me forward. I needed answers. I needed to understand what was happening to me, to this place. I stumbled through the woods, the whispering growing more insistent. My heart raced as I tried to find some sense of control, but with each step the world around me seemed to twist. The trees loomed taller, the shadows deeper, and the air. It felt heavier, as if the atmosphere itself had become a physical presence, pushing me down. I stopped abruptly. The tracks ended. They led to a clearing in the forest, a place I'd never seen before, even though I'd walked these woods countless times as a child. In the center of the clearing was an old stone well. The stones were weathered, covered in moss, and the air around it had a distinct, damp smell like something ancient, untouched by time. But it wasn't the well that caught my attention. It was the ground around it. The earth was disturbed like someone had been digging there. There were fresh tracks, but these were anti-human. They were larger, animalistic. And they circled the well as if they were guarding it. I approached cautiously, my mind racing. What was this place? What was the purpose of the well? Was it connected to whatever force had been pulling me here? The whispers came again, louder now, almost desperate. You shouldn't be here. I knelt, inspecting the ground. The soil around the well was soft, and I noticed something strange, a broken, rusted chain half buried in the dirt. I pulled at it, my fingers trembling, and the links came free with a sickening metallic sound. Something shifted beneath the surface, something far darker than the ground could contain. Without warning, I heard a snap behind me. My heart froze, and I spun around, my breath caught in my throat. A figure emerged from the shadows. No, something emerged. It wasn't the same shadow I had seen earlier, but the feeling was the same. The same suffocating presence. It was tall, too tall to be human, with arms that stretched unnaturally long, its body draped in something like tattered dark cloth. The air around it grew colder, and its face, it didn't have a face. Just a hollow, empty space where one should be, but I could feel its eyes. Eyes that weren't eyes at all, just empty pits that seemed to swallow everything. The creature didn't move, but the ground beneath me seemed to tremble. The whispers grew frantic. Get away. I had no choice. I turned and ran, my legs carrying me faster than I thought possible. The creature didn't follow, not yet, but the darkness behind me felt alive, chasing me, reaching out. I had to escape, but I had no idea how. I stumbled back to my house, my heart pounding in my chest, but as I stepped inside, the feeling of being watched never left. The whispers had stopped, but the weight of them lingered, pressing against my mind. The tracks, the creature, the well, all of it was connected, and I had no idea what was waiting for me next. But I knew one thing for sure, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The answers I sought were out there, somewhere, and I couldn't stop now. The sun had barely risen the next morning, and yet the weight of the night was still hanging heavy in the air. I hadn't slept, not even for a second. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear those whispers, the echoes chasing me through the dark. The image of that creature seared into my mind. I wasn't sure what I expected to find when I woke up, but it wasn't silence. The house, which had always felt like a safe place, now felt like a prison. Each creak of the floorboards, each groan of the old walls, seemed too loud, too deliberate. The memory of the well, of those unnatural tracks, had left me with a gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach. I had to go back. It was madness, I knew that. The creature, the whispers, the ominous presence, everything pointed toward danger. But I couldn't stop. I had to understand what it was, why it was happening to me, why I felt like I was being dragged deeper into something I couldn't control. I made my decision, almost automatically, and within the hour, I was driving toward the woods. The roads were empty, silent, as if the entire world was holding its breath along with me. The drive felt longer than it should have. With each passing minute, I felt more disconnected from reality, like the world around me was slipping out of focus. I was looking for something, anything that might explain what I had witnessed, what I was still feeling. When I arrived at the woods, I parked the car by the edge of the trees and stepped out. The air was thick with moisture, the ground damp from the previous night's rain. The scent of wet earth mixed with something more pungent, like decay. I didn't even hesitate. I walked straight into the forest, towards the clearing, towards the well. The trees around me seemed to close in, their gnarled branches twisting overhead, blocking out the sunlight. The silence was oppressive. There were no birds, no rustling of animals, just the eerie stillness. As I reached the clearing, the well appeared just as it had the night before, ancient and weathered. But now, it didn't feel like just an abandoned relic. It felt alive. The air around it was charged, almost vibrating with an energy I couldn't place. I approached cautiously, my eyes scanning the ground for anything that could explain the strange disturbances. The tracks were still there, only now they looked even fresher. Almost as if someone or something had been walking around the well just minutes before I arrived. I crouched down, inspecting the ground. The dirt had been disturbed recently, and the broken chain was still half buried. My heart skipped a beat as I ran my fingers over the rusted metal. There was something off about it, something that didn't sit right. A rustling sound behind me snapped me back to reality, and I whipped around, hard in my throat. The figure was there again, but this time it was closer. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel it, those empty, pitiless eyes staring at me from the darkness. I froze, every muscle in my body screaming to run, but I couldn't see. I was rooted to the spot. The creature didn't move. It just stood there, its presence suffocating. The whispering started again, louder this time. You shouldn't be here. It's already too late. I couldn't take it anymore. The whispers, the figure, the unrelenting sense of dread, they were all too much. I backed away slowly, but my legs felt weak, like they were going to give out any second. And then I heard something else, something different. A low, guttural growl coming from somewhere behind the creature. A noise so primal, so dark, that it sent a cold shiver through me. The air seemed to shift, the temperature dropping by several degrees in an instant. I looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but the figure was still there, blocking my way. I couldn't stay here. I had to leave, I knew that much. But my body refused to move. I stood there, paralyzed, as the growl grew louder, closer, until I felt the breath of something hot and fell against my neck. And then, with no warning, the creature moved. It didn't walk, it shifted, like liquid darkness, sliding across the ground with an unnatural speed. In an instant, it was right in front of me, its hollow face mere inches from mine. I was face to face with the thing I had feared, the thing that had been watching me. Its mouth opened, but instead of words, there was only a sickening, inhuman screech. A sound that made my teeth ache. I tried to move, to scream, but my voice had vanished. I was drowning in the sound, in the presence of the creature. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The screeching died down, and the creature shifted back into its place. I stood there, my chest heaving, my mind racing. What was this? Why hadn't it attacked? Why was it waiting? You know too much. The words were Auntie whispered this time. They were clear. Loud. The creature's voice was not like anything human. It was the voice of something ancient, something beyond comprehension. And with those words I understood. This wasn't just about me. This wasn't just some hallucination or a nightmare. I was caught in something much older. Something that had been here long before I even stepped foot in this town. I took a shaky step back, my mind racing for an explanation. But there was no time. The ground beneath me began to tremble. The trees groaned, and the earth seemed to shift. The whispers grew louder, as if they were coming from the very ground itself. And then the well, it began to move. The stones cracked, the earth around it buckled, and from within the darkness something stirred. I turned and ran, but not before I saw the shadow rising from the well, taller than any man, wider than any creature. And I knew then, without a doubt, that the thing in the woods wasn't the only danger. The real terror was yet to come. I didn't know if I'd make it out of there alive. I didn't know if anyone would. But one thing was clear, this town was cursed. And the truth? The truth was far worse than I could have ever imagined. I ran. Every step felt like it could be my last. The air had thickened, growing heavier with each frantic breath I took. The trees, once just silent sentinels, now felt like they were closing in on me, their twisted branches reaching out like claws, as if they, too, wanted to claim me. The creature from the well had not followed me, but I could feel it. Its presence lingered in the very fabric of the forest, pressing against my chest with a weight that was almost unbearable. I tried not to look back, but I couldn't help myself. The clearing where the well had been, the shadow rising from it was burned into my mind. The ground had split open, and the dark, writhing mass that had emerged was too horrible to comprehend. It wasn't just a creature, it was a force, ancient and malevolent, something far older than the land itself. The whispering started again, distant but growing louder, like it was calling me back, urging me to return to the clearing. You cannot escape. It sees you. They see you. The thought nearly paralyzed me, but I forced myself to keep moving, stumbling over uneven ground, my heart racing, my legs burning with exhaustion. I needed to get out. I needed to reach the edge of the forest, back to the car, to the safety of the world I had known before. But the deeper I ran into the woods, the further away the world seemed. I wasn't sure how long I had been running, minutes, hours, time felt irrelevant. It was as if I had been swallowed by the forest itself, and now I was nothing more than a speck in its vast, suffocating darkness. I stopped suddenly, gasping for air. The trees around me seemed to shift, bending in ways that were wrong, unnatural. I blinked trying to clear my vision, but the forest had changed. The familiar path I had been following was gone. The ground beneath me felt different, softer, almost as if it were alive. It was like I had entered a new place altogether, a place where time no longer existed. My breath hitched in my throat as a new sound reached my ears. A low, rhythmic thumping, like the beat of a massive heart. It was coming from all around me, vibrating the very ground beneath my feet. I turned in a circle, trying to locate the source of the noise, but there was nothing to see, only the oppressive dark. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw them. Eyes. Hundreds of them. All around me. They glowed faintly, a sickly yellow light floating just above the ground. At first, they were scattered, far apart, but as I stared, they began to move, to shift closer, surrounding me. I froze, my mind racing. Was I hallucinating? Was this real? One of the eyes blinked, and I stumbled back, instinctively reaching for anything that could serve as a weapon, but my hands found nothing but dirt and leaves. The eyes didn't blink again. They only watched. It sees you. The voice was clear, closer now, filling my mind. It was coming from the eyes. The words seemed to crawl through the air, slithering into my skin. I turned, my eyes darting around, trying to find an escape, but the eyes were everywhere, filling the space around me, suffocating me. Each one held a darkness deeper than the night itself. I could feel their gaze pressing against my soul. Suddenly, the ground beneath me cracked, splitting open with a loud, bone-rattling sound. I jumped back, heart hammering in my chest. From the crack, something began to rise. The air turned frigid as a figure slowly emerged from the earth, a tall, skeletal form with jagged limbs that scraped against the soil like claws. It was covered in ancient, rotting cloth, a tattered shroud that seemed to twist and writhe as if it were alive. The figure's head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and its empty eye socket stared at me with the same haunting yellow light that filled the woods. I couldn't move. My body refused to obey. The creature took one step forward, then another, until it stood directly before me. I could feel its cold presence, its unnatural weight, pressing against me. It didn't speak, didn't make a sound, but I could feel its intentions, its hunger radiating from it. It raised one arm, the cloth fluttering like a broken flag, and then it pointed directly at me. The ground trembled again, and I heard the thumping of 100 hearts, each beat louder than the last. The eyes around me began to shift, closing in, growing closer. They moved in a slow, deliberate circle, trapping me in their gaze. I had to move. I had to do something. The figure moved closer, its skeletal fingers reaching out to touch me. I could feel the cold emanating from it, seeping into my skin. Every inch of my body screamed in terror, but I managed to break free. I stumbled back, my legs shaking with the effort, but I couldn't run. The eyes were everywhere, and the creature was too close. Suddenly the whispers returned, louder than ever, filling my mind. The voice spoke again, but now it was not just one. It was a chorus. 1,000 voices, all in unison, repeating the same words. It is too late. You belong to it now. You belong to the darkness. I screamed, my voice hoarse and frantic, but no sound came out. I couldn't breathe. The air had thickened, choking me with every breath I took. My vision blurred, my mind clouded with dread. And then, as if something had finally broken, everything went silent. The eyes, the creature, the whispers, they all vanished. I was alone. Or at least I thought I was. But as I stood there, trembling, my body still frozen with fear, I knew deep down that I hadn't escaped. Not really. I had only stepped deeper into the nightmare. I turned and ran again, my feet carrying me blindly through the forests, my heart in my throat. But this time, something was different. The darkness wasn't just around me, it was in me. I could feel it, pressing against my chest, clawing at my mind. I couldn't outrun it. I couldn't hide from it. I didn't know if I would survive this, or if I was already too far gone. But one thing was certain, I would never beat the same. The truth was more terrifying than I could have ever imagined, and the forest, the well, the creature, it was all just the beginning. The woods no longer felt like a place to escape to, it had become a cage. Every step I took seemed to carry me deeper into something that I couldn't fully understand. The panic in my chest had transformed into something colder, something darker. It wasn't just fear anymore, it was the certainty that I was no longer alone, that I had been mocked by whatever ancient force had taken hold of this place. My legs ached, my breath was shallow, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't think. The only thing that kept me moving was the single thought burning through my mind, I need to get out. But the forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of twisted trees and shifting shadows. Each time I thought I was heading in the right direction, the landscape around me would change. The trees would warp, the light would shift, and I'd be back where I started. It was as if the woods themselves were alive, mocking my every attempt to escape. The whispers had returned, crawling into my mind like a disease, infecting my thoughts. Turn back. You belong here. It sees you. I tried to block them out, but it was impossible. The more I resisted, the louder they grew. My own thoughts were starting to drown in the sea of voices. I staggered forward, my senses overloaded, every shadow turning into a threat, every movement an omen. The eyes from before hadn't appeared again, but I could still feel them lurking in the corners of my vision, watching me, judging me. There was a sound behind me, a low crack, like bones breaking. I spun around, but nothing was there. Just the trees. Just the darkness. But then I saw something. A figure, just a flash of movement through the trees. Too quick for me to focus on, but there. My heart stopped. Was it the creature? I didn't wait to find out. My instincts took over, and I ran harder. The sound of footsteps followed, light but deliberate, echoing in the stillness of the forest. The pace quickened faster, louder, and closer. I wasn't alone anymore. I turned to look again, but all I saw was a blur of shadows. I couldn't make out anything clearly, but I felt it. Something was there, something watching me. The panic surged again, and for a moment I thought I might collapse. I stumbled, falling to the ground, my hands sinking into the soft, damp earth. I looked up, expecting to see a creature standing over me, its cold, empty eyes locked on mine. But there was nothing. Only the trees, silent and still. I scrambled to my feet, shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The footsteps had stopped. The forest had fallen into an unnatural silence. Too quiet. Too still. Don't stop. The voice in my head was different now, almost soothing, as if it were coaxing me to give in, to stop fighting. It felt like the very forest was trying to pull me into its grasp, into its endless night. I couldn't let it. I wouldn't let it. But the longer I stayed, the more the trees seemed to bend toward me, their branches stretching, their gnarled limbs reaching for my soul. The ground beneath me trembled once more, and I heard the distinct sound of a voice. Not a whisper. A scream. A scream that seemed to come from all directions, filling the air, filling my mind. It wasn't just the creature. It was something else. Something older. I pressed my hands to my ears, desperate to block it out, but the sound only grew louder, more insistent. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth. The scream was inside me, clawing its way to the surface. My eyes watered, and my chest felt like it was caving in. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the scream stopped. Everything went deathly silent once again. But this time, something was different. I looked around, and there it was. The well. It was back. The same well from the clearing, but it was now standing in the middle of the forest, surrounded by blackened, twisted trees. The once innocent hole in the earth had become something else entirely. Its stones were slick with dark, pulsing veins that seemed to breathe. The air around it hummed with energy, a presence so thick it made my skin crawl. I stumbled toward it, my legs moving without my command, as if the well were pulling me closer. The voices in my head had quieted, but in their place, there was a feeling an overwhelming pull toward the well, as if it were the heart of everything that had happened. And that is when I saw it. The reflection. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, something my mind was making up in the haze of fear. But as I leaned closer, the reflection became clearer. It was me. Or it looked like me. But there was something wrong about it. The figure in the water smiled, a grin that twisted at the edges, unnatural. It was as if I were looking at a distorted version of myself, one that had been broken, corrupted. I reached out, my hand trembling, and as I touched the surface of the water, the reflection rippled, distorting further. And that is when I saw something moving beneath the surface. Something, watching me. The figure in the water was no longer just a reflection. It was reaching up. I yanked my hand back in horror, stumbling away from the well as the ground beneath me shook again. The trees began to groan, bending as if they were trying to escape. The sky above darkened, and the air turned thick, suffocating. The whispers returned, now loud and frantic, filling my ears with words I couldn't understand, with warnings I couldn't escape. It knows you. It knows your fears. I turned to run, but the ground was pulling me back, the earth itself reluctant to let me go. Every step I took was heavier than the last. The weight of the forest, of the creature, of the voices, everything was dragging me deeper into its web. And then I saw it. The eyes. The hundreds of eyes. They were everywhere now. Floating in the air, blinking and watching. The same sickly yellow glow. But this time, there was no escape. I realized then that I wasn't just running from something. I was running towards something worse. The forest was alive, and it was waiting. The truth was no longer hidden, it was all around me, and I couldn't outrun it. The nightmare had come alive, and I was the one trapped inside it. As the eyes closed in, I had only one thought left in my mind. How could I have ever thought I could escape this? It all started with a question. Who are you? I wasn't sure why I asked it aloud, but I couldn't help myself. The air around me felt thick, like it carried the weight of secrets that had been buried for centuries. The old cemetery in the valley had always intrigued me. Not because it was particularly famous or haunted, but because of the stories surrounding it, stories that no one in the village would talk about. I had heard the whispers. I was sure of it. They were soft, almost imperceptible, like distant voices on the wind. I hadn't thought much of them, not at first. But after my third visit to the graveyard, I could no longer ignore them. That day, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the weathered headstones. The air smelled of damp earth, mixed with the faint scent of roses that seemed to bloom out of season. I walked carefully between the rows of graves, my boots crunching on the gravel path, the sound of it strangely jarring in the quiet stillness of the place. The cemetery was older than any building in the village. Some of the gravestones were half covered in moss, the names carved into them barely legible. There was one stone in particular that caught my attention. It was almost hidden by ivy, the name long faded into obscurity. I couldn't make out the letters, but the sight of it made my heart race. It felt as if it were watching me, like it knew I had come. I paused, staring at the gravestone, and that is when I first heard it. A soft whisper, barely a breath in the wind. Elena. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. My name. The voice sounded so real, so close, as if someone was standing right behind me, just out of sight. I spun around, expecting to see someone there. But the graveyard was empty, no one, nothing. It had been just the wind, I told myself. It had to be. I took a shaky breath and turned back to the gravestone. The whispers had stopped. I could hear nothing now but the steady rhythm of my own breath, the distant rustle of leaves in the trees. But then it came again. Lena, help us. This time it was clear. The voice was faint but insistent, as if pleading. I took a step back, my pulse quickening. I had heard of places where the past lingered, where the dead whispered their secrets to anyone who would listen. But I had never thought it would happen to me. The air grew heavier, thick with an oppressive silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that there were eyes on me from the graves around me. It wasn't irrational fear, just an instinctive feeling that clawed at the back of my mind, growing stronger with each passing second. Who are you? I whispered, though I wasn't sure I was asking the right question. And then the wind shifted, and with it came a new sound. A soft scraping, like something dragging across the earth. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I turned my head, my gaze drifting toward the center of the graveyard. The ground there was disturbed, as if someone had recently dug up a grave. It wasn't a large area, but it stood out against the otherwise pristine rows of tombstones. The earth had been torn apart, the soil overturned, and in the center of it a stone slab had been moved, revealing a dark, yawning hole. I wanted to look away. I wanted to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot, as if the ground beneath me had claimed me, holding me there with an unseen force. The whispers returned, louder now, swirling around me in a dizzying blur of voices. Some were indistinguishable, fading in and out like the wind. Others were clearer, and I could make out fragments of words, fragments of names. Jenna Samuel. They came and went like flashes of memory, each one sharper than the last. The names were old, forgotten, lost to time. But they weren't just names. There were more than that. They felt like a calling, like something desperate was trying to reach me. I took a step forward, unable to stop myself, my body moving of its own accord. The whispers intensified, like they were trying to drown me in their urgency. I stopped at the edge of the disturbed earth, my eyes scanning the hole in the ground. There was something down there, something I couldn't quite see, but I could feel it cold, heavy, and alive with something dark and ancient. And then I saw a hand, pale and lifeless, reaching up from the darkness. I staggered back, my breath coming in short gasps. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my chest tightened with a sudden, overwhelming dread. The hand, it wasn't just a hand. It was a symbol. A warning. Lena. The voice was now inside my mind, echoing through my skull like a drum. It was no longer just a whisper, it was a scream. I couldn't tear my eyes away. The hand was emerging, slow and deliberate, pulling itself from the grave with a sickening crack. The dirt around it shifted and settled, as if the earth itself was unwilling to give up what it had been holding on to. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the ground stilled. The hand vanished. But the whispers remained. I turned and fled. The cemetery behind me felt like it was stretching on, unwilling to release its grip. I didn't know what I had just witnessed. Was it real, or had my mind begun to play tricks on me? I couldn't say. But I knew one thing for certain. I had just heard the whispers of forgotten names. And they were calling me. I didn't stop running. My feet pounded against the gravel path, each step echoing in the eerie silence around me. The cemetery stretched endlessly behind, its shadows now longer, as though reaching for me. The whispers, they were still there, faint at first, but growing louder with each hurried breath I took. It felt as if they were following me. No, Worse, it felt like they were pulling me back, pulling me deeper into something I wasn't ready to understand. But I couldn't turn back. Not now. Not after what I had just seen. I reached the gate, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the rusted latch. My mind was a whirlwind, a storm of confusion and fear. The hint, the voices, the names had all tangled together, forming a nightmare that refused to release its grip on me. The gate creaked open, and I stumbled into the street, the familiar sights of the village feeling strangely distant now. The once comforting, quiet houses stood like silent witnesses, the windows dark. I didn't dare look back. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving. But even as I walked away from the graveyard, the feeling didn't fade. That deep, gnawing sensation that something was waiting for me, I couldn't shake it, couldn't outrun it. It clung to me, like the chill that crawled up my spine and settled in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that the terror I felt was just the product of an overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew something had changed. The voices, they were still there. Lena, help us. They whispered through the wind in the rustling of leaves. They were persistent, like a fever dream I couldn't wake from. Each voice was clearer now, each name more distinct, as if they were trying to tell me something important, something that tied me to that cursed place. I found myself standing in the middle of the village street, my breath shallow, my body tense. It was late, but the streets were eerily quiet. No one was around, no lights on in the houses. I felt like an intruder, like I didn't belong in the space I had once called home. The walls of the village had never seemed so thick, the air so suffocating. My head throbbed. I couldn't focus. All I could hear were the whispers. I walked to my apartment, each step heavy, like my feet had turned to lead. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside, the warmth of the room doing little to ease the cold that had settled in my bones. I flicked on the light, but something didn't feel right. The air. It was different. It was as if the space around me had stretched, expanded. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, darker. I turned quickly, looking at everything, at nothing. But there was no escaping the feeling that I was being watched. That unseen eyes were waiting for me to do something. I hurried to the kitchen, desperate to shake off the unease that crawled up my neck. I grabbed a glass of water and chugged it, but it didn't help. The whispers were still there, lingering at the edge of my hearing. They were closer now, right behind me. I could feel their weight like a hand on my shoulder. Lena, that's not over. I froze. The voice was right behind me. The cold touch of it slid across my skin, and I spun around, the glass slipping from my hand and crashing to the floor. Nothing. There was no one there. But I could hear them. The names. They were all around me. Maddie, Samuel, Jenna. I turned, my eyes darting to the walls, the floor, the ceiling. I couldn't stop the trembling that had taken hold of me. The room was spinning, the wall seemed to close in around me. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the whispering stopped. The silence was deafening, oppressive. It was like the very air had thickened, refusing to let me breathe. And then I saw it. There, on the kitchen table, something had changed. A small, leather-bound notebook lay open, as if it had been waiting for me. The pages were yellowed with age, the edges frayed. But it was the name on the first page that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was my name. I didn't remember owning a notebook like this. I didn't recognize the handwriting. The letters were neat, but they were strange, almost too deliberate, too careful. It was as if each word was written with purpose, like it had been placed there for me to find. Lena, they never let us go. I recoiled. The words seemed to shift on the page, rearranging themselves in a pattern that felt alive. I blinked, and the text blurred, then sharpened again. I slammed the book shut, my heart racing in my chest. But when I tried to set it down, my hands wouldn't let go. The pages fluttered open again, as if they were demanding something from me. And then I heard the sound of scraping again. Not on the paper this time, but from behind the walls. A low, guttural noise, like something dragging itself across the wood. This sound was coming from deep inside the apartment. I turned toward the sound, the room around me growing colder, the air heavier. And that's when I realized that I wasn't alone. The walls seemed to pulse. The whispers were louder now, rising to a deafening crescendo, their voices pleading, desperate. I had to know what they wanted. I had to know what they were trying to tell me. But the longer I stayed, the more the apartment felt like it was closing in on me. And in that moment, I knew whatever was in this place, it wasn't just a story. It wasn't just a memory. It was something that had been waiting for me to listen. The walls were closing in. The air had thickened, heavy with something ancient and unspoken. The scraping noise from the walls continued, but now it had changed, as if the movement was deliberate, slow, like something was testing its boundaries, testing mine. My hand still gripped the notebook, my knuckles white hot pounding erratically in my chest. I took a step back, the sound of my breathing loud in my ears, drowning out the faint whispers that still danced just at the edge of my consciousness. I wanted to drop the book and run, but my feet wouldn't move. I couldn't look away. The words were pulling me, almost alive, twisting and turning, demanding attention. Lena, listen to us. The voice was clear now, unmistakable. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a command. The scraping from behind the wall stopped. I froze, every muscle in my body tense, my eyes fixed on the book in my hands. The silence that followed was suffocating, pressing in from all sides. My gaze moved over the pages, almost without thought. The words weren't the same anymore. The pages, once blank, now bore text that seemed to form from nothing, ink appearing before my eyes in jagged strokes. It was as though the book was alive, writing itself. And I couldn't stop it. You were meant to come here. We have been waiting. The words blurred together, an incomprehensible jumble of sentences that sent an icy chill straight through my veins. It was no longer just my name they were calling. No, it was more. It was something deeper, something personal. Suddenly, the apartment felt even more suffocating. The once comforting walls now seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, as though the very foundation of the building was being manipulated by something unseen. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a rancid stench that made my stomach churn. I could hear it now, footsteps, soft but unmistakable, just behind me. Not the creaking of the floorboards beneath my feet, but distinct, heavy, deliberate. Someone or something was in the room with me. I spun around, my heart racing, but again, nothing. Just the familiar, empty room. The dim light from the kitchen overhead barely illuminated the space. I stepped back toward the door, hand shaking as I reached for the handle. I could feel it. The eyes watching from the corners of the room, from the walls themselves. The whispers, now urgent, pounded at my mind. Leave, run, Lena, you must leave before it is too late. The words were frantic, desperate, as if the voices were trying to warn me, trying to save me from something. But save me from what? I couldn't think straight. My head was spinning. My body was frozen in place, a victim to some invisible force. The book was still open in my hands, its pages fluttering despite no breeze. They're coming for you. You are not alone. We are all here. I dropped the book in a fit of panic, backing away from it. The heavy thud of it hitting the floor echoed in the silence. The footsteps, louder now, stopped. I turned, my body numb with fear. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch toward me, their shapes no longer familiar, as if they were reaching, writhing with something dark and unnatural. And then, just as I thought my heart would burst from my chest, the door slammed shut. A sudden gust of wind sent the curtains flapping wildly against the windows, a stark contrast to the suffocating stillness that had consumed the room just moments before. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath forming visible clouds in the air as I struggled to breathe. The room had shifted. It wasn't the same anymore. It no longer felt like a place of safety. It felt like a trap. I tried the door again. Locked. I turned the handle again and again, but it refused to budge. I ran to the window, but the glass felt strangely cold to the touch. My reflection stared back at me, but something was wrong. My own face pale, wide-eyed seemed distant, as if it wasn't mine at all. Then the whispering returned, louder, overwhelming. Lena, help us, help yourself. I spun around, gasping, eyes darting across the room. The shadows in the corners were moving now, swirling as if alive, their shapes taking form, becoming more defined. For a moment, I thought I saw figures of people standing in the dark, their faces obscured, but their eyes staring directly at me. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped. The air was too thick, my throat too tight. And then, as if in response to my fear, the book began to glow. The light was faint at first, but it grew brighter, pulsing, as if the pages themselves were breathing. The shadows recoiled from the light, but they didn't vanish. Instead, they morphed, becoming darker, more aggressive. The whispers intensified, their voices overlapping, as if dozens of people were speaking at once. I couldn't understand them, but I could feel their presence pressing in, suffocating, pulling me deeper into whatever this was. Whatever I had stumbled into. The glowing book sat there, waiting, its words now pulsing with the rhythm of my heartbeat. You must listen, Lena, the past. It never forgets. The walls trembled, as though the very foundation of the apartment was shaking under some terrible way. The shadows in the corners began to move faster, growing more frantic, more violent. And the words from the book, the whispers, they all came together, filling my mind with images, flashes of things I didn't understand. Images of people I didn't know. Names I couldn't place. But one name lingered. One name stood out among the others. Samuel. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Suddenly, I was no longer standing in the kitchen. I was somewhere else. The air was damp. Heavy. A foul stench wafted through the air, and the ground beneath my feet was soft, like it was swallowing me whole. I looked around, but there was no time to focus on the surroundings. The whispers were louder here. Stronger. More forceful. And then I saw them. They were there, standing in the shadows, staring with hollow eyes. Figures from the past. Their faces were pale, their expressions twisted in a way that made my stomach churn. And in their hands they held something. Something with my name on it. I couldn't breathe. The air had turned cold again, biting into my skin, freezing me in place. The figures in the shadows shifted, their bodies twisting unnaturally, their faces pale and hollow seemed to glow faintly in the gloom. The ground beneath me was soft, as if the earth itself was swallowing me up, and every step I took felt heavier, like the weight of the past was pulling me down. I tried to move. My feet wouldn't respond. My body felt paralyzed, as though I was trapped in some nightmare where I couldn't wake up. But I could hear soft, raspy breaths from the figures in the darkness, their hollow eyes never leaving me. They held something. Each of them gripped something in their hands, a faded, fragile object that seemed to pulse with a dim, unnatural light. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. And then it hit me. It was a photograph. My heart skipped a beat. The image was blurry, worn out from age, but there was no mistaking it. The figures in the photo were me. No, it wasn't just me. I saw faces I didn't recognize standing around me as though they were waiting. Watching. The figures in the shadows, the ones now closing in, had their faces, their bodies, their expressions all contorted and twisted in agony. Linda. The whisper came again, soft and chilling, but it was different this time. It was closer. A voice, a single voice, echoing inside my head like a broken record, repeating my name over and over again, each time filled with more urgency. I forced myself to look at the figures in front of me, my eyes locked on them, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from the photograph they held. The faces in the image half faded as though they were never meant to be seen, were eerily familiar, but I didn't know them. Who were they? Why was I in that picture? And why did it feel like I had seen it before? I had to know. With trembling hands, I reached out for the photograph in the closest figure I can. My fingers brushed against it, and the coldness that seeped from it was unlike anything I had ever felt. It was as if it wasn't just cold, it was wrong. As if it belonged in a place it should never have been. The moment my fingers touched it, the world around me shifted. The darkness around me thickened, the shadows deepened, and I felt a pressure, an intense, overwhelming pressure pushing in from all sides. The air thickened, grew dense with something foul and ancient, a presence that clawed at my mind. I couldn't breathe. Lena, it is time. The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a command. A demand. I pulled my hand back in shock, dropping the photograph to the ground, but the moment it hit the dirt, the shadows lunged at me. They weren't just shadows anymore. No, they were more than I had ever imagined. The figures took shape, their outlines sharpening, their features emerging from the dark like phantoms, their eyes filled with hunger, despair, and rage. I wanted to run, to scream, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The shadows, no, they were more than shadows, now were closing in, their forms shifting, taking on grotesque shapes. The air around me hummed with a low, sickening vibration, as if the very space I occupied was shifting, warping, bending in ways that made no sense. And then, I heard the voice again. Not in my head this time, but from the figure closest to me. It spoke with a voice that didn't belong to any human. You should have listened, Lena. The voice was guttural, broken, as if it had been lost to time. It wasn't just one voice, it was many, overlapping, each one tinged with an edge of sorrow and torment. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my chest constricting with fear. The photograph, it was still on the ground, but now something was different about it. The figures in the picture, they weren't just standing there anymore. They were looking at me. Their eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, were focused on me, as if they knew me, as if they had been waiting for me all along. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. My body was shaking, trembling with a fear that wasn't my own. I wanted to scream, to call out, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if the very air had been drained from my lungs. I turned to run, to escape this nightmare, but the darkness had already claimed the room. The walls had closed in around me, pressing in with an oppressive weight, suffocating me. The shadows, those figures, were no longer in the corners. They were all around me, their faces looming from the dark, their eyes glowing, and their voices, oh God, their voices whispering, screeching, pleading. Elena. A scream clawed its way up my throat, but it never left my mouth. I felt my feet moving, but they weren't taking me anywhere. The room was spinning, warping, bending like a funhouse mirror. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. The darkness was consuming me. The past, those forgotten names, they were pulling me in, trapping me. I had to get out. I had to escape. But there was no escape. The past, it never forgets. The words echoed in my ears, louder now, as the shadows closed in around me. The voices of the forgotten, the names lost to time, wrapped around me like chains, pulling me deeper into the darkness. I was drowning in it. Drowning in their whispers. And then, suddenly, I saw it. A figure standing in the doorway, bathed in a flickering, dim light. A figure that shouldn't have been there. It was me. But not me. It was the me from the photograph, the me from the past. And it was smiling. The figure in the doorway seemed to blur with the shadows around it, an apparition of me, or someone who looked so disturbingly like me that I could scarcely breathe. My heart slammed against my chest, my limbs numb with dread. It was as if the very ground beneath me had dissolved, and I was floating in some dark, hollow space, torn between reality and something far worse. The smile she wore was unsettling, wide, too wide for her face. Her lips stretched with a faint, almost mocking smile that did not belong on my face, not on anyone else's face. Her eyes empty, hollow, like black pits reflected nothing but an endless abyss. I staggered backward, my body trembling. This wasn't me. This couldn't be me. Yet there she stood, so real, so solid, that I could see the faint light shimmer across her skin, as though she were not just a figment of my imagination. She was there. And she was waiting. I've been waiting for you, Lena. Her voice was a whisper, a rasp, soft and familiar, yet so utterly alien. You were finally here. The words dug into me like cold steel, cutting through my chest. I tried to speak, but my throat was tight, my words caught somewhere between panic and disbelief. Who was she? What was this? Was I losing my mind? No, I croaked, barely finding my voice. You were not real. Her eyes, those empty pits, flickered for a moment, and then her smile deepened. Real? What is real, Lena? What is truly real when the past speaks to you? When it calls your name? I blinked, trying to process what she was saying, but the words felt like a riddle, and I couldn't make sense of them. The darkness that had once been distant now pressed in, suffocating. The walls of the room seemed to pulse with an eerie rhythm, vibrating as though the very structure of the house was alive, breathing. I backed up further, my legs no longer steady beneath me. My mind raced, my thoughts a frantic mess. Why was I here? What had I disturbed? The photograph, the shadows, the whispers. It was all connected. I had to figure it out. I had to understand. I didn't mean to. I began, but my voice faltered, and the words seemed to trail off into the air, vanishing like smoke. The figure stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, her feet making no sound against the floor. She didn't seem to walk, she just moved, gliding across the ground, as if the very laws of physics had no control over her. You didn't mean to, she echoed my words, her smile fading, replaced by something colder, something darker. That's always the excuse, isn't it? I didn't mean to. She raised her hand, and I couldn't look away as she stretched her fingers toward me, those cold, black eyes fixed upon me. But it was always meant to happen, Lena. You couldn't escape it. We couldn't escape it. The room seemed to constrict, the wall shrinking inward as her presence grew larger, filling every corner. My chest tightened painfully, and for a moment I thought I would suffocate under the weight of her gaze. I don't understand, I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips. Who are you? Her expression softened for a moment, almost pitying, before it twisted into something grotesque, something sinister. Who am I? I am you, or rather, what you were always meant to be. I am the forgotten part of you, the piece that has been hidden for so long. I stumbled back, my hand reaching for something, anything, to steady myself. The air felt thick, oppressive. It was as if I was standing in the very heart of some terrible secret, a place where the boundaries between past and present, life and death, were no longer clear. No, I gasped. That is impossible. You, not me. Her smile widened, and she tilted her head, her eyes glimmering with a darkness that sent a chill straight to my bones. I am you, Lena. I always have been. You see, there is something you don't remember, something you've been running from. The shadows in the room seemed to grow, to reach out toward me like fingers from the dark. I could feel the oppressive weight of them pressing in on me, suffocating me. And then I remembered. The voices, the whispers, the names I couldn't remember. The photograph, the faces. The figures in the cemetery. They had been waiting for me. The past was clawing its way back into my life, and I could feel its grip tightening, its cold fingers digging into my mind. Stop. I shouted, my voice breaking. I don't want to remember. I don't want to know. She laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that reverberated in the walls. You can forget, Lena, not anymore. The names are calling you, the past is calling you, and no matter how hard you run, you will always be tethered to it. I closed my eyes, trying to block her out, trying to hold on to some semblance of sanity. But it was no use. The shadows were closing in, the whispers were rising, louder now, swirling around me like a storm. And then, in the distance, I heard the faintest rustle. A sound that cut through the air like a blade. A name. Lena. It was soft, almost tender. But it was not my voice. It was the voice of someone long dead. A voice that had waited. A voice that had never stopped waiting. I opened my eyes. The figure myself was gone. And in the place where she stood, there was only darkness. But something was different now. The silence was gone. The air was thick with the sound of voices, a chorus of names, all whispering, all calling. And I knew, deep down, that I had no choice but to listen. I promised her. I swore it, with my very soul, I will always be there. Those words echoed in the air between us like a sacred vow, one that was meant to last a lifetime. But promises, like the finest glass, are fragile. And life is cruel. Now, every night, I hear them, the broken promises, whispering in the dark. They scrape against my thoughts, each one a reminder of my failure, each one a weight I can never escape. The whispers are haunting, drawing closer with every breath I take, as if something is waiting for me to finally pay the price for my broken vow. I often wonder, as I lie in bed, if I am losing my mind. Maybe it is the guilt gnawing away at me. Maybe it is the isolation. But deep down, I know it's something more. Something darker. The house is silent, like it always is at this hour. The clock ticks steadily, its rhythmic sound filling the room. It's a familiar sound, comforting almost. But tonight, it is different. The silence feels wrong, as if something is out of place. I sit up, straining to listen. There is again a soft, shuffling noise coming from the hallway. My heart races. My first thought is that it is just the house settling, the floorboards creaking under the weight of time. But it is not that. I know it is not. The sound is deliberate, slow, and purposeful. I get out of bed, my bare feet making no sound as I step onto the cold wooden floor. The hallway is dark, the shadows stretching unnaturally, creeping toward me like fingers reaching out of the walls. I swallow hard, the weight of the air pressing down on me. Every instinct tells me to turn back, to retreat to the safety of my room. But how can I never can. The shuffling grows louder, closer. I inch forward, my body tense, my mind racing. What if I am wrong? What if it is nothing? But no. I know what I heard. I know what is coming. I reach the door to the hallway and freeze. There, at the end of the corridor, a shadow stands, motionless, watching me. My breath catches in my throat. The shadow doesn't move. It just waits. A cold chill runs down my spine. It has the same feeling I get when I think about her face, her voice, the last time I saw her. The memory of her tears, the way she looked at me like she knew I was lying. And now this thing standing in front of me, as if it has come to collect what I saw. I can move. My feet feel like they rerouted to the spot, my body frozen by a fear I can explain. The shadow shifts, just slightly, as if testing my resolve. It is not a person. It is something else. Something older. Something born of my regrets and fears. And then it speaks. The voice is barely a whisper, but it cuts through the silence like a knife. Why did you leave her? My heart skips a beat. The voice is hers. It is unmistakable. But how? How can it be? I want to run. I want to scream, but my throat is tight, and the words don't come. The shadow steps forward, the sound of its movement sending a tremor through my body. And with each step, the temperature drops. My breath comes in short, sharp gasps, visible in the cold air. It is not just fear. It is something else. Something worse. The shadow stops just in front of me. I can see its face sewn in the faint outline of its form. But I can feel it. I can feel its presence pressing against me, like a weight pushing me down. Do you hear them? The voice asks again, the words dripping with something darker. The promises you've broken? The floor beneath my feet creaks, and I glance down, startled. The floorboards are splintering, breaking apart, as if they, too, can no longer bear the weight of the guilt pressing down on them. My heart races, and I feel an icy hand grip my chest. The whispers start again, louder now, swirling around me like a storm. They are coming from everywhere, from the walls, from the air itself. The voices, they sound like hers, but not exactly. They retwisted, broken, as if they've been dragged through years of pain and regret. Each one seems to claw at my soul, digging into me, reminding me of the vow I broke. I stagger back, my mind spinning, my legs weak. The shadow looms closer, its form distorting, growing larger, its presence suffocating. She is waiting for you, the voice says, its tone both soothing and menacing. She is waiting for you to come home. I try to back away, but my feet feel glued to the floor. I want to scream, to fight, but all I can do is stand there, paralyzed by the weight of my past. And then the whispers stop. I look up. The shadow is gone. The hallway is empty. But the air, it is still heavy, thick with the remnants of its presence. The silence is deafening, and for a moment I wonder if I imagined it all. But then I hear it. The soft, familiar sound of footsteps echoing from the hallway. The footsteps are still there, faint, but undeniably real. They tap against the wood with a slow, deliberate rhythm, as if someone or something is pacing back and forth just beyond the reach of the light. I stand frozen, heart pounding in my chest, straining to hear, to understand what is happening. The house around me seems to grow colder, the shadows more pronounced. Each flicker of light from the dim bulb above casts grotesque shapes against the walls, distorting the familiar space into something unrecognizable, something hostile. I take a step forward, my feet moving almost against my will. I can stop. It is like my body is being pulled, shrouded by an invisible force, closer to the sound, closer to whatever waits in the darkness. The hallway stretches before me, and yet it seems to elongate with each step I take, like some nightmare where space itself refuses to cooperate. The walls feel too close, the air too thick, pressing in on me from all sides. I can't breathe properly. My chest feels tight, as if something is sitting on top of it. And still the footsteps closer now, tap, tap, tap in the distance. They are soft, almost muffled, like the sound of someone walking on a carpet, but I know the floor is bare. It is a sound I've heard 1,000 times before, and yet now it is alien. On. I turn the corner, my hand trembling as I grip the edge of the wall. The hallway continues twisting, narrowing as I move. The wooden floor creaks beneath me louder than it should be, each sound reverberating through the stillness of the house, a loud reminder that I am not alone. And yet, I feel like I am like something is watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I reach the end of the hall. The living room is ahead, the faint glow of moonlight spilling through the window, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor. The room is too quiet. No sound. No movement. But I can feel that something is in here, and it is not just the memory of her. I step inside, my heart in my throat. The room is just as I left it, yet different. The air feels heavier, laden with something I can't quite grasp. The faint smell of old books lingers in the air, mixing with a strange, metallic scent I can't identify. My gaze moves slowly around the room, my eyes darting from one corner to the next, each shadow playing tricks on my mind. It is the silence that unnerves me the most. It is too still, too complete. I move across the room, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the old wooden desk by the window. It is like a physical barrier between me and the outside world, a line I can't cross. And then I see it. There, on the far side of the room, near the old rocking chair in the corner. It is small, almost insignificant at first glance. A single object sitting on the floor in the dim light. A broken piece of glass. The jagged edges catch the light, gleaming faintly like a shroud of some long-forgotten memory. I know what it is before I even get close. It is the ring. Her ring. The one I threw into the forest, the one I thought I had lost forever. The one that, in my mind, symbolized everything I had destroyed. The broken promise. The broken vow. I kneel down, my hand trembling as I reach out to touch it. The glass is cold, colder than anything should be. The moment my fingers brush against the shard, a sharp jolt runs through my body, like electricity sparking through my veins. I pull my hand back, a rush of panic flooding me. For a moment, I wonder if I am imagining this, if my mind is simply playing tricks on me. But the truth, like the sharp edges of the glass, is undeniable. I never threw it away. I didn't throw it into the forest. It never left the house. It was never lost. I look around the room, my eyes frantic, searching for any sign of what is really happening here. The room, the house, it is all wrong, everything is wrong. But the footsteps are back, that soft tap 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 growing louder again, from somewhere beyond the living room. I stand up abruptly, my legs weak, and the air feels thick again, pressing down on me as though the house itself is holding its breath. It is coming closer. Something is coming closer. I turn toward the hallway, toward the sound, my heart racing. Each step feels heavier than the last, the weight of the air growing more oppressive. And then, suddenly, the silence breaks. The door to the kitchen slams open with a force that sends a shockwave through my body. My heart skips a beat as I glance in its direction. The kitchen is dark, completely dark except for a single light swinging overhead, casting eerie, disjointed shadows on the walls. A figure stands in the doorway. At first, I think it is just the shadows playing tricks on me, warping into something far worse than it really is. But as I stare, I see the details, the outline of a woman thin, almost too thin, her silhouette barely visible in the dim light. Her face is hidden by her hair, long and tangled, hanging over her features like a veil. But it is the sound she makes that freezes me in place. It is a soft, low hum. A song. The same song she used to sing to me in the mornings, when the sun would rise and we lay together, wrapped in the warmth of each other as presents. Why did you leave me? The voice is faint at first, barely a whisper, but it carries with it an unbearable sadness, a pain that twists my insides. I open my mouth to respond, but the words die in my throat. I can speak. I can move. The room seems to close in around me, the walls shifting, the shadows deepening. The figure takes a slow step forward. And then I see her eyes. Her eyes empty, hollow. Not human. Not anymore. The world begins to spin. I can breathe. My heart races, and I take a step back, desperate to escape, but my legs fail me. I stumble, and the world around me blurs, spinning into a dark, suffocating void. Her eyes follow me, unblinking, unyielding. Why did you leave me? The question comes again, louder this time, almost like a scream. And as the darkness engulfs me, I realize I can run. Not anymore. Not from her. Not from what I've done. Not from the curse of my broken vow. I wake with a start, my breath coming in ragged gasps, heart pounding in my chest. My body is soaked in sweat, and the room feels as cold as the grave. For a moment, I can remember where I am. The blur of nightmare and reality leaves me disoriented, my mind scrambling to make sense of what just happened. I rub my eyes, blinking, trying to shake off the remnants of the dream or whatever it was. The house is silent again. Too silent. I sit up slowly, my body aching as if I've been running through the night. The familiar smell of dust and old wood fills the air, but there is something different about it now. A heaviness. It smells faintly of earth, of decay, of something that has been buried for too long. The light from the window casts long shadows across the floor, but it is not enough to reassure me. It only deepens the unease swelling in my stomach. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. It was just a dream, I tell myself. Just a nightmare, nothing more. I must be drifted off after that thing in the hallway. The figure in the kitchen. But as I sit there, my legs weak beneath me, the memories of the dream start to shift and take root. I can still hear that voice, that haunting melody she sang to me. Why did you leave me? It echoes through my mind, each word sharp and jagged, cutting through my thoughts like a knife. I can almost feel her presence again, as if she is standing just behind me, waiting for me to turn around, to face what I've done. I stand up, swaying slightly as I regain my balance. My head feels heavy, like it is filled with fog. The weight of everything, of the vow I broke, of the pain I caused, settles deeper into my chest. I rub my face, trying to push it away, but the guilt, the fear, won't let go. I glance toward the door to the living room. The house is eerily still. There is no sign of the figure from my dream, no sound of footsteps in the hall. It is as if it was all just in my head. But I know better. I know it wasn't he. I step cautiously toward the living room, my bare feet making no sound on the floor. As I cross the threshold, I glance around, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. But everything looks normal. Too normal. The couch is in its place. The lamp on the side table flickers slightly, casting a soft glow on the wall. The windows are shut tight, the curtains drawn. Nothing is out of place, but everything feels wrong. I shake my head. It is just my mind playing tricks on me, I tell myself. The house is old, the isolation is getting to me. It is the guilt. I need to focus. But then I hear it. A soft, rhythmic tapping from the other side of the room. I freeze, my heart skipping a beat. The sound isn't coming from the walls this time, but from the floor. It is the sound of something or someone walking slowly across the room. I turn toward the sound, my pulse racing. There, in the corner by the window, I see it again. The ring. Her ring. The one I thought I had thrown away. The jagged shard of glass glimmers in the dim light, sitting innocently on the floor, just as it was before. My stomach churns. I take a step forward, my breath shallow. My hand is shaking as I reach down to pick it up. The moment my fingers brush against the cold glass, a shock runs through me stronger this time. It feels like I've been jolted by electricity, the current seizing my arm, sending a wave of pain through my body. I jerk my hand back, gasping for air, my chest tight. The room spins again, and I close my eyes, willing the dizziness to pass. But when I open my eyes, I see something that makes my blood run cold. A figure stands in the doorway. It is her. I know it is her, even though her face is obscured by the shadows, her features barely visible. She asks, wearing the same faded dress she wore the last time I saw her, the one she loved so much. It is torn now, ragged at the edges, as if it has been worn for years, not just days. The smell of earth and decay clings to her, mingling with the sweet fragrance of her perfume, twisted now into something sour, something wrong. "Why did you leave me?" she asks again, her voice a low rasp, like it has been scraped across the edges of time. I can't move. My legs are like lead, my body frozen in place. I want to scream, but my throat is dry. I open my mouth, but the words won't come. I just stand there, staring at her, unable to comprehend what is happening. She steps forward, the sound of her footsteps barely audible but unmistakable, echoing in the silent room. My heart races, the noise pounding in my ears. The shadows around her seem to shift, growing longer, stretching across the walls, consuming the space around her. Her eyes are empty, hollow, black pits where there should be life, where there should be love. And yet they hold something dark, something terrifying. Something ancient. I want to look away, but I can't. My body refuses to obey me, my eyes locked onto hers, drawn into the abyss of her gaze. "Do you know what you've done?" Her voice is softer now, but it cuts deeper, like a whisper in the back of my mind. "You've broken everything, and now you will pay." The words are not just a warning. They re-promise. I finally manage to break free from her gaze, stumbling backward, my body shaking uncontrollably. I trip over the chair behind me, falling to the floor, but I can't stop. I can't escape. The shadows are moving, swirling around me, suffocating the room, twisting the very air I breathe. I push myself up, my palms flat against the floor, my heart pounding in my chest. I need to get out. I need to leave. But when I turn to run, the door slams shut. The room is sealed. Trapped. I am trapped. My breathing is ragged now, my hands trembling as the whispers begin again. Soft at first, then louder. A cacophony of broken voices, all speaking at once, demanding answers, demanding retribution. The sound is unbearable, grinding against my skull, pulling me apart from the inside. "Do you hear them?" the figure asks, her voice rising above the chaos. "The promises you've made, the promises you've broken." And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything goes silent. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. I stagger to my feet, my mind spinning. Was it real? Was it a dream? A hallucination? I can't tell anymore. But I know one thing for certain. I can't escape this. I can't outrun my past. The curse is real. And it is coming for me. I can't shake the feeling that the house has changed, no. Not the house itself, but something in it. Something that has always been there but is now awake. The walls, once familiar and comforting, now seem to press in on me, their corners sharper, their surfaces colder. The house isn't just a place anymore, it feels like a living thing, breathing, watching, waiting. I lean against the wall, the cold wood biting into my skin. My thoughts are a storm, swirling uncontrollably, but one thing stands out the ring. That broken, jagged piece of glass that has been haunting me since the moment I thought I threw it away. It is here again. In the house. In my life. I can't escape it. I can't escape her. My fingers twitch at my sides, the impulse to touch the ring again almost overwhelming. But I can't. I know what it will do. I know what happens every time I get too close to it. It is as if it has a life of its own, its power thrumming through my body, pulling me deeper into whatever curse I've awakened. I turn away from the hallway, my footsteps unsteady as I move toward the kitchen. The house is suffocating, and I need air. I need to clear my head, but my mind keeps circling back to her, the woman I left behind, the promise I shattered. The weight of it is unbearable. The curse that has followed me, haunting me in my dreams, is not just in my mind. It is real. I pause at the kitchen door, the silence pressing against me like a physical force. The darkness inside seems deeper than it should be, even though it is midday. The light from the window is faint, casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. I step inside, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The air is thick with dust, and the smell of old food lingers, mixing with something else, something sharp, metallic. I freeze. There is something in the corner of the room. At first, I think it as a trick of the light, a shadow, but as I move closer, I see it clearly. A figure. Not the woman, no. This is different. This shape is more angular, more twisted. It doesn't look human. The edges of the figure are blurry, shifting like smoke, like it is not entirely there. It pulses with a dim, sickly light, and for a moment I wonder if I've gone mad. But then it moves. I stagger back, my heart lurching in my chest. My hands tremble as I reach for the doorframe, my legs giving way beneath me. The figure takes a step forward, and the air grows colder, colder than it has ever been. I feel the temperature drop, a chill creeping up my spine, my teeth clattering from the cold. A voice, soft but insistent, fills the room. It is low and guttural, barely more than a whisper, but it cuts through the air like a blade. You shouldn't have come back. The words strike me like a physical blow. I gasp, trying to back away, but my feet won't move. The figure is moving closer now, each step deliberate, slow, as though it is savoring my fear. The shadows seem to lengthen around it, drawing closer, filling the space between us. I try to breathe, but the air feels thick, as if I am suffocating. The figure as shape becomes clearer. It is tall, unnaturally tall, its limbs too long, too thin. Its head is low, almost touching the floor, as though it has been bent out of shape. I can see eyes, two dark, empty holes in its face, glowing faintly, like smoldering coals. It doesn't have a mouth, but I can hear the voice again, echoing in my mind. You cannot run from your past. You cannot escape the price you must pay. The words are suffocating, pressing in on me, filling my mind with images I can shake. Images of her of the day I broke my vow, of the look in her eyes when I walked away. Our tear-streaked face twisted in pain and confusion. The ring, the broken glass, the sharp edges of the promises I left behind. The figure steps closer, and I can feel the cold wrapping around me, seeping into my bones. I open my mouth to scream, but no sound comes out. It is like my voice is trapped, like I've forgotten how to make noise. The figure stops in front of me, its presence suffocating, its dark eyes boring into mine. I want to look away, to close my eyes, but I can't. I feel its gaze heavy and yielding. The voice fills my head again, louder this time, as though it is inside me, rattling my thoughts. You thought you could forget. You thought you could leave her behind, but she is still here, and so is the curse. The cold intensifies, and I feel myself losing control. My body is shaking, my limbs frozen, my chest tight as if the air itself is pressing against me. My eyes are wide with terror, and I can feel it, that dark, suffocating force pulling me toward the figure, toward the curse that has been stalking me, growing stronger with every step I take in this house. The floor beneath me creaks, and I look down to see cracks spreading across the wood. Black veins pulse through the surface, like some dark infection crawling through the walls of the house. There is no escaping what you have done, the figure whispers, its voice like gravel scraping against stone. There is no redemption, only the price of your broken vow. I want to run. I want to scream. But my body is no longer mine to control. It is like I am trapped in a nightmare I can't wake up from. The figure looms closer, its eyes glowing brighter, its shape becoming more solid, more real. The shadows around it pulse, and I can hear the whispers' voices, hundreds of them, all speaking at once, all demanding the same thing. You will pay. And then, in the blink of an eye, the figure vanishes. The silence that follows is deafening. The air grows warmer, the shadows recede, but the weight of what just happened lingers. I stand there, my legs trembling, my heart racing, unable to process what I've just seen. But one thing is certain. The curse is real, and it is not going away. The house is quiet now, eerily so. The air feels thicker than before, as if the very walls are holding their breath, waiting for something. My heart beats too loudly in my chest, my skin crawling with the aftertaste of fear. I stand in the middle of the kitchen, still frozen, my hand shaking as I clutch the edge of the counter for support. The figure, that thing, has disappeared. But the terror it left behind still grips me, and I know that it has not gone for good. I stumble back from the counter, the need to escape overwhelming. I don't care where I go, just away from here, away from the suffocating sense of doom that fills every corner of this place. I've been running from it for days trying to outrun the past, but now it feels like the past has finally caught up with me, like it is dragging me down into the darkness where I can't breathe. I make my way to the door, each step slow, heavy. My fingers brush against the door frame, the wood rough and cold beneath my touch. I open the door, the familiar creak sounding louder than it should in the stillness of the house. The moment I step outside, the chill of the night erupts around me, sharp and biting. The sky is clear, but the stars seem dimmer, distant, as if they too are hiding from whatever is lurking in the shadows. I breathe in deeply, trying to steady my racing thoughts, trying to shake off the feeling that I am being watched. But as I take that first step onto the porch, I hear it again. A whisper. I freeze. The voice is faint, barely audible above the wind, but I know it. You can run from me. I turn sharply, my eyes scanning the darkness. The shadows stretch long and dark across the yard, but I see nothing. The house looms behind me, its windows dark and empty. But it feels alive. Alive with the weight of my broken promises, with the curse that has been dragging me into its depths ever since I first broke my vow to her. I hear the voice again, closer this time. You cannot escape what you've done. My heart skips a beat. The voice is coming from somewhere behind me, but I know that there is no one there. No one but me, the house, and the curse. I turn back to the door, my hand gripping the handle, ready to run back inside, but the door slams shut with a force that rattles my bones. I jump back, startled, the sudden noise a shock to my senses. I try the handle again, but it is locked. The house is sealed. Trapped. I can feel it now, the weight of the house pressing down on me, the shadows creeping closer, the air thick with the oppressive weight of something. The walls seem to close in, and the floor beneath my feet groans as if the house itself is alive and angry, closing in on its prey. A soft sound draws my attention, a rustling behind me. I whip around, my heart pounding, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The yard is empty. There is nothing there but the trees, the branches swaying in the wind, casting long, spindly shadows across the ground. I step back, my mind racing. This isn't real, I tell myself. This is just in my head. But the weight of the fear presses harder, and I can escape it. I hear it again, the whisper. Only this time, it is not just a whisper. It is a laugh. A low, guttural chuckle echoing from the darkness. I know that laugh. I know it from the nightmares. It is her. The woman. The one I promised to stay with, the one I broke my vow to. And now she is here, not as the woman I once knew, but something twisted, something broken. The ground beneath my feet begins to shake. The trees sway violently, their branches creaking and snapping like bones. The wind picks up howling in my ears, and I stumble forward, my hands reaching out to steady myself. I hear her voice again, sharp and insistent. You left me to die, you broke your promise. The ground cracks beneath me, splitting open with a loud snap. I fall to my knees, my hands digging into the earth, and I look down to see the ground splitting wide open, revealing a chasm of darkness. It seems to stretch forever, an endless void, pulling at me, tugging at my soul. It is too late, she whispers, her voice now a chorus of countless voices, all echoing in unison. You can hide anymore. You can run from your broken vow. I scream. I scream for everything I've lost, for everything I've destroyed. For the woman I loved and betrayed. For the promise I shattered. For the curse that now holds me in its grip. The shadows in the distance swirl, gathering speed, twisting and turning like a storm. The wind howls louder, and I can hear the sound of her laughter again, louder now, as if it is coming from all around me. I try to stand, but the earth beneath me buckles, the ground pulling away, swallowing me whole. I reach out, my hands grasping for anything to hold onto, but it is useless. The darkness closes in. The ground continues to quake, and the world around me begins to fade into blackness. I hear her one last time. Now you will join me. And then everything goes silent. Oh, you made it to the end of the stories. That means it's the perfect time to subscribe so you don't miss future episodes. And if you haven't already, leave a like and drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have a great time relaxing, and good night.